Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to the finale of Reborn in Naruto as a Prodigy half Hyuga and Kaguya. Let's get right into it, let the tale begin. Chapter 55. Shiro, it's good to see you. Minato's cheery greeting disrupted the one-sided conversation I was having with Aomi. I ignored Minato for a moment and instead studied his Chunin. Obito looked stupid and weak, and Rin looked the same as she had the last time we spoke. So, nothing had changed. Good to see you, sensei. I nodded at him. Obito, Rin, good to see you as well. Kakashi scowled at me and I smiled smugly at him. His annoyance was delicious. When are you leaving? I directed my question towards Minato while still smiling smugly at Kakashi. We're leaving 2 weeks from now. Minato crossed his arms while he spoke. There's a good chance that Kuma will try something, so I've been ordered to stay for a while. My smug smile faded and I hummed. That sucks. Minato hanging around meant that I couldn't do gruesome experiments for a while. It was a shame, but I didn't want Minato to cause me any trouble. Oh, yeah. I gestured to Aomi, who had been silently watching our exchange. This is my favorite minion, Aomi. She helps me in the lab. I wasn't sure what else I could add to her introduction. And she doesn't speak. I nodded to myself for a job well done and gestured to Team Minato. This is Obito, Rin, and Minato. I pointed to each as I spoke and made a show of ignoring Kakashi. Minato was my Jonin sensei, Rin and Obito are my cute little kohai. I conveniently ignored that they were older than me. Aomi sent the group a wave while staring at Minato in awe and as per usual didn't speak. Aomi and the group exchanged silent waves and nods. Well, it's been a blast, but I've got work to do. That was a total lie. I sent them a wide wave and started towards the lab. I had things to hide away, just in case Minato went snooping. Anything even vaguely incriminating was sealed away and kept in my kunai pouch. I left the notes on poison and disease immunity out as they were more innocent and likely wouldn't cause much fuss. Minato might have already been snooping, so my efforts might have been meaningless. But it was better safe than sorry. So away all the fun stuff went. Minato is anti-fun. I snickered at the thought. Whatever. I'll have to find something to do until Minato leaves. Perhaps I should enhance some of our cannon fodder. Or maybe I could find some poison users and get some of their blood. I'd see. Poison wasn't an immediate concern. So perhaps Konoha will gain some super soldiers. Or whatever the Naruto-verse equivalent was. But if it was known I could create super ninja, I'd likely be killed off in some sort of conspiracy or plot. I yawned loudly. So perhaps super soldiers were a no-go. I wouldn't want someone getting a hold of their body and figuring out how to do the enhancements anyways. After a vague threat, Orochimaru handed some of A's blood over to me. It was now my job to parse through his DNA and see what genetically made him what he was. Orochimaru had already parsed through his chakra composition and personality traits. So, I was left with his bodily attributes and whatever active junk DNA I could figure out. After that, I could probably take some of his traits for myself. They would probably take extremely well. I was still a young body-wise, if not in mind. Which would hopefully help. I shrugged and rolled a small vial containing A's blood around in my fingers. I'd use this to override someone else's blood and then I'd have a good supply to experiment with. As I had type A blood, I could just use override on someone with type A or type AB blood. Perhaps Aomi would be interested. She had type A blood if I was correct. It was something to consider in any case. Aomi wants some of A's blood in ya? I shook the vial at her in what I hoped was an enticing manner. I needed someone I could keep around so I could try and make the two chakras mix. Aomi was ideal. Aomi dashed my hopes with a very firm shake of her head. Come on. You'll gain 3 new affinities and much denser chakra. I shook the vial again. Come on, just a pinch of blood? Aomi just shook her head and crossed her arms while giving me a disapproving stare. Fine, go find someone from the camp with type A or type AB blood. I paused for a moment in thought. as young as possible with a lightning affinity, and make sure they know they're getting a blood transfusion and possible power-up. I shoot her away with my hand and started unpacking my Fuinjutsu supplies. Hopefully, I could figure out how to mesh chakras together. If not, I'd need to try something else. DNA manipulation would be easier, but I wanted the chakras to mix. If I could figure that out, I might be able to make my own six-paths chakra. As unlikely as it was to succeed, it was still worth a shot. Kusumoto Isami. Brown hair and brown eyes, petite build. Her outfit was the standard Konoha green Genin jacket, with a blue shirt and blue pants underneath the jacket. I stared at her over the folder containing her paperwork. Isami was born to a civilian mother and a shinobi father, said father was dead leaving her mother to look after her. Her father got stuck at Genin rank and eventually was promoted to Chunin for his skill in taijutsu and trap making. He died sometime 2 years ago in an ambush. Isami's goal was to exceed her father and make her mother proud. Sadly, she likely wouldn't be better than her father. She was looking to be a long-time Genin. So, I shut the folder and placed it neatly on the desk. I need someone to have some blood swapped with their own. There would likely be a slight increase in the size of your reserves and chakra density. I twirled a pen around while staring at the girl in front of me. She was a year younger than me and was ideal for a quick experiment. I'd need her to live for a while, so I'd have to get someone to take her under their wing as well. So, she didn't die prematurely. Alright, head into the room to your left. A clone will be right with you. I shooed her away and went back to thinking. First, I'd give her a little blood and see how her body responds while I wait for the transfused blood to leave her system. Then if she was fine, I'd maybe make her produce her own Reikage blood after a few little overwrites. If things went as planned, she might become Super Aomi V2. Or Super Isami in this case. I watched as Isami pointed at a door with a questioning look and shook my head. It's one door to the left of that one. Isami nodded and went on her way. Thankfully she didn't speak much. Though once she got comfortable that might change. Sigh. I sighed aloud and put my feet on my desk. Although I said I wouldn't make super soldiers, I was pretty much doing just that. Aomi came out of the room looking rather bored, so I assumed nothing bad had happened. I raised an eyebrow and Aomi nodded at me, proving my guess. Things were all right. Thanks. I sent her a nod in gratitude and went back to my notes. I had a good bit of previously dormant mystery DNA that was likely awakened because of his huge reserves. I had no clue in the slightest what it did, and I had no clue how to even awaken the DNA in someone normal. It was slightly annoying. It could be useless or it could be a treasure. It could do just about anything and I had no idea where to start. Sigh. I sighed loudly as my thoughts were interrupted by the memories of my clone. Things have indeed gone well. Now I just needed to send some clones a few times a day to monitor her and things would be golden. I held back another sigh as I returned my focus to my notes. I still had things to do. So, I shouldn't get distracted. Poison immunity was going well. People were jumping to give me their blood and I now had quite the collection of poison user blood. The collection also included some people who survived an encounter with foreign poison users, which was a nice touch. I guess Aomi was persuasive. I chuckled at the thought. Now I needed to sort through all the blood and DNA. Then I need to concoct a big OL strand of immunity DNA. And then I'll figure out what to do with it later. My healing and medical knowledge made most poisons ineffective, so it was useless for me. But maybe Aomi and Mom would like some general Konoha poison immunity. I guess I'd see. Hello Rin, what brings you to my humble lab? Rin sent me a nervous smile and sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. Can't I just have come to see my senpai? I rolled my eyes and motioned for her to get on with it. Can you teach me, while we're here? Rin's voice trailed off a few times as she spoke, making me believe someone put her up to this. She didn't seem comfortable asking. What do you want to learn? Instead of denying her like I instinctively wanted to, I figured I'd see where this went. The possibility of forming a friendship or even a lifelong ally was tempting. Even if lifelong ally meant a year-long ally. I heard you are amazingly good with the mystical palm. I was good at it, but it wasn't something I could teach. Anything else? I could teach her what I knew about the mystical palm in a day, but I couldn't do much more than that. There was a lot of chakra molding and finding the right mix of physical energy and spiritual energy involved. It was something she would have to do on her own time. Rin was taking her time in answering, and that would have been fine had she not been interrupting my free time. It's fine. I made a hand seal and a clone appeared. Lacking the signature burst of smoke, the clone just sort of faded into existence. It was neat. Follow me, we'll find something to do. The clone walked away. Rin followed after it a moment later, but not before staring at me. For a moment. Sigh. I looked down at my notes. There was a distinct lack of progress on A's blood. It was slightly disheartening. Without lots of invasive DNA manipulation, I wouldn't be able to make any quick progress. Sadly, invasive DNA manipulation caused lots of death. And I didn't want to do so when Minato was so close by. So, no progress for me. But at least I got the gene for the future Reikage reserves. That and A's gene for chakra density were the biggest finds. I'd also figured out some of the genes responsible for his body's toughness, but I was hesitant to use those on myself. As strong as it was, I would never want to look like him. So, I think I'll just take the reserves. I couldn't use the chakra density as it was part of my Hyuga bloodline, and getting rid of it would mean getting rid of the gentle fist. And I didn't want to look like a freak, so A's bodily features were a no-go. So, bigger reserves were about all I would gain from this ordeal. I closed the book and clapped my hands while mentally pushing my thoughts to a corner of my mind. Clap asterisk, I clapped my hands together in glee. It's almost time to give Isami her bi-daily checkup. I was excited to see what came of the blood transfusion. It could be nothing or it could be amazing. Regardless, I was happy to get back to my roots. Experimenting on helpless Jinin. I stood up and pushed my chair away with a smile on my face. Here I come, Isami. Let's see what lovely new things I can discover today. Interlude. I was quietly approached by Shiro Hyuga's assistant and offered something I couldn't possibly refuse. A chance to become stronger, make my father proud, and lessen my mother's financial problems. All that I needed to do was sign something and have a few blood transfusions, and my chakra would change and grow stronger. It sounded too good to be true. And it likely was. But I couldn't pass up the chance. So, while I stood and watched as Shiro's clone finish up some final preparations, I thought I'd ask some questions. Excuse me. The clone waved at me with a get-on-with-it motion while still writing with one hand. I fidgeted as the look on the clone's face wasn't friendly in the least. What about my chakra will change? I made my voice as light and gentle as possible, as I didn't want to annoy the clone any more than my presence already seemed to. The clone was silent for a moment. Your chakra will get denser, and you'll likely get a few new minor affinities. The clone trailed off as he finished the final stroke of the seal he was making. The clone made a face as he looked at the seal. We're trying to mix the chakra of someone at Kaguya level with your chakra. Your body and chakra will likely be strengthened as a result. The clone started circling the seal, and I took a step back to get out of its way. My body? I wasn't sure how I felt about that. The clone stopped circling and nodded. With an increase in chakra and chakra density, your body will naturally strengthen to accommodate the chakra. The clone looked over my shoulder and rolled its eyes. Oh me, you're late. I turned and saw Shiro's assistant standing silently behind me. She was dressed like a medic mean, and that made the slight unease I had been feeling grow. Are you sure you don't want black hair and red eyes, Omi? I turned back to the clone and saw him wiggle his eyebrows. Shiro's assistant shook her head and ignored the clone while walking towards the back of the room. Whatever. The clone turned its eyes to me. Any more questions? I stood and stared at the assistant as she withdrew a syringe from a case and filled it with a solution. I bit my lip. Will I look different, and is there any chance of death? No. The clone's answer was immediate. The quickness that the clone spoke with made me fairly sure he wasn't lying, but how would I truly know if a ninja of Shiro Hyuga's caliber was lying? Anything else? The clone stared at me with annoyance clearly shown on its face. I stayed quiet trying to come up with a question, but nothing came to mind. No, I'm okay. For now, at least. The clone nodded and said something, but I was distracted by Shiro's assistant who was approaching me with a now empty syringe. Alright, I'll me take some blood. The moment he spoke I felt the needle enter my skin. I felt mildly sick when I saw the syringe slowly fill with blood, so I looked away. After a moment she was done, she healed my skin and walked away while the clone gestured for me to step away from the giant seal he had been working on. The seal will convert some of your blood into someone else's, and within 2 weeks the blood will leave your system. The clone hummed while tapping its foot. Depending on how that goes, we might have you back in the lab afterward. The clone studied me for a moment. Take your kunai pouch off and I'll me power the seal. I did as I was told and tossed my pouch outside the seal and watched as the assistant placed both of her hands on the outer edge of the seal. Any Fuinjutsu on your body? The clone spoke as if it was an afterthought. I quickly shook my head. Alright, you might want to sit down. The clone smiled. I didn't do so in time and fell unconscious immediately, only having enough time to throw my hands under my head and stop my head from hitting the ground. I woke up with a dry mouth and a slight headache. They were both quickly eclipsed, the almost warm syrupy feeling in my veins spreading to other parts of my body. It felt like I had Kurimitsu in my veins. How are you feeling? Shiro Hyuga's voice knocked me from my thoughts. I took a deep breath and sat up while trying to ignore what I was feeling from my blood. Not good, but not bad. After hesitating for a while I eventually settled on that. I turned and saw what could have been Shiro himself or a clone looking at me with blank white eyes and veins grotesquely bulging from his skull. I've seen my Hyuga classmates use their Byakugan, but their veins were never so pronounced. What does your chakra feel like? Shiro stared at my stomach while he spoke. His piercing stare made me want to hunch and cover myself with my hands, but I refrained as I didn't want to offend. I ignored his stare and focused on my chakra. It took me a moment to ignore the new feeling coming from my veins and focus on my chakra. It feels. I tried to find the words. The same but different? I tried to find better words after seeing the slight frown on Shiro's lips, but couldn't. His veins receded and his eyes slowly turned back into their normal bright purple. Here, take these, once per day after meals. Shiro reached into a drawer to his left and grabbed a transparent glass bottle containing some sort of pills. These are nutrition supplements, I take them myself so they're fine. He tossed me the bottle and I fumbled for a moment before they fell into my lap. Thank you, Hyuga-sama. I inclined my head trying to put as much sincerity as I could into my voice. If Shiro himself took them, they were likely hard to get and expensive. No worries, now drink lots of water and rest up. Shiro stared at me while rubbing his chin. I'll be around a few times a day to check on you. I stood up and bowed to him. Thank you for the opportunity, Hyuga-sama. Shiro nodded and motioned for me to follow him. I took a deep breath and noticed I was feeling slightly tired. I pushed the tiredness away and followed after Shiro while doing a slight jog to catch up. 477 Chapter 56, Revised. Isami launched an impressive lightning arrow at me which I promptly swatted away after giving her an approving nod. A's blood had left her system, but there seemed to be a lingering effect. Her body's resistance to lightning and her lightning affinity was now extremely impressive. I absently redirected her lighting palm and leaped away. Isami gave chase and I rolled my eyes while taking her legs out from under her with a well-timed kick. Alright, that's enough for now. A clone meandered over and started healing Isami while I stood still and got lost in thought. Although genetics determined your affinity, it didn't completely determine the strength of your affinity. It was part spiritual and part genetic. As you used your element, you awakened dormant DNA that subsequently toughened your body so it could better withstand your element. There was also a spiritual component that I didn't understand too well. According to Orochimaru's notes, repeated use of a technique was imprinted on your spiritual energy and that made said technique stronger and more efficient during future use. Training made you better. I rolled my eyes and ignored the stray thought. Isami had seemingly skipped some steps somewhere and now could dish out some pretty powerful lightning jutsu and use them better than I could. It was upsetting seeing my progress eclipsed by someone who had only learned the jutsu a day ago. And it made me wonder about what other people's blood would do. Perhaps I needed some of A's blood as well. I let the idea bounce around for a moment before eventually discarding it. The physical energy and new chakra from A's cells had changed Isami's body slightly. It was an expected change, but not a well-documented one. So, it'd be best to wait. Even if I couldn't immediately get some results, at least I had something to do for a while. And that was frankly more than I expected from this experiment. Alright, get up, you've rested enough. I ignored Isami's groan and started towards the middle of the impromptu sparring circle. There was more improvement to be had for Isami. And I didn't want to waste any time. What next, Shiro-senpai? Rin, my ever-dutiful Kohai, bounced excitedly on her toes. Minato had left but without his Jinin. So now some of my time was eaten up by my new friends. Thankfully most of our time was spent training, so it didn't feel like a total waste of time. I think Obito could use some encouragement. I trailed off as I saw him dramatically dragging himself towards us. Kakashi had left with Minato, so it was just me and the Jinin. I'm dying! Obito was shouting to express just how badly he was dying. I ignored him and turned to Rin. It seems the gravity seal was too much. I trailed off as I heard Obito groan in agreement. Rin stopped her bouncing and shrugged. He'll get over it. She turned to Obito with her hands on her hips. Isn't that right? Obito bobbed his head from his spot on the ground. Sigh. Obito was a sad sight. I was slightly wary of teaching the future big bad, but I couldn't exclude him. And exercising with a gravity seal wasn't teaching. So, I was possibly in the clear. That and the fact that the seal was on his right arm made me feel better about the training I was doing with him. Hopefully, he would lose that arm. I pushed the thought away and started towards the center of the field. Let's do some sparring. I put as much cheer in my voice as I could. I'd need the cheer, even if it was fake. The level and potency of the chakra that a shinobi has affected their physical aspects. The more chakra that a person has at any given time, the faster and stronger they are. That was the passive increase that chakra provided. With jutsu like the Shunshin or Tsunade's chakra enhancement, you could be further strengthened. What I was after were the passive increases. So, I wanted to use A's genes to increase my reserves. I sadly couldn't jump straight to Tailed Beast level. I had already cheated when I jumped to Hyuga Kaguya level, and another abrupt increase in chakra would likely exceed what my body could handle. So, if I did an override, it wouldn't be immediately useful. My chakra also needed an increase in density. Being a Hyuga meant I already had dense chakra, but I had denser chakra than myself. I wanted that trait, but I'd have to give up the gentle fist in exchange. I didn't use it anymore, but I wasn't comfortable giving it up. It was a large part of my early life in the Naruto verse, and I had formed some fondness for the taijutsu style. Chakra density would also increase in time, so I could keep my current Hyuga genes and forget about the immediate increase in density. So, yes to bigger reserves and no to denser chakra. Sigh. I also needed to think about poison immunity and disease immunity. Even though they were called that, I wouldn't get a full immunity. It was just to protect against common diseases and commonly used poisons. It wasn't useful for me, but my mother and Guy could use it. So, I'd continue working on it. Then there was the chakra stuff I was also working on. Having someone else's chakra inside you seemed to awaken dormant DNA and provided slight boosts to your spiritual energy, physical energy, and affinity. Or so it seemed. There was also the problem of finding someone strong whose blood is compatible with me. I could change my blood type, but it was extremely complicated and not worth my time for the most part. I wouldn't do so unless I caught myself an Otsutsuki. But who knew what kind of blood they had? It could be literal liquid gold. I had no idea. I wasn't an expert in Otsutsuki biology. Sigh. Mom sent me a weird look and I rolled my eyes at her. My lab wasn't a hangout spot. If my size were bothering her, she could leave. I put her out of mind and started writing down what I needed to do. I'd do the override soon and focus on Isami for a while. Having type AB blood meant she was ideal for blood transfusions. I'd also need to see what multiple transfusions did and see what a permanent or semi-permanent change to her blood would do. Though that would involve a genetic change to her bone marrow. Or a bone marrow transplant. A bone marrow transplant would be easier, but I wasn't likely to get any of A's marrow. I nodded at my list and closed my book. Sitting and thinking about it wouldn't do me any good. My time was better spent interacting with Team Minato and my latest experiment/minion. I'm about to tell you something that you must never forget. I stared deep into Obito's eyes. Obito looked excited. I almost felt bad for what I was going to do. It's the secret to my strength. I thought Obito couldn't possibly look more excited, but I was wrong. Obito unconsciously leaned closer to me and he looked to be close to bouncing in excitement. It's trash talk. I nodded sagely. Obito's whole body sagged and he glowered at me. Trash talk? Obito numbly repeated. I again nodded sagely. Even if you lose the battle, you cannot lose the trash-talking war. I pumped my fist and stared at Obito with conviction. Even if you are beaten, you must remember to insult your opponent's mother and question their sexuality. I lowered my fist and crossed my arms while trying my best to look serious. It's not over until you've crushed their spirits. I nodded and started walking like I had done a good job. Oh! I paused dramatically. Chakra control is also important. I nodded to myself and continued towards my destination. I could feel Obito's disappointed eyes boring into my back, but I ignored them. I wasn't interested in teaching Tobito. Giving Isami more of A's blood didn't give her any more boosts after the original. She could tap into a new chakra created from A's physical energy and her spiritual energy, but that was all that happened. I figured continued blood transfusions would provide more benefits, but that didn't seem to be the case. I decided that the next step would be to give Isami some of my blood and see what happened. I wasn't sure if my blood would do anything for her, and I figured it wouldn't do much as A's blood had already done most of what mine could probably do. The blood transfusion was just unlocking dormant DNA with the introduction of strong chakra. So perhaps blood wasn't even needed. Maybe filling someone with chakra would strengthen them. I mulled over the idea for a while and concluded that's probably what happened to Madara when he was hooked to the statue. I nodded to myself. Now I had more stuff to look into. At least I wouldn't be bored for a while. Things seemed to have slowed down lately. Mom said as she stared at Isami, Rin, and Obito, who were training under the loving care of Due and Aomi. Aomi turned out to be a total freak and spent a lot of time training with Due. I conveniently ignored that I spent a lot of time training with Due in the past. IWA and Kiri are focusing on Kumo, so Kumo can't spend much time on us right now. Though that would change in the future, we were blocking key supply routes and Kumo would eventually commit to an attack. It's just a matter of time until we're pushed out of Frost by the Raikage. He just needed to be free enough to make his way here. Mom remained silent. I turned my attention back to the Genin and opted not to continue the conversation. Silence was fine. Orochimaru had made good progress in his experiments involving sleep. Sadly, his progress came at the cost of my free time. So, I got to man the desk and do the paperwork. Aomi was dismissed from her job as my minion for the day, so I didn't even have anyone to bother to pass time. I could call Isami, but she wasn't as much fun as Aomi. A wave of memories hit me, causing me to lose my train of thought. The override seal was done. The clone had included some changes to my immune system, or more specifically my white blood cells. It wasn't something I had wanted, but if the clone had gone through the trouble to do it, I wouldn't undo it. So, I guess I'm getting a little boost to my immune system. And the clone should have added some poison resistance genes while he was at it. I rolled my eyes as I dug further through the memories. The clone had worked itself into a panic, imagining all the possible chakra-enhanced STDs that existed and gathered blood from those who frequented brothels, eventually concocting a gene sequence providing instructions on fighting different illnesses. At least the clone was productive. Sigh. I stared at the mass of paper in front of me and tried to summon the will required to chew through it. Thunk asterisk. Sadly, I couldn't summon the necessary will and let my head fall on the desk. With the power of delegation and clones, I finished the paperwork in record time. So now I had a little bit of free time. Sadly, not enough time for an overwrite, but it was enough time to start on the poison immunity genes. Everything was labeled neatly and I had a list of what each poison user used and had used against them at one point. One poison user had most of what I required, but I'd still have to peruse other DNA to be as thorough as possible. So, it would be pretty easy to do. I would need to do some testing to ensure that it would work. But other than that, it was pretty straightforward. Get the DNA, assemble the DNA, and make an override seal so I could make more whenever I required it. Easy peasy. Dewey handed me a picture of Guy and his team that he received. Guy's features had grown more masculine, as did his teammates. Other than that, I didn't notice anything different about Team Choza. Guy was still wearing his jumpsuit and I gave him a mental thumbs up. Never let your youth fade. I smiled and handed the picture back to Dewey. Thanks. I hadn't seen Guy in a long time and the occasional letter we exchanged didn't feel like enough. Where's Guy and his team now? Dewey made a show of pointing towards the southwest. Guy and his team are fanning their flames of youth in river country while defending a fair maiden from a greedy noble. I nodded. Team Choza was doing some sort of escort mission then. Thanks, Dewey. I nodded and started to retreat towards my lab. I was at my daily limit for Dewey time and had to escape. No problem, most youthful Shiro. I rolled my eyes and sent Dewey a backwards wave while continuing towards my lab. I stood and stared at the override seal covering the floor of my lab whilst hesitating. It looked good, there were no mistakes. I was just hesitant to commit a good part of the chakra in my steel. The danger of a rakeage attack was higher than it usually was and I wanted to have something to fall back on. I took a deep breath and started calming my breathing. As much as I wanted to save my chakra, waiting wouldn't do me any good. Minato had some seals around the camp and could arrive at a moment's notice. I was as safe as I was ever going to be. Sadly, that didn't make me feel better. I unclipped my kunai pouch from my leg and tossed it to the side. Seals inside seals were usually a bad idea. I unlocked the seal on my forehead and a single hand sign later a clone appeared. It started walking around the seal, giving the seal its own checkover. I closed the seal and started shunting the leftover chakra into the seal by my feet. The clone gave me a nod and I stepped into the seal soon after. A lightning bolt the size of my torso streaked towards my face and I had barely enough time to make my mask. I saw me bathe me in lightning and my vision was lost for about 30 seconds. 30 seconds didn't usually feel like a long time. But when my skin was melting and I couldn't see anything, it felt like an eternity. Alright, that's enough, you've got me pretty good. I let my mask recede. I saw me look pretty cocky. How'd that feel? She started doing a victory dance. I stared at her blankly. The only part of my skin that survived was my face and I felt rather sour about it. I ignored the itch caused by my skin's regrowth and thought about her bullshit lightning jutsu. Every jutsu she launched with Ace Chakra was 3 times as powerful and twice as big. It wasn't good for my poor skin. I looked down at my pale hand. My skin hadn't had enough pigment and was now white. My healing was faster than my body's ability to make pigment. Sigh. I ran a hand through my hair. Any hair I regrew would be white as well. That was painful. Well done. My voice was bland. I saw me look slightly guilty. Sorry, I got too excited. I wasn't sure what to make of the fake smile she sent me. Don't worry. I shrugged and started towards the lab while motioning her to follow. I wanted to feel its strength. I'd never had this problem before. Having to regrow my skin more than 5 times a day was less than ideal, I guess. You've been able to use the chakra for a while now, tell me what you think about it. My observations had been lacking, so I wanted her to fill in some blanks. She tapped her chin. It's really dense, so it's hard to use the right amount. I nodded. Is it harder to control than your own chakra? Isami shook her head. I don't think so. It was at first, but now it's not. Tap asterisk tap asterisk tap asterisk. I tapped my pencil against the paper while staring at Isami. Any discomfort after the first week? Isami quickly shook her head. No. Unexpected. Perhaps she couldn't sense chakra well. Has your diet changed over the past month? Isami hesitated for a moment before nodding. How much has your food intake increased or decreased? Isami hesitated again. I've been eating twice as much as usual. I nodded slowly while wondering if it was because of the chakra or puberty. Have you had an increase in weight? Isami scrunched her face up and didn't answer. Any changes in your mood that you've noticed? I wisely skipped the question. Isami shook her head after a slight bit of hesitation. She didn't want to talk about it. Any increase in energy? Isami nodded but looked uncomfortable. I nodded to myself. It was about what I expected. All right, unless you have something you want to talk about, we're done here. I stared at her expectantly, hoping she had something to share. Thanks. She bobbed her head and darted out of the room. I raised an eyebrow but put it out of my head. I instead focused on the apparent ease that she manipulated the chakra with. I was worried that the chakra would be uncontrollable, but that didn't seem to be the case. Lucky me, I guess. I jumped the gun and replaced my own blood with A's. I was overcome with a fever a few hours later. My mom immediately proceeded to smother me, increasing my annoyance over the whole ordeal. Thanks, but I can feed myself. I pushed the spoon away with my finger. My mom pouted for a moment before smoothing her features over and adopting a serious look. You've never been sick like this, what happened? I rolled my eyes and Mom rolled her eyes to mock me. I almost rolled my eyes again but stopped myself. I gave myself a blood transfusion and my body doesn't seem to like it. I did everything right. It was upsetting. This usually only happened when there were bacteria or white blood cells in the donor's blood. Which there definitely wasn't. Calling upon years of practice, I ignored Mom's disapproving look. No worries, my white blood cells just don't seem to like foreign blood. It wouldn't have been a big deal had I not been overconfident and replaced most of my red blood cells with A's. I'll be better in 2 hours. Give or take 10 minutes. Mom nodded and flipped the cloth on my forehead over. This better not happen again, we could be attacked at any time. I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. I was trying to get A's blood to produce as much physical energy as they could before I flushed them from my system. I wanted a little of that chakra to play with, even if it would stop me from ridding myself of the fever for a while. It won't. Mom nodded. I hope so. Mom leaned back in her chair, stared at the ceiling while I gave A's blood my full focus. I blew a quiet breath from my nose. Annoying. Interlude. Shiro, why do you keep switching fighting styles? Shiro turned towards me and I continued. You always seem to retire your moves after a few uses. His eyes turned judgmental, and he hummed. I scratched my nose with my thumb, feeling a little uncomfortable. I was just curious. But I would rather have let it be had I known I'd be stared at like I was an idiot. After a moment of staring at me, Shiro spoke. I don't want to be predictable. Shiro had a touch of a smile on his face. I've never had trouble killing people that were predictable. The smile faded. I don't want to be predictable like that. His voice faded as well. Those who are predictable die. And thus, I'm unpredictable, both in life and in battle. His voice was only a whisper. I just nodded, unsure of what to say. Well, let's not dwell on that. Shiro's voice and expression returned to normal. How's my favorite Jinin? I blinked, feeling a little thrown off at the sudden shift in mood. Rin or Isami? 3 Jinin were bothering Shiro, but I figured it was one of the 2 girls as he seemingly hated Obito. Rin. Shiro smiled, but it was fake. I ignored it and gathered my thoughts on the girl. She's doing well but has trouble when in a group. If she has Isami or Obito around, she can't seem to get any training done. She usually spends more time fussing over Obito though. Isami wasn't much of a problem. No big deal, she's got a gravity seal on, that'll make up for her dallying. I nodded but didn't agree. She could be more, but she continued wasting time. Well, hopefully Minato will take them soon, Shiro said, and I shrugged. It wasn't likely, grass was getting more hellish last I heard. While IWA lacked S-rank ninja, they more than made up for it with numbers and fanatical loyalty. I'm about to feed the prisoners, want to join me? Shiro gestured to the direction of the prison. As much as I love being spit on and called a whore, I'd rather it be done by a pretty lady and not a disgusting unwashed kimonin. I held back a chuckle at the thought. No thanks, you can have fun by yourself. That came out a little drier than I intended. Shiro smirked. Shame, you could have been the last woman those men saw. I rolled my eyes. In their dreams. Alright, I'll go check on Dewey and make sure he's not in the hospital again. And then I'd sleep. Yawn asterisk. Shiro nodded and started towards the door with a yawn. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow then. I nodded. Good night. I smiled. Shiro sent me a warm smile. Night, Mom. I nodded and watched the door close. Sigh. As much as he changed, he was still my son. Even if that change was jarring. I rubbed my face, as I remembered the days when Shiro trained with Takuma. This is probably something all mothers go through. Years pass and before you know it your child is a different person than what you remember. It felt like I blinked and Shiro had become a whole new person. Sigh. It was best I put it out of my mind. It wouldn't do me well to dwell on it. Chapter 57, Revised. After 2 more unsuccessful attempts to get my body to accept A's blood, I had given up on it. It took a week and a half of the chakra to start changing your body, and I couldn't keep A's chakra in my body for that long without additional blood transfusions. So, I needed to find another way to cultivate A's chakra. Easy peasy. Another day and another mission from Orochimaru. I was supposed to kill a merchant who was selling Takumo. He was the 7th son of some noble in Fire Country and was using his name to send fellow merchants through Frost Takumo. I expected it to be a complete waste of time and was not let down in the slightest. After taking an explosive tag to the leg, I acted in self-defense and blew up an entire building. Sadly, that earned the ire of Orochimaru, as the assassination was supposed to be quiet. I wasn't affected by Orochimaru's constant blabbering about failing the mission. I wasn't making my way through a trap building to kill someone. With the satisfaction of a job well done, I made my way to the lab in preparation for some post-mission fun. Aomi, bring me the tumor, please. I had created a fleshy mass using A's cells, and now it sat suspended in a nutrition solution. It took constant attention from Aomi, myself, or my clones to keep the fleshy mass alive, but it was worth it. The mass was the size of my torso, and the sight of Aomi rolling a giant fleshy tumor-looking thing on wheels over to me never failed to amuse. My baby! I took it and dragged it over to the side of the room under the unamused gaze of Aomi. I popped the lid off and reached into the gooey solution and touched it with the tips of my fingers. I manipulated the cells of the mass, and slowly my hand was engulfed. Now that I had my tumor glove on, I turned my attention inwards and started to guide my spiritual energy down my arm and into the tumor. I continued feeding the tumor spiritual energy while I fed my chakra into the strength of 100 seal. After a couple of boring minutes, my reserves were nearly empty and only had some dregs of tumor chakra from the previous time I had done this. I turned my attention back to the fleshy mass and started absorbing the chakra from it. After a few minutes, the process was done and I started manipulating the tumor to free my hand. I gave my hand a shake, ridding it of the nutrition solution. Alrighty, go give my baby back to the clone. I ignored her disgusted look and walked over to the sink to free my arm from the remaining nutrition solution. As fun as it was to weird Aomi out, I'll be happy when I don't have to spend my time keeping a mass of cells alive. I just needed a few more days worth of chakra and I should be good. Although I hadn't gained as much as Isami had, I still gained much from A's physical energy. My body's resistance to lightning release had grown greatly and I was now close to completing my version of the lightning cloak. With my dermal armor, the lighting cloak might be able to exceed A's own. I wouldn't get my hopes up though. My newly gained lighting resistance wouldn't be able to exceed years of practice that the current rakeage and future rakeage put into the lighting cloak. But hopefully, over time I'd bridge that gap. So, my next step was to train the cloak. And train it repeatedly. I absently-mindedly dried my hands. Train the cloak and try to get rid of Minato's Jinin. I've had them for 2 weeks now. Plan of action decided I made my way out of the lab. The training was going to take up a good portion of my time, but that was in the future. I had to let my body soak up the chakra and I had to use the chakra a little to keep it flowing through my body. So, for the next 2 to 4 weeks, I'd be training heavily with the chakra I'd made using the fleshy mass. Being seen with a separate chakra type by the local Hyuga might become a bother. But it wasn't anything a little murder wouldn't solve. I brushed the thought off and decided that blackmail and threats were the better options. Sigh. If all else fails, a little murder was okay. Now would be the ideal time to take our month-long break. I was somewhat vulnerable as most of my chakra was put inside the seal. The chakra that I needed to use the Shikatsu Myaku. The bloodline with the longest name. I could unseal the chakra anytime assuming I had some warning. But it was better safe than sorry. I held back a sigh and wondered why I hadn't thought of this earlier. Now I had to go see if I could take some time off. Orochimaru wasn't going to be happy, and we hadn't been interacting as of late. Perhaps he wasn't interested in me anymore, or perhaps he had other things to focus on. Or he could be getting paranoid. I smiled wearily and decided that I better ask for leave soon. Orochimaru should have eaten a while ago and he might be in a good mood. Hopefully. No. Orochimaru didn't even pause to consider it. Which was fine, but I would have liked the illusion of thought at the very least. All right. I didn't bother to protest. I was probably needed, so it was fine. I hadn't expected a yes anyway. What you working on? I pointedly stared at the thing on the table. Orochimaru side-eyed me, likely having a mental debate about how much to share. Chakra is the bridge between body and soul. Orochimaru paused and tapped the tiger-human hybrid on the forehead. I'm trying to influence the soul through the body and chakra. Sadly, the soul is no longer as malleable after the age of 20. Orochimaru turned the hybrid's head towards me and I looked into its glassy eyes. Though the more chakra one has, the faster the soul is influenced. Orochimaru tapped on its forehead and spoke again. I had given up on manipulating the soul, but now that I can expand the specimen's chakra network, I've started experimenting again. I raised an eyebrow when Orochimaru started running his fingers through the hybrid's hair. By changing its DNA, physical features, giving it the memories of a tiger, and the chakra system of a tiger, it becomes a tiger chakra-wise. Orochimaru turned its head back and closed its eyes with his fingers. Those changes are reflected in the soul. I hummed. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. I grabbed the hybrid's clawed hand and used the diagnostic jutsu on it. There wasn't much chance to its body's structure. The muscles and bones were stronger, and the chakra system was different, but other than that the hybrid was still internally human-shaped. So, chakra can influence the soul? I released its hand and took a step back. Orochimaru hummed in affirmation. Chakra is the bridge between body and soul. He repeated. What's the purpose of influencing the soul like this? Orochimaru stayed silent, and after a moment it became clear that it was on purpose. Sigh. Perhaps there was no purpose to this experiment. Orochimaru might be doing this just for the sake of doing it. Orochimaru sent me a mildly annoyed look at my sigh. I rolled my eyes. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, sensei. I bowed. Orochimaru nodded, though he didn't look as happy as he usually did at my use of sensei. Leave me. He eyed the hybrid. I have work to do. I nodded and sent him another bow, before beating a hasty retreat. I had some thinking to do. And I had to ask for some books on the subject. Perhaps when he's in a better mood. I spent a while trying to figure out how Orochimaru could see the soul, but gave up on it after realizing Fuinjutsu was likely the answer. I shifted my focus back to chakra, wondering if the chakra I was running through my body was changing my soul. That could have been the case for Isami, as she was much younger than I was, but I doubted that my old soul would change much. Then again, who knew? I knew nothing substantial about the soul. It was mostly guesswork on my part. Sigh. Perhaps that's why I could use the Byakugan and Shikatsu Myaku. My chakra has been affecting my soul for a long time. I flipped my pillow over and enjoyed the sensation of cool fabric on my face. I now had a lot of questions. But Orochimaru wasn't too forthcoming with his research into the soul. I might need to stick around him for a while. There was still much to learn. I gave Isami a transfusion using my blood. There weren't any changes other than an increase in appetite. Something similar happened when she first got A's blood. She just needed some nutrients as her body was changing slightly. It was good, as it meant the physical energy from my cells was doing something. I stopped scanning Isami with the diagnostic jutsu and hummed quietly to myself. Perhaps a flesh transplant would be more beneficial? If blood was doing this well, cells that were directly connected to the chakra network would likely have better effects. I let the idea bounce around and found myself liking it. It was something to try at least, probably on a prisoner. Aomi tapped me on the shoulder, bringing me back to reality. Isami had taken off, likely wanting to train with Dewey while the offer was valid. The notes, please. I held a hand out and received the notes not a moment later. I glanced at the notes and nodded. Good work. There was nothing to add. Aomi nodded and started towards the tumor, as it was about time for a good OL chakra making session with Tumor-chan. I snickered. My new favorite thing to do was making Aomi cringe in disgust. And Tumor-chan was indeed cringeworthy. But perhaps a human name would be even more cringy. Jerky in the Naruto verse was not seasoned very well. I stared at the piece of thinly sliced jerky sadly. It made me sad to eat such garbage when I knew it could be so much better with different seasoning. Sigh. I tossed it into my mouth and slowly chewed it. The taste of salt and smoke was okay. But it could be better. Better tasting jerky was probably low on the list of things that need improvement, so I wouldn't see it for a while. As nostalgic as I was feeling about tasty jerky, I didn't care enough to try my hand at making it. I was a murderer, not a cook. I stared at Aomi and wondered if I should make her go off in search of better jerky. Aomi met my stare and raised an eyebrow. Like what you see? I winked at her and she looked away. Whatever. Hello, senpai. Rin sent me a cheery smile that reminded me of Minato. I nodded at her in greeting and studied Obito gasping and sweating form in the distance. Senpai, why's your hair black? Rin pointed at my head. I didn't need the clarification. I knew what hair was and where it was located. I'm going on a mission soon and people run or surrender when they see me. I paused for a moment, wondering if I should soften what I was about to say. It makes me uncomfortable to chase down and murder people. It feels more justified when they fight back. Rin looked perturbed, even though I held back a great deal of what I wanted to say. Not telling her about how happy a good fight makes me was the right move. The black hair is nice, it makes us look more like mother and son. Mom changed the topic and averted what would have been a long stretch of awkward silence. I nodded at her in both thanks and acknowledgement. Want me to keep it? It was easy to do and would throw people off for a while. Mom shrugged. As much as I like it, it isn't you. Mom nodded to herself. Black hair doesn't look cool when it's covered in blood like white hair does. I nodded in agreement. I like white anyways. I jutted my thumb at my clothing. Mom nodded and started towards Obito, who was still running around the frost-covered clearing. Any news from Sensei? Rin quickly shook her head. That's annoying. The fighting in grass might be picking up, that or they needed someone in Sand Country or Noodles. I had things I wanted to do, and having Minato's Jin in here was putting a dampener on my experimentation. Whatever. I stared at the sky to see how much time we had. Chakra control or sparing? Rin tapped her chin and glanced at Obito for a moment. Chakra control, please. Rin sent me a brilliant smile. I nodded absently while staring at Mom and Obito, who had started sparing. Obito didn't seem to want to spar, so it was just Mom chasing him around the field with the threat of bodily harm. I turned away from the spectacle they were creating and started towards a large tree on the edge of the clearing. Hopefully, Mom would motivate Obito some, he could use it. Interlude. Orochimaru-sama had ordered Shiro to disguise himself, infiltrate Keishi and assassinate a merchant. It couldn't be known that we assassinated the merchant. So Due, Sumiko, and I were tasked with keeping a lookout while Shiro stealthily made his way through the building and to the merchant. The mission was going well. Boom asterisk. Until the building exploded. The explosion was massive and easily the biggest explosion I had ever seen. It shattered nearby windows and debris the size of me rained throughout the immediate area. I turned to Sumiko as she was the leader. Proceed, I signed. Sumiko shook her head with a look of annoyance. I was about to question her when I was distracted by the scent of burnt flesh. I turned and saw Shiro kneeling behind me. He was horribly burnt, and I would have been worried about had I not seen bone peeking through patches of rapidly healing burnt skin. I see you had fun. Sumiko's dry voice startled me. Shiro stared at his mother quietly for a moment before replying. Yes, lots of fun. Shiro's voice was equally dry. Retreat, Due signed while looking uncharacteristically serious. Shiro nodded and took a running leap off the building and onto the adjacent one. Sumiko, Due, and I followed after him at a more sedate pace. So how did the building explode? Due still looked serious. Yawn asterisk. Sumiko rubbed one of her eyes and yawned. Shiro did it. Her bluntness surprised me and I couldn't stop the snicker that escaped me. Sumiko looked at me and smirked. They had a sensor and knew Shiro was coming, so they decided to trap the building. Sumiko's smirk widened. Shiro probably didn't want to go through all the traps and blew them up. There wasn't supposed to be any ninja. Due spoke up. Especially in Fire Country's capital. I nodded in acknowledgement and looked at Sumiko. There wasn't. Sumiko smirked. They arrived just as we started. I nodded in understanding. Had it not been Shiro who was sent, the merchant might have survived. But the ninja arriving when they did, meant that we had a leak somewhere. The timing was too good. Though it seemed that they didn't know who would be sent. Eat now, we're leaving when Shiro finishes his shower. Sumiko knocked me from my thoughts. I nodded. And Due nodded as well. He was looking less serious now. I sent him a nod and started on my ration bar while he nodded back. We were halfway to Frost Country when Shiro spoke, breaking the silence that had befallen us since we left Keishi. Orochimaru's going to throw a fit. Shiro's voice was bland, he didn't seem to care all that much. Sumiko nodded with a small smile on her face. Yes, but it was you who blew the building up, not us. Shiro shrugged and I nodded. Orochimaru-sama's attention would be focused on Shiro. I could always blame Aomi. Shiro's eyes met mine and a playful glint in them made any panic I felt disappear. How unyouthful! Due somersaulted in front of us and landed in a pose. Young Shiro! You must be kind to the beautiful flowers of Konoha. Shiro gave Due a thumbs up. How youthful! I will never mistreat a beautiful flower, Due-san. I let out a silent groan and covered my face with my hands. This was embarrassing. Shiro and Due continued their antics while Sumiko and I sped up. After a moment the youthful chatter was barely audible and I was feeling less embarrassed. Chapter 58, Revised. Thud asterisk. With a wave of my sword I felled a large tree. It was like cutting through butter with a warm knife. Using lightning constructs as an extension of my bone sword was an excellent decision on my part. I ignored Aomi's disapproving look with practiced ease and let the construct disperse. The wood will be used, stop looking at me like that. Aomi didn't my casual tree chopping. Which was why I was doing it. Well, that and I couldn't use lightning constructs and spars anymore. They were simply too deadly. How about you keep your hair color and we make your eyes a glowing red? Aomi didn't even acknowledge the question, she just ignored me. That's fine, I didn't know how to make eyes glow anyways. What about Uzumaki red hair and bright yellow eyes? I was again ignored. I scratched my chin. What if we do some sort of design on your iris? I'd be like a tattoo on your eye. I stopped focusing on Aomi as I found the idea more interesting. The pigment was extremely easy to manipulate in the iris. I could probably make whatever I fancied. And the Sharingan's markings immediately came to mind. I liked the idea of randomly giving people Tomo and making it look like they had a Sharingan. They would likely be hunted by every village. On second thought, perhaps that's a bit cruel. I guess it depends on how much I dislike the one I did it to. Alright, let's go. I turned to see if Aomi was paying attention. We've got to give my baby a proper funeral. Well, burn first and then bury. Whoosh asterisk. Aomi exhaled and the fleshy mass was covered in a bright orange flame that seemed to stick to the mass. I thought about dramatically bawling and causing a scene, but Aomi had grown numb to my dramatics and it was no longer as fun to weird her out. Thus, we stood and quietly watched as the experiment was consumed by the flame and slowly reduced to ash. Sadly, I realized too late that I could have kept the tumor and that I should have gotten my mother to use it. Fuck. Shiro. Mom stared at me with barely concealed annoyance. I met her stare with an innocent face. Yes? I started inspecting my nails to further develop my facade of innocence. She silently pointed towards the statuesque thing in the corner of the lab. It was of course an armored skeleton wielding my usual thin bone sword. That's Kuro. Mom stared at Kuro. I stared at Kuro with her. I hope Kuro is the skeleton's name. Sadly, it was not. The giant phallic protrusion coming from its pelvis was Kuro. Please get rid of it. I nodded without argument. Kuro was only here temporarily. I was going to use the skeleton as a puppet and see how that went. That's a bone puppet. I got bored and decided to add Kuro. Mom's face was blank. She just pointed at Kuro. Why is it as big as my leg? Because it wasn't as funny when it was a normal size. It's modeled after my own, of course. I said, not bothering to conceal my amusement. Mom didn't share my amusement. It seems like you're overcompensating. It was now Mom's turn to be amused. I rolled my eyes, not bothering to argue. I was going to make a clone walk the puppet and Kuro around the camp. Both to test the puppet's functionality and for a laugh. It's a bone clone that ran out of chakra and then was repurposed as a puppet. I wanted to call it a bone shadow clone. But bone shadow clone was too wordy. You made your special taijutsu style yet? I opted to change the topic. Mom nodded and gave me a look I couldn't decipher. I completed it a while ago. She paused and thought. Haven't had much opportunity to use it though. I opened my mouth to ask her about it, but I was beaten to the punch. I've applied for leave. It's what I came for, before getting distracted by Kuro. She pointed at Kuro as she spoke. Kuro is distracting. I agreed absently. Mom was leaving, which couldn't have come at a better time. This was the calm before the storm. Mom leaving now was ideal. Take Dewey with you. I don't have the time to watch over him. As much as I liked him, I couldn't spend much time with him. I had my own duties and projects that ate up most of my time. Take Obito and Rin as well. I'll approve all the forms. Mom sent me a displeased look. I ignored the look and rolled my eyes at her. I'm not bending the rules or anything. The requests are approved or denied at my discretion. It was up to whoever was doing the paperwork whether or not they got to go or had to stay. It was pretty lax compared to some of Konoha's other garbage. Alright, get out of here. I've got stuff to do. I shoot her, stood up, and proceeded into the sealing room as Aomi had named it. Aomi had been patiently waiting this whole time, and it wouldn't do to make her wait any longer. Mutation inducement was something I hadn't used much. It was random unless you knew a lot about what you wanted to do and how to do it. I didn't have a particular goal. I was just using it on a few different genes in my blood. Mainly the Hyuga chakra density genes though. Aomi put him back. We're done with him. He'd be monitored for changes. I would then overwrite the blood of some prisoners and observe the effects. Sadly, random mutations were indeed random. And random in this case seemed to mean useless. Because that's what most of the mutations seemed to be. Aomi nodded silently, picked up the test subject, and threw him over her shoulder. Most of the time there was little to no notable change, and even when there was some change it was so minor that it didn't matter in the scheme of things. I'd used mutation inducement on various genes to little effect, it so far seemed useless. But I'd stick with it for a while, maybe I could get lucky. And if I didn't get lucky, I'd find a Hyuga with better chakra density than myself and steal his genes. That was the current plan. At least until I found something else to do. I stood and waved Team Irregular and Team Minato off. Aomi was offered a break as well, but she refused, so at least I had some company. Said company was waiting with me and sending the back of my head a sour look. She sadly didn't find Kuro as entertaining as I did. Perhaps using the puppet to attack her while she was sleeping was a bad choice on my part. Well, now that my favorite very squishy people are gone, we can attack Kumo's camp. A wide smile covered my face at the thought. There had been a lack of mayhem, panic, madness, and havoc lately. I missed it. We'll need to do some stuff before that though. Aomi looked relieved. I rolled my eyes and started towards the interior of the camp. I had 2 months to myself. I'd try to make the most of it. I'd use less chakra than that. You're trying to make their wounds a pain to heal. You're not trying to melt through them. Aomi had taken my advice and learned how to coat her blade in flames. Sadly, she melted her blade as it was not chakra conductive, thus I made her a new one. It's the same as your last sword, just a little lighter. If you want any changes made, let me know. Aomi nodded and used the sheath from her previous sword to store the bone sword. I tapped my chin and studied her. She was soon leaving the cannon fodder zone and was about to enter the hard-to-kill cannon fodder zone. If I trusted her more, I would give her bigger reserves which would move her well into the too hard-to-kill cannon fodder zone. Sadly, I couldn't trust her. Her loyalty to myself was less than her loyalty to Konoha. The letters between herself and the Hokage showed as much. Sigh. Aomi raised an eyebrow and I waved her off, non-verbally telling her to just ignore me. I was out here bloodying my hands for Konoha and the Hokage still wanted to have eyes on me, enough so that he'd take the time to personally pen a letter to Aomi. Well, as long as he didn't bother me, that was fine. I had relative freedom and my notes were in seals on my person. No notes could be stolen and no one obstructed me. And that was the way I wanted it. If I was going to be watched, then Konoha wouldn't benefit from what I was doing. Not that they would have, even if I had not been annoyed. Leave the sword in sheath in the lab. When you're there, I'll apply some seals on it and make it as close to indestructible as I can. I wish I had caught on earlier. I wouldn't have invested so much time into her. Now she was friends with all the people I surrounded myself with and she was too valuable to dispose of. This whole ordeal was a shame. You okay? Aomi held her notebook in front of my face. You've been standing idle for a long time. She tapped long a few times with her pen. I nodded. Just got lost in thought is all. I took a moment to gather myself. I was feeling slightly emotional. I was grooming Aomi to become my second in command. And finding the letters between Aomi and the Hokage put a dampener on that. Alright, you are free for the day, go have fun. Aomi nodded and left. I however remained so I could stew for some more. I was getting extremely emotional about the ordeal. Sigh. It was probably puberty. Aomi hadn't even done anything sneaky or overt, she was just reporting to the Hokage, she didn't think it needed to be hidden. But I still felt betrayed. And I doubted that she even considered telling the Hokage about what I was doing as a betrayal. I wasn't even sure I considered it a betrayal. After all, I hadn't ordered her to keep what I was doing quiet. Sigh. I attempted to hold the sigh back but was unsuccessful. This also brought Due into question. Was he also reporting to the Hokage? Mom was to Hokage's go-to gal, but maybe he caught on to the fact that she held a great deal back. There was still more to think about. My friends and acquaintances had been a blind spot and the Hokage used it. Though I don't know what I did that made him so focused on me. Perhaps it was my rapid accumulation of strength. Or perhaps it was my Orochimaru-like behavior. Maybe it was my age. I didn't know and could only guess. Everything was sealed, the fuinjutsu covering the lab was removed, and I ordered the building to be modified. Now there would be a personal lab below the usual lab. Said personal lab would be heavily restricted and used only by myself. The whole process would only take a day or two. Sadly, moving everything back and redoing the fuinjutsu protections would take an additional 2 days. So, I was going to be training and bothering Orochimaru while some clones worked on the lab. Orochimaru was entertaining a guest and denied my generous offer to assist him, so I cleared out some space in my quarters and made a makeshift lab. Thus, the DNA for poison immunity was done. However, disease immunity was a work in progress. Mainly because it was complicated. STDs and such were easy to do as they were just infectious and the immune system could combat that if it knew how. Hereditary diseases were not as easily fixed. They would have to be tailored to individuals and was not something I could fix easily. There were also diseases involved with natural aging which weren't easily fixed. And then there were deficiency diseases, where your body lacked something and started breaking down. So, disease and poison immunity were no longer a fitting name. They were now dubbed disease and poison resistance. Because when I thought about it, it wasn't actual immunity. Just resistance. I pushed the slight shame I felt back. Everyone gets overzealous with their naming once in a while. My new underground lab was done, and after having the place cleaned by some genin, I was ready to move my stuff back. With a single hand sign, I was surrounded by clones and ready to rumble. Charge! I pointed towards the lab and the clones madly rushed towards it. The clones descended upon the lab with ferocity. In moments the clones had started on the seals using ink that they had stolen from somewhere. It was beautiful. I opted to watch the controlled chaos instead of participating. I've got purple paint, time to put it to good use. The clone held it up like it was a trophy. What are you talking about, you silly bitch? The walls should be white. Get that purple shit out of here. Another clone smacked the can of paint out of its hands. I smiled. My clones were having a blast and so was I. It's not every day you get to watch you argue with yourself about paint choices after all. The lab was done. Almi was busy rearranging the lab as the clones had decided to leave everything lying around, and I was going through my notes again. I kept getting distracted with other more interesting experiments and often opted to put what I was doing off. When I did so, I usually forgot about it completely. Like indexing the Hyuga's DNA and creating the ideal sensor DNA. Or forcefully opening someone's gates, or flesh transplants, or making artificial Byakugan. There was lots of stuff I had forgotten in favor of things that would provide more immediate benefits. I looked out the window and stopped my pondering. Almi, go order some public bathrooms to be built and ban public urination. A man was pissing on a wall across the street and ruining the view I got from the lab's only window. Almi let out a heavy but silent sigh and made her way out of the lab without complaint. I nodded to myself while wishing I could open the window and hit the man with a senbon. I didn't mind the public drunkenness, but watching someone piss while I was trying to stay focused was annoying. After sending Almi out to collect some Hyuga blood, I retired from the lab for the day and made my way to my usual training ground. When I arrived, I noted that the ground had been patched up. I nodded to myself and grabbed a scroll I had tucked away in my kunai pouch. Lightning Release, Lighting Aura. The user circulated lightning chakra in their body to increase their physical parameters. The lightning chakra stimulates the user's nervous system, enhancing their speed and their reaction time. The scroll was fresh from the archives, and it was what I believed to be the precursor to the Reiki's lightning chakra mode. The cloak was pretty much a really strong version of lighting aura with elements of the Shunshin thrown in. I'd been trying to make my own version of the lighting cloak, but I'd had little luck. Even with the improvements from the chakra tumor. I had thought that the tumor would be an instant fix, but that wasn't the case. I still seemed to be doing something wrong. Sadly, I didn't know what. I'd spend a little time on lightning aura and then I'd give it a go again. If it didn't work, I'd ask Orochimaru for some tips and then I'd throw in the towel. There wasn't much else I could do. Chapter 59. The Hyuga weren't cool with giving me their blood. I even got a letter pinned to me from Shiro Hyuga telling me to keep my greedy little hands to myself. I was slightly annoyed, but it was mainly because Hayashi had become the Hyuga clan head. I hadn't been invited to whatever celebration they had. What a piss off. I was probably the strongest Hyuga and they didn't even have the decency to pretend that they liked me. There was also the fact that not being invited was likely a statement of some kind. Sadly, I was better versed in murder than I was in politics and I had no clue what kind of statement they had made. Mom and I were both antisocial, so I never had to attend any events, so I never bothered to learn any social niceties beyond the basics nor the subtle art of political talk. Sigh. And there was a chance that they had no motives and I was overthinking things. But that was unlikely. It was far more likely that I was being snubbed on purpose and that it was a statement. I decided to put the ordeal out of my mind. The Hyuga were usually cunts and I had tried to be nice about getting their blood. I just have to be a little rougher. I drummed my fingers on the desk. While I'm here I should write a note for Orochimaru. It would be a good idea to try and oust Kumo from Frost. I placed a blank paper in front of myself. Though Orochimaru might be averse to the idea, seeing as he and Minato had no luck last time. I guess I'll see. Trying to mutate the Hyuga chakra density gene had produced little results. Which wasn't a surprise. It was some good practice though. I'd keep at it and see if it went anywhere. But I wouldn't get my hopes up. Perhaps I would get more interesting results if I used mutation inducement on a whole person and not just a small section of DNA. It was an avenue worth exploring at least. I'd get around to asking Orochimaru if he used the technique. Hopefully, he had something to teach me. I figured out that mutations to the Hyuga chakra density gene only seem to provide a slight increase to chakra density at most. So, I spent a lot of time collecting different mutations for the gene. Any gene that showed an increase in chakra density was collected and used in the making of an override seal. From there I started mutating the genes and again, each time I filtered out those that showed no increase. After filtering the genes that hadn't experienced an increase in chakra density, I simply repeated the process of making an override seal and continuing to mutate them. Most of the time it bore no results, but now and then there would be a minuscule increase in chakra density. So, I would slowly advance the gene by way of artificial Darwinism. I was eager to use my new method on other genes to see what I could do. But sadly, doing one gene already ate up a lot of my time and it was currently unfeasible to do more than one gene at a time. I had neither the required amount of test subjects nor the space to keep them. Keeping prisoners alive and sedated was expensive. So, it was not a priority. Thus, most would end up dead under Orochimaru. Both to save money and because Orochimaru didn't seem inclined to keep them fed and watered. Sigh. I ran a hand through my hair. There was also the fact that I needed people with type A or type AB blood for the experiment, which limited those that I could choose from. As mid-April drifted in, it brought with it the realization that the year was almost halfway done, meaning that the next 6 or so months would be the end of the war. Which was a bummer, as I found myself liking the war more than I disliked it. No war meant there would be a lack of test subjects. Sigh. The lack of test subjects was more troublesome than the lack of fighting. And how would I occupy myself when I couldn't go and slaughter a platoon of Kumonin whenever I felt the urge? Different DNA would also become harder to collect. Not that I had collected much to begin with. I made a mental note to collect as much interesting DNA as I could. I had no idea where to start. I made a second mental note below the previous mental note. I had to figure out whose DNA I needed to get. I nodded to myself, satisfied with my mental notes that I'd likely forget. At least it made me feel better. I took a deep breath and coated myself in a layer of lightning chakra that I had been building up in my chest. The blue cloak of lightning chakra stimulated my nervous system and further increased my speed and reaction time. So, the lightning chakra cloak was finally functional. Now that my hair was no longer being burnt off my body, it was a spiky mess. I now looked like I was going Super Saiyan, and what an apt name that could have been. If I was 6 years younger, I would have named it Super Saiyan Mode. Sadly, my inner weeb slowly died due to fading memories and a lack of anime and manga. So, it was now called Lighting Cloak, as Lighting Chakra Cloak was one word too long for me. Sigh. Aomi had been a large help during the process. Well, she wasn't an actual help. She provided moral support and convinced me not to give up on it. It wasn't much, but it earned her some points in my book. Not enough for me to like her, but it was enough to stop me from plotting her accidental death. So, I completed the Lightning Cloak and Aomi avoided meeting the Death God. It had been a productive week. I hummed and started increasing the amount of chakra coating me. I poured a good bit of my reserves into the cloak and felt my skin start to burn. The smell of burnt flesh and the arrival of Aomi, who had appeared in a shunshin, distracted me. I ignored the smell and Aomi, then continued feeding chakra into the cloak. I felt a little too much of my skin flake off and found my current limit. I brought some of the chakra into myself and reabsorbed it. Aomi hit me with a jutsu. Aomi stared at me in surprise. As I didn't have all day, I motioned her to get on with it. And get on with it she did. She made a string of hand signs and released a stream of fire from her mouth. Whoosh asterisk. I let the fire wash over me and felt both my worries and skin melt away. Well, just my worries. My skin was unscathed. Now I had another good close-range technique. Alright, you can stop cooking me now. My world was no longer covered in fire and I was feeling pretty good. Now I wouldn't be so reliant on the Shikatsu Myaku. Unless I wanted to keep this as a hidden move. Sigh. It could be decided later. I turned my attention to Aomi. What did you need? Aomi started writing in her notebook. I let the cloak fade and started trimming my nails with a chakra scalpel when it became clear Aomi wouldn't be done anytime soon. Tap asterisk tap asterisk tap asterisk. I turned my attention away from my nails and back to Aomi, who looked pretty annoyed. What? Tap asterisk tap asterisk tap asterisk. Aomi tapped on her book and held it out so I could see it. Orochimaru-sama wants to see you. He has an old friend with him and is in a better mood than usual. I nodded. What's this friend's name? Orochimaru being in a good mood was rare. Aomi scribbled something down quickly. His name's Hirako, he has white hair and pink eyes. I nodded. It wasn't someone I was familiar with, nor was he a ninja of any renown as far as I knew. Alrighty, let's go see them. I motioned for Aomi to follow and started towards Orochimaru's lab. Hirako and Orochimaru were two creepy peas in a pod. Both were old, took excellent care of their hair, and gave off creepy vibes. They were perfect for each other. I stood off to the side with Aomi as they had elected to ignore me even though they knew I was there. I drifted off into thought while they chatted between themselves. After a good amount of thought, I decided that I wanted to learn Sage Mode. But I also didn't want any distinctive animal characteristics. So, I'd have to go the way of Hashirama. If I couldn't figure it out, I'd have to use Fuinjutsu. And if that didn't work out, then I would have to learn it from one of the summoned clans. That was post-war stuff though. I also needed to pursue DNA and possibly soul-related stuff while I had an abundance of test subjects. So, there was lots to do before I even got into Sage Mode. But Sage Mode was still something to look into in the meantime. And this is Hyuga Shiro. I've been teaching him for the past year and a half. I dragged myself from the mental swamp that was my mind and bowed in Orochimaru's direction while remaining silent. I was annoyed and my strained smile must have shown it because Orochimaru smiled in amusement. This is Hirako, he's the creator of the amalgamation and genetic mimicry techniques. Orochimaru smiled when I gave Hirako a nod of acknowledgement. Amalgamation and genetic mimicry weren't something I had any interest in. Upon looking into them, it was clear that they were made for bloodline theft. So Hirako was probably someone I should stay away from. I'm familiar with your work. You must have an impressive grasp of Fuinjutsu to make such masterpieces. I gave my best attempt at a friendly smile but was met with silence. Hirako just stared at me with what I could only call boredom and my smile became strained. Indeed. Hiriko's voice was as dull as his expression. My smile fell. Any new projects? Hiriko nodded but remained silent. I forced the smile back onto my face, ignoring Orochimaru, who seemed to be entertained by our exchange. Well, it's good talking to you, Hiriko, but I think it's time I take my leave. I saw Orochimaru's smile widen. See ya, sensei. I sent Orochimaru a nod and beat a hasty retreat. Orochimaru was being creepy and Hiriko seemed even less socially inclined than I was. I didn't have it in me to carry a conversation. With that thought I sped up, eager to escape. Asami developed denser bones and had an increase in muscle mass. Denser bones and more muscles to move those bones. I rolled my eyes. So, nothing major or unexpected. I just confirmed that chakra changed the physical body. Which was something I already knew. Alright, get Aomi to draw some blood, and you are free to go. Possibly forever. I was going to inject or overwrite some others as well, mostly to confirm my findings. So, Asami wasn't needed unless I wanted to mold her into a minion. Oh, yeah. Asami turned and raised an eyebrow. Don't forget to apply for leave, so you can go see your family. What's left of it anyway? Thank you, Shiro-sama. Aomi gave me a shallow bow and left. Now I got to sit by myself and stew in thought for a while. What fun! Orochimaru's foray into the mysteries of sleep was complete. Sadly, I likely wasn't going to benefit from it. Orochimaru wasn't in a sharing mood lately. Aomi, drop these on Orochimaru's desk and get 2 more prisoners afterward. Aomi took the folder I presented to her, nodded, and wandered off to do my bidding like the good little minion she was. Orochimaru was now awake for about 20 hours a day and was using the extra time in a way he most certainly enjoyed. Meaning experimentation and lots of death. Which wasn't bad, now we were running low on prisoners and Orochimaru was more likely to attack Kumo. He would need more test subjects soon. Sigh. I still needed to do a few tests using A's genes before we ran out of prisoners. Hopefully, I could get that off my plate before we ran out of them. During a mission, I stumbled upon the corpse of one of our scouts and got a pleasant surprise. The brown-haired corpse was wearing the signature Uchiha clothing. I placed my hands on the side of his head and fed my chakra into his eyes. His eyes changed to a menacing red. Nice a Sharingan. Now, what do I do with it? I honestly didn't care for it, but I doubted I would have another opportunity to get a hold of an Uchiha corpse. Aomi, go kill that idiot hiding in the trees. I pointed at the blonde-haired dark-skinned man who was badly hidden behind a tree. Aomi nodded and darted towards the tree I pointed at with her sword drawn. I nodded to myself and dug through my kunai pouch looking for an empty refrigeration seal. Sadly, I didn't have one. I sighed and grabbed a normal storage scroll. Now I'd have to cut this mission short. I sealed the body up and turned my eyes towards Aomi, who slowly but surely overpowering her opponent with superior speed and superb use of her flaming sword. Her opponent's sword was starting to look worn, the heat from Aomi's blade seemed to have a great effect. I nodded to myself. Coating things in chakra was always a good idea. I quietly chuckled at the thought. Ting asterisk. Aomi swung and smacked her opponent's sword out of his hand and decapitated him with her following swing. Well done. I looked towards the new corpse. Less chakra on the sword though, I don't have a fire affinity. Aomi nodded and I nodded back. We probably should have kept this guy alive, he might have had information or could have been used as a test subject. But there's no use crying over spilled blood. Don't decapitate the next one, we have Yamanaka that can be put to use. I pointed towards another tree and Aomi sped off to capture the sneakier ninja. Poor girl probably thought she wasn't detected. Keep the limbs on that one. I shouted in Aomi's direction and made my way over to the body she left behind. Maybe something could be done with it. Using the power of money, I got 7 test subjects from amongst the campgoers. Now I could inject them with some blood. I'd give 3 of them my blood and another 3 of them A's blood. And the remaining one would get both. From there I'd see what else I could do. I might make their own body produce A's blood, or I might just give them a flesh graft of some kind. I still wanted to figure out how one mixed chakra after all. Sensei? Orochimaru was moody, but I was bored and had questions. Orochimaru stared at the ceiling in annoyance. Yes, Shiro. His tone was dry. I could tell I was pushing my luck. But I've been stuck and needed some tips. I've been trying to make a custom sealing script. My Fuinjutsu teacher said it was all about intent. I paused as that got a rather big reaction from Orochimaru. But I've had no luck with creating custom symbols. Orochimaru nodded like it was obvious. He opened his mouth to speak but stopped halfway. He appeared to think for a moment before he started speaking. Using intent is not necessarily wrong, but it's not how I would describe it. Orochimaru took a really deep breath. He looked very annoyed, so I started planning my exit even as he continued to speak. You're assigning meaning or purpose to a symbol. He took another deep breath and appeared to calm slightly. I wouldn't call it intent, but it's close. The more specific the meaning or purpose of the symbol, the better the results. Orochimaru side-eyed me. You then string the symbols together and make instructions for the seal using them. But sealing is different for everyone, bearing the Uzumaki. How I understand and use Fuinjutsu will be different from how you understand Fuinjutsu. My teammate described it as the written language of hand seals, and my sensei describes it as using a string of matrices to manipulate the world around you. Orochimaru paused for a moment before continuing. I describe it as making a contract with reality. He paused. You make a contract and hide as many letters or symbols as you can within the shapes and script of the contract, so you can trick reality into doing your bidding. I nodded in understanding. Orochimaru's sealing looked to be mostly comprised of shapes. I now knew that there was more hidden in the shapes and script than what appeared on the surface. Thank you. I sent Orochimaru a deep bow. Orochimaru nodded. Here's a book on touch sealing. Don't use it unless you are vividly familiar with the seal you're using. A snake slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeve and regurgitated the book onto the desk. Thank you, Sensei. I took the slightly slimy book from the desk and bowed again before taking my leave. I had thinking to do. Could send some bone clones over without many problems. With bone clones managing my labs, things would be smooth sailing. You are currently needed here. Orochimaru shook his head and denied me the adventure I sought. Sigh. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at me. Can you tell me about Senjutsu then? If I was going to run out of prisoners, I might as well find something to occupy my time. Orochimaru turned away from me, which dashed my hopes. Perhaps your former sensei Namikaze would be better suited to teach you. I haven't achieved sage mode myself. I let that roll around in my head for a bit. Minato knew sage mode. I don't think I'll have much luck. I held in a sigh and decided it was time to go. Orochimaru wasn't interested in conversation at the moment. Do you need anything before I go? Orochimaru shook his head before I had even finished. I gave Orochimaru a bow and started making my way out. Back to training, I guess. Chakra by itself isn't elemental, but every ninja has an element that their chakra molds into more easily. I paused and scratched my chin. That's my understanding of an affinity. While ninja with enough control could use any jutsu they desire, there's always some element that's easier for them. I turned and saw Aomi was following along. I'm playing around with chakra right now. I nodded towards the test subject strapped to the table. I'm trying to mix two chakras of the same affinity. It was mainly to see what happened, but if I miraculously made something interesting, I'd eat my Byakugan. Two different chakras aren't able to be mixed as far as I could tell. I looked at the clock. You would have to be from the same family or clan to even have the possibility of doing so. So, this is probably pointless. I gestured to my test subject. I turned to Aomi and saw she didn't look even remotely interested. Did that explain anything, or did I just ramble at you? I raised an eyebrow at her. Aomi made a SOSO gesture. Sigh. I didn't have a good excuse for it, so I had to make something up. I was trying to combine chakra so I could eventually access the Tensigen when I got to the moon. I was thinking that the Hyuga inherited the eyes of Himura while the moon Otsutsuki inherited the body of Himura. Similar to Indra and Azura. Or at least that was my current theory. My theories about the Tensigen changed pretty often. So, I probably needed the physical energy from the Otsutsuki. Or so the theory went. I had no Otsutsuki to test stuff on. Which meant this was currently pointless. Keep this one fed and watered, I'll be back to check its chakra in a day or two. I blew a heavy breath out of my nose. This one was unusually annoying. Keep him sedated if he's too annoying. After 2 escape attempts, I wasn't too concerned about his survival. Orochimaru's method of indexing genes in humans was rather effective. He removed or added the gene he wanted to index and watched the subject for any changes. But if he was impatient, mutation seemed to be another option. He also liked to take a gene and splice it into a different species to see what would happen. I'd probably have to do something similar to make fast progress on the Hyuga genes. I'd need a Hyuga or I'd need to splice Hyuga genes into people to see what they did. Which would be extremely wasteful. I couldn't let anyone get suspicious when too many clan members died. According to Orochimaru's notes, splicing bloodlines of any kind was extremely difficult. The body had to already have part of the heritage, be sufficiently adaptable or young enough to accept a new bloodline. And even if the subject was adaptable and young, it wasn't likely to succeed. And when it did, the bloodline was weakened and couldn't be used with the same effectiveness that a natural bloodline user could command it. Sigh. I know Orochimaru eventually figured out how to do it. But currently, he wasn't close. In a few years, he would be though. Those who were given blood didn't gain a lightning affinity, but they did gain the ability to make lightning chakra with their normal chakra. I'd call it a jumpstart to making lightning chakra. The chakra helped them speed past what should have been years of training for the untalented. The amount of blood received determines the time it will take the body to strengthen. Though the benefits depended on the strength of the recipient, the stronger one was the fewer benefits they gained. Subjects who had all their blood replaced gained benefits within the week. I paused and turned to Aomi. Those who had less than half of their blood replaced took an additional week to see benefits. Seeing that she was following, I continued. Those that were given A's blood saw a notable increase in strength, stamina, and durability. Those who were given my blood saw most of the same gains as those with A. Chapter 60. Hello ladies and gents. 10 more chapters of the Third War and then we enter the 2-year gap between the war and the Nine Tails. After that things will speed up. I could honestly write 100k words just for those 2 years, but there's no action in that period of the timeline. So, I opted to speed things up a tad. Lots of nice feedback on the latest chapters, mainly because those who aren't interested in the story have long dropped off. But it's nice regardless. I'm having trouble with the mechanics of eating tail beast flesh. But it will work out, I'm not unimaginative. I'm also having trouble deciding on which direction the story should go. Should the Tensigen be a post-Ninetales thing? Or a pre-Ninetales thing? I was thinking pre. But maybe that's too much of an escalation in power? Or maybe not. I want Shiro to acquire the Tensigen and have a showdown with the Ninetales. I guess I'll see. Stay safe. Looking at the Uchiha's DNA had done nothing but confuse me. It was beyond annoying. It was mostly normal human DNA with bits of foreign DNA. It seemed less complicated than the Hyuga DNA at first glance, but a lot was going on with the DNA responsible for the optical nerve, brain, eyes, personality, and chakra density. I didn't know where to start, as I only had one Uchiha and couldn't get any variety amongst the genes. The DNA corresponding to the brain and nerves was the easiest to make guesses about. It was likely why the Uchiha were able to consistently produce geniuses and skilled combatants. But that was just a guess. Sigh. Tossing the body to Orochimaru was tempting. He had been a great help with the Kaguya body. It was something to think about. I'd need more Uchiha to figure out what exactly each bit of DNA did. And wasting my time on the Uchiha wouldn't do me much good. I haven't gotten into the Hyuga DNA yet. Nor have I solved my problem with using chakra at a distance. I stared at the ceiling and pondered about throwing clones at my problems. My biggest worry about the constant use of clones was running out of projects. I didn't want to run out of things to do and become depressed. And clones were unpredictable as well. Sigh. I made a hand seal and a clone phased into existence. The clone sent me a dirty look and summoned 4 more clones. I raised an eyebrow at it. Existence is horror, and I need others to suffer with me. The clone behind him snorted, ruining the tension that was building. I scratched my head while looking at the clones, who in turn looked at me. We need to get stuff done. Hyuga DNA and Uchiha DNA indexing are the least important. The first clone made a show of slumping and quietly sobbing. I ignored it. Personal Fuinjutsu scripture. I pointed to the second clone, who nodded. Gene mutation. I pointed to the third clone, who gave me a thumbs up. Finish up the blood transfusions, and figure out how to permanently change someone's blood if you have time. I pointed to the fourth clone, who remained stone-faced. Visit Kenji, and Isami if she hasn't left yet. I pointed at the fifth clone, who nodded. Death. I pointed to the first clone, who was bouncing with excitement, and pierced him with a thin bone spike. A job well done. I nodded to myself. I'll be training. I gave the clones another close look, hoping to weed out the unstable ones. Seeing none, I made my way towards the stairs leading to the lab. Training was boring, and I didn't even have my favorite squishy humans to make the time pass a little faster. Sucks. How about another attempt to push Kumo out of Frost? I threw the question out after a few moments of silence. Orochimaru didn't even glance my way. No. I slumped slightly at his refusal. Orochimaru wasn't interested in another attack on Kumo's camps. Which sucked. I wanted to fight and cut loose while I didn't have to worry about anyone I liked dying. Alright. Kumo wasn't attacking us currently, as they were more focused on IWA. Which was probably a good thing. Perhaps the status quo was ideal for experimentation. We're running out of prisoners. Any plans to get more? I was disappointed there wouldn't be any battles and was hoping for a quick mission to quell my boredom. Orochimaru shook his head and immediately dispelled my hopes for a mission. Kumo's entire attention is on IWA. Orochimaru sent me an exasperated look. The Hokage wants us to keep Kumo from getting supplies across Frost, and to let IWA and Kumo exhaust each other. I couldn't tell if his exasperation was because of me or the Hokage, so I stayed silent. I've been ordered not to provoke Kumo, so that means there will be a temporary shortage of test subjects. Orochimaru's face scrunched up as he spoke. So perhaps I wasn't the cause of his exasperation. Can you order me off to grass for a month then? Grass was close enough that I's blood, as well as an increase in bone and muscle density. Other general increases came with having extremely potent chakra, but it would take too long to explain. I wanted to get into it a bit more, but Aomi knew enough to do what I wanted to be done. So, your new job is to find people with type A or type of blood who want to be strengthened. Which shouldn't be a problem. Aomi nodded. I'll make a vat of A's blood. You'll be injecting people with A's blood and collecting their own both before and after they've had the injection. Aomi held up her notebook. How many? Any preferences? I shrugged as I didn't care. Doesn't matter, just let them know they're going to undergo a strengthening procedure, replace all their blood, and keep them unconscious for a week. I tapped my chin. I'll take over a section of the hospital for that. Aomi nodded. Just keep it quiet, I don't want anyone to know how we're doing what we're doing. Aomi nodded again. I hummed, trying to remember if there was anything else. You'll be responsible for note-taking and monitoring the patients. I felt like this was a mistake. I didn't want to make super soldiers. I'll send a group of clones to seal up the hospital. But I needed this opportunity so I could have another go at mixing chakra. Alrighty. I made a hand seal and 4 clones appeared behind me. I waved them off and turned back to Aomi. Make sure most of those you find are genin. I don't want them to be unskilled. I want skilled people that are limited by their genes or upbringing. Meaning civilians. Civilians who could disappear should they bring me trouble. The end goal is to bring the genin up to Chunin level. I waved Omi away and leaned back in my chair. A's chakra will strengthen the body. The strengthened body will produce more physical energy. More physical energy means increased chakra reserves and a small increase in density. That was the theory, at least. My foray into mutating the Hyuga's chakra density gene seemed to have stalled. Some clones had absorbed the blood and figured out that a good portion of the genes gained density but lost whatever enabled the chakra to block Tenketsu. The clones figuring out that they could use the blood was good, them also figuring out that some genes were defective was also good. Had I jumped to the gun again and overridden myself, I would have lost the ability to block Tenketsu. Which was the whole reason for this experiment. Phew! I wiped the non-existent sweat from my forehead. It would have been devastating if I spent a lot of time on mutating the gene and lost the ability to use the gentle fist. So, this was a lucky break. I'd ensure I was more careful in the future. Mutations according to Orochimaru are mostly neutral, doing nothing and having no notable impact. Some did have positive or negative impacts, but those were rare. However, there was a correlation between strength and positive mutations. Strong parents often produce strong children, and a strong shinobi's genes mutated slightly under the influence of their chakra. Meaning the more chakra you had, the more likely it was that you or your children would experience positive mutations. So, the strength of your chakra helped push you towards the right evolutionary path, so to speak. Orochimaru cautioned me that he hadn't looked deeply into mutation and wasn't focused on the topic. Meaning I should take what he said with a grain of salt. My findings confirmed Orochimaru's. Hadn't emergency rations strengthened after I expanded his chakra network? Isami had been strengthened as well. But most of the strengthening had been the awakening of dormant DNA. So, it was part of dormant DNA and part mutations. I shrugged. Maybe, or maybe not. I'll check Isami's blood samples and see if she experienced any mutations after she got A's blood. I probably should have done that sooner. I got too excited about the increase in strength the blood provided. Sigh. I got too excited. Kiri had lost 3 of their swordsmen and was pretty much out of the war. Although there was no official response, they didn't have the manpower to battle outside of Kiri and thus hold themselves up in the land of water. Kiri turtled. Snort asterisk. Kiri had no Jinchuriki and half their usual number of swordsmen, and it was all thanks to the wonderful rakeage. Who should kick the bucket soon? I didn't know. Hopefully, that was the case, but it didn't seem like it would happen anytime soon. Interlude. The goal of this little experiment is to evolve the genes above the current human limit. Shiro explained while he paced around the room. Mutations occur over hundreds of years. I'm simply speeding the process up and manipulating it slightly. He motioned for me to place my hands on the indexing seal, and I did so. What you're looking at is your dominate gene for hair color, brown. He trailed off when he saw my annoyed look. With a little mutation, this gene can become slightly darker or slightly lighter. He smiled. Eventually, after careful selective mutations, you can move your hair towards your desired color little by little with each mutation. I rolled my eyes at his blatant attempt to annoy me. I'm doing the same thing currently with a gene for chakra density. He smirked. I'm slowly mutating the gene over and over and increasing the density of chakra little by little. After a lot of selective mutating, I'll eventually have chakra density rivaling a tail beast. He frowned for a moment before replacing it with a smile. But it won't be until years later that I reap any substantial benefits. Questions? He asked with a smile. I nodded and tried to formulate the question in my head. Would your time be better spent improving the genes governing your bodily strength? Shiro was a taijutsu specialist. It didn't make sense to spend so much time on improving his chakra when he rarely used more than 1/8 of his reserves. Shiro smiled at me like I was a child. Having more chakra strengthens the body naturally. I'm letting my body strengthen in response to my chakra rather than mash a whole bunch of genes together and hope it works. He waved airily. The more chakra I have, the stronger my body gets. I nodded in understanding. He'd rather let his body adjust to his chakra than try and build a strong body. I think that's enough for now. We'll chat more if you are still interested. I nodded as I was extremely interested. I didn't have the required chakra control to do any of the stuff Shiro did, but I would eventually, and learning ahead of time was never a bad thing. Thank you. I was happy to have been given this opportunity. I was given the chance to be more than what I was. No problem, see you tomorrow. Shiro made his way out, sending me a lazy wave as he left. I stared at the ceiling feeling giddy as I thought about the future. I could be as strong as the Hokage if I continued on this path. It felt weird. Years ago I wouldn't have imagined I could ever have a shot at becoming a pillar of strength for the village. But now that and more was possible. I just had to continue down the path I was taking. Darwinism, as Shiro called it, was a brilliant idea. Advancement through artificial evolution. I couldn't wait until I could do it myself. Chapter 61. Mid-April hit me like an impatient fat kid on a slide. In 2 weeks, my squishy friends were going to arrive back in the camp and cause me anxiety with their squishiness. So, on top of feeling like I wasn't doing enough, my main sources of anxiety were going to come back and get into danger and cause me to worry. So, it was lots of fun all around. The Hokage had admonished me for using my fellow shinobi as test subjects and wasn't satisfied when I explained to him that my comrades weren't test subjects but were instead strengthened by kenjutsu that I developed. Now the Hokage was causing me grief. But it was understandable grief. I probably shouldn't have touched any of Konoha's ninja during the war. But that was in hindsight. It was too late to undo what I had done. Sigh. With Kiri retreating from Lightning Country, Kumo was now free to bother us. Our stock of test subjects was refilling, but a good bit of my time was spent capturing said subjects instead of experimenting on them like I wanted to. Which sucked, but was also a welcome trade-off. I had been getting antsy. And something new was welcome. I laid in my bed, trying and failing to summon the will to live. Kiri was out for the count, and Fugaku was being sent to our camp. Minato and Jiraiya were in grass, and needed help last I heard. Minato hasn't killed half a regiment of IWA Nin yet but still had his Yellow Flash moniker. Tsunade was forcibly stationed in Wind Country and was healing up a storm while Konoha's cannon fodder died by the hundreds from poison. It looked like I was going to be stationed somewhere else and it was a real piss-off. They should have sent Fugaku. I'm 12. Have some pity on me. I just want to experiment in my comfy lab. Aw. I groaned while mentally cursing Kiri and the Raikage. If Kiri had been stronger. Or if the Raikage had been weaker. Bastards. I felt the ground tremble slightly and raised an eyebrow. I heard the knob on the door jiggle and turned to look at the door. I stared dully at Orochimaru as he burst into my quarters. He was looking pretty happy. The Raikage is headed this way. Orochimaru's smile widened as he spoke. Why was that good news? Hopefully IWA isn't following him. My voice was filled with nervousness and a bit of excitement. I got out of bed and stared at Orochimaru, who still didn't lose his smile. I've given the order to abandon the camp. All that we have to do now is successfully seal the Raikage. So Orochimaru got rid of all my meat shields. And what's this nonsense about a seal? I thought he gave up on the seal. I stayed silent and stared at Orochimaru with unconcealed annoyance. I needed the cannon fodder. What about IWA? Orochimaru snickered. Kakik. What about them? He wasn't worried about IWA. All right. What's the plan? I rubbed my face with one hand. Orochimaru rubbed his palms together and leaned forward. The Raikage came here for you, so you'll be the decoy while I catch him unaware. Orochimaru looked gleeful. Sadly, I didn't share any of his enthusiasm. What did I do? Orochimaru shrugged. He's probably mad about you killing his army. That was forever ago and Orochimaru killed most of them. It's war, what does he expect to happen? I said instead. Sigh. I placed my arm over my eyes and sighed loudly. And how do we even know he's coming here? Orochimaru shrugged with a smile. I'm fighting him now, of course. The ground trembled as he spoke. How would he catch the Raikage unaware when he was fighting him? Sigh. My dermal armor formed and my mask covered my face the moment my Byakugan activated. I was nervous. It was something I hadn't felt in a long time. I slowed my perception as much as I could and followed the clone out the door. Orochimaru's cheerful clone and I arrived where the fight was taking place while ignoring our fleeing allies. The Raikage was tall and dark-skinned like his son, but the features that stuck out the most were his mane of hair and the weird red rope around his waist. Orochimaru was holding his own, but the fight hadn't truly started yet. The Raikage hadn't even donned his lightning cloak yet. God damn it. I swallowed heavily and prepared myself for possible death. If I make a good enough showing, maybe someone will resurrect me. I can only hope so. I shunshined beside Orochimaru and the fight paused for a moment. I saw the Raikage's mouth open and stopped, enhancing my perception so I could hear what he was saying. Hyuga Shiro, you've caused me some headaches. His voice was calm. I'd killed some of his ninja, which was what everyone else did. I think you're making excuses. Maybe to make himself feel better about killing a child? The Raikage smiled, showing me his teeth. Perhaps, but a child should not question their elders. I eyed the scar on his left side, and the scene of Naruto using his own attack against him played in my head. The last resort. I turned my head towards Orochimaru, hoping he would pipe up. Sadly, he did not, and we descended into a tense silence. Well, I hope you're better at fighting than you are at talking. And with that, the Raikage became covered in lightning chakra. I again slowed my perception to its maximum and readied myself for an attack. Orochimaru launched a wind blade, which did little more than tickle the Raikage. I shunshined behind the Raikage and punched him in the spine with a chakra-enhanced punch. Boom asterisk. The ground under me shattered and the Raikage bent in a way that certainly didn't feel good and flew past Orochimaru. He skipped across the ground a few times before flipping and landing his feet where he continued to slide. The Raikage stopped sliding and Orochimaru sent me a surprised look. It would do well if you did that again. Orochimaru turned towards the Raikage and sent a wall of wind blades at him. I nodded and took a deep breath. Alrighty. I shunshined towards the Raikage, who now looked serious. Which probably wasn't good for me. I arrived behind the Raikage and was promptly kicked away as the Raikage decided that the wind blades didn't matter and kicking me was much more important. I was able to block and my dermal armor held up, so I had high hopes for my survival. The Raikage shunshined to me and stabbed at me with his fingers. And my hopes were dashed when his 4 fingers nearly sheared through the arm I used to block. I jumped away and the Raikage stood watching me. He had pierced through my armor but had been stopped by the layer on the other side of my arm. Ouch! If my face was uncovered, I would have cried crocodile tears. The Raikage shook his head and dashed towards me. I dashed towards him as well. I launched a bone spear at the Raikage, but it just bounced off his cloak. Welp! A tendril of chakra made its way to my forehead and unlocked my seal. I shunshined behind him but was met with a knife hand, so I smashed his fingers with a chakra-enhanced punch. Boom asterisk. It worked as well as I expected it to, and my fist was split down the middle. I jumped away and the Raikage and I were once again staring at each other. An Orochimaru clone was spectating our fight and the real Orochimaru was underground, likely preparing for some shenanigans. Sigh. I coated my now healed hand in lightning chakra and started spinning it. I hadn't used it in a long time. I shunshined in front of the Raikage and drove the lightning drill into his stomach while he drove his fingers into my chest. My drill did little more than touch his skin and his fingers were knuckle-deep in my ribs. I again jumped away, while the Raikage confidently watched me. Well done, you touched me. I resisted the urge to groan and instead just nodded. When I touched him, I tried to block his tenketsu but had no success from what I could see. Thanks for letting me heal. I sent him a second nod. The Raikage nodded back and sped towards me with 3 fingers extended. I sped towards him as well. I shunshined behind him midway and shunshined behind him once more when I saw him turning to face me. I struck him in the spine with a chakra-enhanced punch that was more powerful than the first and he flew away tumbling as he went. Boom asterisk. The Raikage regained his footing. He looked mildly annoyed but unconcerned about the state of things. My attack had done no damage. I felt a breeze through the holes in my shirt, which annoyed me. The Raikage was playing with me. I was given time to heal and plan, while he stood and waited. Fuck! I sped towards him, creating a shadow clone as I went. The Raikage didn't move to meet me. He dramatically lowered a finger and shunshined in front of me. I shunshined to the side and my clone shunshined behind him. My clone and I simultaneously threw a punch. The Raikage jumped into the air, avoiding our punches and causing me to blink. I mentally thanked the Naruto-verse deities and crouched. Boom asterisk. My feet cratered the ground and I sprung towards the airborne Kaguya, fist cocked back, ready to send into space. He kicked towards me and I punched him with the strongest chakra-enhanced punch I've ever used. Boom asterisk. The combination of my punch and his kick sent him skyward and me groundward. Boom asterisk. I landed kicking up dust and creating a crater, while the Raikage continued off into the sky. Well done. Orochimaru's clone appeared beside me and dispelled the dust with a wave. My clone, who was supposed to suicide on the Raikage, gave me a thumbs up. How did your fight with him go last time? I gave the clone a thumbs up as well. Orochimaru's clone frowned. Iwa and Kiri attacked Kumogakure and the Raikage left. I nodded in understanding. A battle with the Raikage only ended when the Raikage decided it ended. Should we make a run for it, or are we still going to seal him? I turned my attention to the still flying Raikage. The Raikage had started to arc, so he would be coming down shortly. My preparations have been made, you just have to lead him to me. I nodded and looked to my clone. Bomb the Raikage. The clone nodded and summoned 3 more of itself. Orochimaru's clone gave the group of us a nod and dispersed. I looked towards the Raikage. He was still making his way down. Sigh. One of the clones sighed and the others gave it a dirty look. I rolled my eyes and shunshined to Orochimaru's seal. Meanwhile, the clone sped towards the falling Raikage. Boom asterisk. Boom asterisk. I was hit with a rush of memories and a quarter of my total chakra returned. Only 2 clones got the job done. Feed the circle your chakra when the Raikage is within it. I nodded distractedly. The Raikage was barreling towards me with one finger extended at double the speed he previously used. I wasn't fast enough to do anything should he attack me. The Raikage approached and I felt sweat trickle down my face. My mask was getting gross. The Raikage slowed his approach and stopped just outside of the circle. Not running, brat? I shrugged. Even with my cloak, I didn't have much hope. No point, I'm not fast enough. Which was sadly true. I spent a lot of time improving my body and this monster in human form was still faster. And it was the body he was born with. Well, it's time I pay you back for butchering my men. He started walking towards me. I crouched and put my hands up. Be gentle with me, it's my first time. The Raikage paused with a look of disgust on his face. And I slammed my hands down, activating the seal. The Raikage was surrounded by a sickly purple barrier and Orochimaru rose from the earth looking smug. Kakik, you've fallen for my trap. Orochimaru's smile split his face. The Raikage still looked unperturbed and slammed a single finger into the barrier. One finger assault. The finger and barrier clashed, and my chakra started draining at a slower rate. I raised an eyebrow at Orochimaru, whose smugness had increased. Kakik. Orochimaru smirked but didn't speak. One finger assault. The Raikage struck the barrier again. And the drain on my chakra diminished more. I blew out a relieved breath. It's a good thing I didn't jump away when he struck the barrier in front of me. Sometimes a little faith goes a long way. The Raikage struck the barrier again, this time with his fist. Lightning straight. The drain on my reserves trickled down to nothing, and I finally clued in on what the barrier did. It drained chakra and used it to power the barrier. I can't hold it for much longer. I felt like an idiot for not realizing it sooner. The Raikage smirked and Orochimaru made an excellent show of jumping to reinforce the barrier. The Reikage rapidly punched the barrier. Orochimaru and I both fed more chakra into the barrier while the Reikage unknowingly helped. Hold on a little longer, Shiro. Orochimaru was smirking as the Reikage back was to him. The Reikage continued pounding at the barrier, sealing his fate. I'm trying, sensei. I put as much desperation in my voice as I could. The barrier slowly turned a deep purple. The Reikage suddenly stopped punching. Orochimaru stood with a smile on his face, and I joined him. Kakik. Orochimaru cackled and started walking around the barrier. I took a few steps back and started scanning the area for any nuisances. Seeing none, I stepped towards the barrier and knelt to continue feeding it chakra. I wanted this thing kept inside. So, what now? Orochimaru, who was still smirking, smugly shrugged. We call everyone back and have them take turns feeding the barrier. I nodded. That was a good plan. My village will come to me. The Reikage decided that threats were the way to go. Orochimaru looked unaffected. Let them. He lost his smile and started towards the camp. I continued feeding the barrier. I'd rather keep the Reikage snow globe. I didn't need him escaping any time soon. The Reikage was sat cross-legged and completely still. He decided not to waste energy and was now meditating. I let him be and left. I didn't want to antagonize him further. I instead decided to bother Orochimaru. So, why didn't the Reikage bring soldiers with him? Orochimaru shrugged and ignored me. Alrighty. Well, see ya. It's shower time. A post-battle shower was the best. Interlude. You're not happy about capturing the Reikage? Shiro spoke, breaking the silence that had fallen between him and Orochimaru. No, I am not. Orochimaru spoke in a slow monotone. I have no interest in participating in this war. My capture of the Reikage may force me to become more involved than I would have liked. Shiro hummed. It shouldn't be a problem, or at least not as much of a problem as you think it will be. Shiro gestured in the Reikage's direction. The Hokage will probably use that thing to barter for peace. Shiro ran a hand through his hair. It's far more likely that we'll be moved away from the fighting. Shiro smiled, and the air in the room felt heavy. Can't let our notoriety grow too much after all. Kakik. Orochimaru threw his head back and cackled. Indeed, they can't allow those that don't play by the rules to become too powerful. Shiro nodded. Be it politically, personally, or in terms of influence. Shiro's smile faded. It's a shame Konoha has been allowed to fester to such an extent. Orochimaru nodded and turned towards me. This talk could be considered treasonous. The air turned heavier. Are you sure this one can be trusted? Shiro turned and stared into my eyes, causing my breath to hitch. I like her. I swallowed nervously. He liked me, but he didn't trust me. Have it your way. Orochimaru stalked past my frozen form. The breeze he kicked up causing goosebumps to form on my arms. Orochimaru left and it became easier to breathe. I don't have Shiro's trust. That needed to change. I couldn't do anything he might deem untrustworthy. Well, let's go. Shiro started towards the door. I need to write a report. I nodded and trailed after him. I needed to be careful. I was an ant compared to Shiro and Orochimaru. If I annoyed them, I might get stepped on. I needed to be useful and trustworthy. At least until they could no longer step on me. Chapter 62. War ends around CH 70. Time skips will happen there. These last 30 or so chapters were just establishing what was possible with Shiro's current skills. It hadn't even been a day since the battle and I had changed my mind about A's DNA. It wasn't the Reikage's DNA, but it was close enough. After seeing him shrug off both of our blows like they were a light breeze, I couldn't help myself. I wanted that. At first, I didn't want to look anything like them, but after seeing the Reikage in action I had changed my mind. I'd still try my best to keep my build as it was, but if I couldn't it would be acceptable. I wanted to be as unstoppable as the Reikage. And I regretted dismissing it when I did. I could have been more powerful. A's blood was a lucky find that I had taken for granted. But I wouldn't anymore. I'd make good use of it. Dismissing the usefulness of the blood was foolish, but it wasn't too late to put it to use. The camp was nearly back to normal, everyone was on guard, and we were receiving reinforcements. So, things looked alright so far. The Raikage snow globe was under heavy guard even though it could be seen from the camp. People took the opportunity to curse the Raikage for the death of their friends and family. The Raikage didn't react to the curses and insults, he instead focused on meditating and saved his strength. There were rumors that the Hokage was negotiating with Kumo, but Orochimaru told me not to worry about it. The Raikage was extremely proud and would rather die than be sold back to Kumo. Or so Orochimaru claimed. Aomi, go ask around and see if anyone wants to do the strengthening procedure. AKA giving them blood. The blood only worked if the person it came from had Kage-level reserves. I'd use it all the time if that wasn't the case. Let them know that this procedure has no risks, and tell them to nearly exhaust their chakra before they come. Last time some people almost died because their chakra was attacking the foreign blood. It turns out that chakra will sometimes defend the body when you're unconscious. I want 20 people, between the ages of 12 and 20. There were a few old genin that produced few results and then tattled on me for not delivering on the strengthening. They should have a lightning affinity for the best results, but I'll accept anyone if we can't get enough people with a lightning affinity. I pushed a stray strand of hair behind my ear. Oh yeah. Snap asterisk. Is Isami still around? I snapped my fingers. Aomi shook her head. Alright, put in a recommendation for a field promotion and put it on my desk. Aomi frowned. I wasn't quite breaking the rules, but I was ignoring the spirit of them. I wasn't allowed to recommend and then promote someone. But I could promote someone who had been recommended. Sneaky. I raised an eyebrow when she spoke but nodded. The spirit of the rules mattered little when you were too powerful to get in trouble. I'm not breaking any rules. Aomi shrugged and set off towards the exit. No one would be willing to cause a fuss over such a small matter. Another 2 days rolled by. There hadn't been an attack, but some scouts had been captured. They had killed themselves when they were caught, so we got nothing from them, but there was going to be an attack. Or so I thought. The Raikage had been without food and water for 3 days. So, they need to get to him before he died of dehydration. Kumo only had IWA to worry about, so they could field a good amount of their strength. Though the number of men in the camp had doubled with the addition of reinforcements, so I wasn't overly worried. How many want to be strengthened? I ignored the clone who pushed past me and focused on Aomi who was scribbling away. All 20 beds were filled. Each has a lightning affinity. I nodded. Anyone over 20? I rolled my eyes as I heard glass shatter in the background. No, everyone was under 18. Nice. I watched a clone bumble around with my favorite brush set and had the urge to strangle him. Alright, keep everyone in the bed sedated. I'll be around, but it's your job to keep them alive for now. I nodded and she nodded back. Alrighty. So, what's happening with our guest? I pointed in the direction of the Raikage snow globe. Orochimaru shrugged. We're in negotiations currently. Distaste was visible on his face. I nodded. Should we water him? He might not survive for much longer. I eyed the papers on Orochimaru's desk. Orders from the Hokage. He's been procuring his own water with ninjutsu. I nodded, barely paying attention. The Hokage was currently negotiating for the return of Konohanin held prisoner and an end to hostilities. Hopefully Kumo doesn't want their prisoners back. Most of them were long dead. And those that weren't had undergone extensive genetic manipulation. So, they probably couldn't be given back. Orochimaru remained silent, so it took that as my cue to leave. I gave him a bow and made my way out. A new day and a new annoyance. But thanks to the power of delegation, my clones were now doing paperwork while I spent a little bit looking over the DNA from people who got blood transfusions. The last batch who was kept unconscious didn't use the chakra from A's cells and received lesser benefits. The overall increase in strength was less than what it had been with Isami, and they didn't learn to use lightning chakra as Isami did. It was still a good increase bringing those in Genin level to low Chunin, but it didn't suddenly make them more talented or more skilled. They were still the same crappy Genin but with the speed and power of a low Chunin. There were some neat mutations in their DNA, but it was only interesting and not helpful. For example, the DNA for their hair color mutating was interesting but was a waste of time to pursue. There were mutations in their chakra density genes as well, but the mutations often did nothing or next to nothing. So, it wasn't worth the time to pursue it. Most of the DNA from those who had undergone the strengthening wasn't too interesting. Isami had the most interesting mutations, the gene responsible for bone density and the gene responsible for estrogen production being the ones that stuck out. But even those weren't interesting enough to look into. Overall, I didn't find anything interesting. But at least I confirmed that chakra caused mutations. Fugaku arrived annoyingly late. He should have arrived at the beginning of May, but instead arrived 3 weeks into May, and was too late to participate in our battle with the Raikage. I wanted to give him shit, but a 12-year-old scolding the Uchiha clan head probably wouldn't go over well. What are you working on? Fugaku's expression was stoic and his voice was dull. Why he felt the need to hover over me was a mystery. I'm going over some DNA I got from the Raikage Sun and trying to find what makes them so strong. There was a lot that made them strong, it wasn't simply one thing, so I had to shift through their DNA and find the genes responsible for their strength and durability while avoiding the genes that would change my appearance. Like muscle composition for the smooth muscle, cardiac muscle, and skeletal muscles. Fugaku still looked vaguely interested, so I continued. Currently I'm focused on his skin cells, the keratinocytes, melanocytes, Merkel cells, and Langerhans cells. Fugaku hummed. I wasn't sure if it was a hum of understanding or if he was just making noise, so I'll stop looking at him. Basically, I want to see if I can use the DNA to make more people like the Raikage. Mainly myself. I'd probably pretend it didn't work and scrap everything to do with the DNA when I was done. I didn't want people like the Raikage running around. It doesn't look like it's going to work though. Not until my reserves increased some more. It took a lot to sustain a body like that, both in terms of nutrition and chakra. So, what brings you here? Uchiha repellent activate. Making conversation seemed to make the Uchiha flee. Mikoto was asking about you. I wanted to see how you were doing so I could give her an update. Fugaku turned and started towards the door. My Uchiha repellent was a success. Thanks for stopping by, I'll see you around. Fugaku nodded. And grunted at me before strutting out the door. I went over our conversation in my head. I'd hoped he'd want me to enhance some Uchiha with the Raikage's DNA, but when I didn't get a response, I'd claimed it a failure. It was a mediocre attempt at manipulation. But it was still an attempt. Maybe I'd get better in the future. Negotiations continued and it was decided that the Raikage would be handed over in exchange for an end to hostilities and the release of prisoners from Kumo. There were additional reparations and such, but that didn't matter to me. I was more focused on keeping my lab. There was a good chance I'd get reassigned, in Suna or Grass. We were in the process of moving the shinobi and noodles to Frost, and with the apparent end to hostilities, we'd have to lessen our presence in Frost or risk continuing the war with Kumo. It sucked. Kumo still had most of its strength and was still a threat, so we might maintain a presence in Frost. But I felt that was only a small possibility. The Hokage was more likely to order us to withdraw. We could have pushed into Water Country. And we could have pushed into Lightning Country. But instead, we were probably going to back off and let them recover. And Kiri hadn't even surrendered. They were still in the war even with their diminished strength. Fuck. We were not taking advantage of their weaknesses. So, fucking annoying. The more I thought about it, the madder I got. What a shit show. I stood beside Orochimaru and Minato while watching over the release of the Raikage. Our presence was meaningless if the Raikage decided that he wanted everyone dead. But it comforted the cannon fodder, so here we stood. The Raikage looked a little leaner and angrier than I remembered, but that was to be expected. Being starved and humiliated for 2 weeks does that to people. He's still fucking huge. I spoke with an amused smile. Weeks of starvation hadn't done much to him, he was still a big bearded mass of muscles. Think he's going to start a fight? I turned to Minato. He shook his head. He's too prideful to go back on his word. I hummed. I didn't know that conversation was even had. I probably should have been paying attention. But I was overriding prisoners and seeing what happened when normal people got Hyuga genes. The barrier fell and the wreckage stepped out. I watched Kumo's delegation of cannon fodder receive the wreckage and depart immediately. The wreckage sent Orochimaru a menacing look and shined away in a flash of lightning. Thankfully it's not me who he's mad at. Hopefully, he forgot about me. Orochimaru snorted and covered his face with the sleeve of his kimono. Snort asterisk. Lucky me. Orochimaru said dryly. Minato didn't look amused, but I ignored him as he was usually no fun anyways. How's my cute little Kohai? Has she punched anyone into a bloody mist yet? Minato nodded, looking even less amused than he previously did. She slapped a missing knee and covered Obito in blood and brain juice. He said he couldn't remove the smell for a week. Super Rin? I nodded, feeling quite proud of myself. Good, glad to hear she's doing well. Rin was my favorite. Tell her to always aim for the body, it's less messy. I wondered how Kakashi was doing but put it out of my mind, as it wasn't worth thinking about. When are we supposed to withdraw from Frost? The Hokage had sadly agreed to remove our presence from Frost entirely. Orochimaru was pissed and I was feeling bitter about it. 2 weeks from now is when we start moving the troops away. Orochimaru lip curled. My lips were pursed and I joined him in making faces. Hopefully the Hokage won't regret that. The ninja of Kumo and IWA were both known for being backstabbers. So, making any sort of agreement with the savages was usually meaningless. I shook my head and decided to get back to work. I had people to fill with blood, DNA to collect, and DNA to splice. With the power of clones and human experimentation, I'd hopefully be able to overwrite myself using A's DNA within the week. More than a few prisoners died due to accelerated aging. I didn't have time to wait for traits to express themselves, and needed results. Everything seemed to be going well on that end, and with liberal use of clones I sped up my experiments on mutation as well. The chakra density gene was pretty good already. I thought I could take it further, but that could be done later. With the loss of my lab in Frost, I'd have to finish anything I had on the go and start sealing anything I wanted to keep. The whole camp was to be blown up to deny Frost and Kumo any easy infrastructure. Clones were a godsend when I was rushed, but a burden when I was trying to keep boredom at bay. The dreaded news came in the form of a scroll. It was decided that I and my team would be moved to Suna, Fugaku would go to Grass, and Orochimaru would be stationed on our northeastern border. Orochimaru wasn't happy but also wasn't angry, probably because he had free reign on any bandits or missing nin. I wasn't so lucky. I was going to get burnt by the sun and poisoned a lot. Lots of sand was going to get in my shoes and eyes. And I'd have no lab for the foreseeable future. It sounded fun. With the power of clones and human experimentation, I sped through the indexing of A's DNA, the mutations of the chakra density gene, the splicing of my DNA, regenerating the telomeres, and the making of an override seal. Somewhere along the way, a clone had nearly killed Kenji with a gravity seal. Luckily, it was only nearly. Kenji was now bedridden due to extensive internal bleeding and semi-crushed organs. A valuable lesson was learned. If someone's annoying you, slap a gravity seal on them and crush their organs with the power of gravity. I gave the override seal a once-over while pondering the necessity of future overwrites. I was thinking this was to be the last overwrite to my DNA for the next few years. There were no need to push my luck before I got into the good stuff like the Otsutsuki's DNA or DNA from the quarter space god reincarnations. What I'd done to myself was already enough and I felt that any more was asking for something to go wrong. It was probably best to let my body grow and to improve on my existing techniques. It sounded boring. And it was probably going to be boring. But boring was safe, and I Wanted to be safe for a little while. Sigh. I gave the seal another quick once-over and unlocked the seal on my forehead. A hand sign later, the room had gained another occupant and half my chakra was gone. I closed the seal and sent as much chakra as I could into the override seal before blacking out. Chapter 63. Everything I owned was sealed away and packed away in my kunai pouch. It was decided that we'd stop at Konoha, where Aomi would go see whatever family or friends she had and I'd unpack my stuff and see my friends and family. We'd stay for 2 days and make our way to Suna, where I'd meet up with Tsunade and receive further orders. I gave my lab one last look before turning and starting towards Konoha. Orochimaru gave me a goodbye present and ruffled my hair while laughing creepily. After checking myself for seals, I took a quick look through the books. All of them were about Fuinjutsu and DNA modification. The books on DNA modification were nearly useless as most of the information was about DNA modification involving animals. I wasn't interested in mashing human and animal DNA together, but perhaps it would be useful in the future. Most of the books about Fuinjutsu were barrier-oriented and not immediately useful, but applicated nonetheless. Sigh. I felt a bit guilty about not having presents to give. I made a hand sign and a shadow clone appeared. Here. I handed him a scroll and ignored Aomi's questioning look. The Uchiha body wasn't useful currently and keeping it around increased the chances that I'd get caught. Orochimaru could make better use of it and could take the fall should it be discovered. Let's stop by hot springs. I haven't had any greasy food in a long while. Aomi nodded. I had some Uchiha cells hidden away. I could make more if the need arises. We arrived at Konoha with minimal trouble. Konoha was the same as I remembered it. The looks of fear and awe were annoying but not new. Make sure to pack for Suna. I'll come to get you when we're leaving. I gave Aomi a nod and started towards the house. I needed to get my stuff unpacked, the lab properly equipped, and my notes hidden. I'd also need to hunt for Guy, Kushina, and Mikoto while I was here. Friendships needed effort to maintain, and I hadn't been putting much effort into them lately. It was better late than never. How was your time off? I eyed a hickey that had been poorly covered by makeup. Mom shrugged with a tight-lipped smile. I had fun. I could see that. I eyed the open window, and boot print left on the dusty windowsill. It seems I interrupted something. I'll come back later. I'm going to go see Kushina. I just stopped by to let you know I was around. The small size of the boot print was worrying, but I didn't want to have that conversation. I didn't see any small footprints. I nodded to myself and made my way out of the house. I'd make sure she knew when I was going to be around, and hopefully, she'd return the favor in the future. And maybe I could avoid some awkwardness in the future. Shiro, you're not cute and little anymore. I smirked. Puberty was an awful hellish experience, but now I was too old to be smothered without it being weird. I've shed my cuteness and become handsome. Kushina was more likable when she didn't pick you up and shake you. Ah, Shiro. Kushina pinched my cheeks. I would have frowned if my face wasn't being manhandled. Let me go, please. Kushina pouted and obliged. I ignored the slowly receding pain and yawned. Yawn asterisk. Sorry, it's been a long trip. I held back a second yawn. Anything new in Konoha? I let my eyes wander and they were drawn to a wall covered in pictures containing the current Team Minato and a few pictures featuring myself and Kakashi. No, nothing new. It's been so boring. She flailed her limbs. I nodded absently. Seeing my picture on their wall warmed my heart. I felt myself tear up slightly and blinked my eyes before looking away. How about little Itachi? How's he been? I released a heavy breath from my nose. I was getting oddly emotional. The little cutie's gonna turn 5 soon. I can't believe he's already 5. Kushina bounced on her toes. I smiled. I'll have to go see him. Kushina nodded excitedly. We can both go. Mikoto has probably been lonely, she'll appreciate the company. Kushina continued talking about our upcoming trip and I let myself go into autopilot. I needed a shower and some sleep. Guy was nowhere to be found. Which sucked as I was looking forward to catching up. Team Minato wasn't here either, so I couldn't torture anyone with exercise. Mom was off doing her own thing, and I had already bothered Kushina and Makoto yesterday. So, I guess I was going to go through those deposit boxes I stole at Shimagakure. It's one way to kill some time, I guess. Knock asterisk knock asterisk knock asterisk. I opened the door and blinked at Isami, who had somehow gotten past the gate without being electrocuted. Hi. I blinked at her. She blinked back. What brings you here? I blinked again. She shuffled nervously. Just came by to say hello. I had her wondering if Mom had keyed her into the barriers. I was pretty sure she didn't like me all that much, so she probably wanted something. Come inside, I'll show you what murder and assassination can buy you. I stepped aside and waved her in. She stepped inside and kicked her sandals off while I made my way to the kitchen to make some tea. The tea had been served, and I got back to what I had been doing while Isami sipped on her tea. I'd been looking at apartment buildings and narrowed it down to the final 3 I wanted to buy. I could probably get 2 of them if I got a large loan, or I could get one and fix it up without any loans. 1 renovated apartment building or 2 shitty apartment buildings with some debt attached. I also had to consider that if I continued acquiring assets it'd be hard to leave Konoha should it be necessary. So, Isami licked her lips nervously and stopped speaking. I raised an eyebrow. So? I kept my eyebrow raised. Can I continue learning under you? If not, can I work for you? Isami slumped at my hum. It didn't matter if she was around, even if she wasn't useful now and wouldn't be useful for a while. She was a time sink. But a time sink was what I needed. Yes. A smile covered her face. I was going to have a lot of free time soon, it's best I occupy that time to try to keep myself sane. I'll figure out something for you to do. Even if she wasn't useful now, she could be in the future. Boredom was my enemy and maybe I could defeat it by adopting strays. Have you been promoted yet? The Hokage should have gotten around to it by now. Isami shook her head. No, not yet. I'll have to go cause a fuss before I leave then. Promoting ninja was decided by others, but the ceremony was held by the Hokage. Mainly to foster feelings of gratitude between ninja and the Kage. Being awarded a promotion was an important part of ninjahood. I'd like Isami to experience it. Alright, go spend time with your mom, I'll come to collect you tomorrow morning. Super Isami might be a go. I was going to let her go as it seemed she didn't like me. Catch and release. Snort asterisk Isami raised an eyebrow but I waved her off. If she wanted to hang around that was fine too. I'd figure out what to do with her. CYA. I nodded and sent her a wave but didn't respond as she let herself out. I might have to remake the team. Dragging Mom and Dewey along was probably going to get them killed. I'll drop Almi into Team Irregular and maybe create a new team with Isami. I nodded to myself. I'd see if things worked out first. Isami wasn't all that strong anyways. I'd have to improve her base strength before I made the team. I was humming a quiet tune while Aomi wrote on her notepad. We were having a question and answer session about medical ninjutsu and chakra. It was time-consuming, but I didn't have anything to do and needed a distraction of some sort. How do genetics determine your future? I vaguely remembered saying that to her. But it wasn't about medical ninjutsu, and I wasn't sure it was worth getting into. I stopped humming and the dining room had descended into silence. It's a bit difficult to explain. Mainly because I was bad at explaining things. I wasn't sure how to explain it concisely. Your genes aren't your destiny or future, but they do manifest and determine how far you can go. Nature. Genetics determines your maximum talent for any particular area. But in the end, it depends on how you nurture them. And nurture. Even if one had the genetics that enabled them to have Kage-level reserves, they might never reach that level if they don't spend time nurturing their talents and expanding their reserves. Genetics played a big role in development, but if those genetic traits weren't nurtured. Did I answer your question, or did I just ramble at you? I thought of it as assigning stat points. You have a maximum of what you could achieve, but it depended on how and if you used it. If you had a 9 in strength but never used any melee weapons, then you were wasting your high strength. I sadly didn't know how to understandably translate that in a way Aomi would understand. What made sense to me was foreign to most people. You rambled, but I kind of got it. Aomi slid her notebook over to me. I hummed and nodded. You are born with potential, a maximum of what you can achieve, but what you achieve depends on how your talents are nurtured. I summed it up before continuing. However, there are some traits where that doesn't hold true. Aomi nodded and started writing in her notebook. Chakra density? She slid her book over and I nodded before continuing. You have a base chakra density determined by your genetics, and then you have the addition of spiritual energy and physical energy. The stronger your body, the more physical energy you can produce at a given time. For physical energy you had what you started with genetic. Ally plus what you achieved with training. Spiritual energy can also increase your chakra density, but it's not something I really want to get into. Spiritual energy was tricky, it came from consciousness and was increased by study, meditation, and experience. It all boiled down to experience though. The more you experience, the more spiritual energy you could produce. Anyway, chakra density isn't limited by genetics and can be increased throughout your life. Despite what Orochimaru said, chakra density wasn't truly limited by genetics. Someone without naturally dense chakra could train and meditate until their chakra was as dense as mine. But as they were already behind, they likely wouldn't be able to catch up, as my chakra would have increased with training and mediation as well. If one was trying to catch up to someone born with dense chakra, I'd advise against it. Their time would be better spent elsewhere. Was that helpful? Translating what I know into digestible information wasn't my strong suit. Kakashi was the only person I've met who has the same problem translating information that I do. Yes. Aomi nodded and circled the word. What about yin and yang chakra? What about it? I raised an eyebrow as she continued writing. How do you make yang chakra? I shrugged. The awakening of the Shikatsumiyaku caused my chakra to lean more towards yang. It wasn't something I did with conscious thought, it was natural to me. Yin and yang chakra are just different mixes of spiritual and physical energy. It's still made of both spiritual and physical, it just depends on the mixture of each. I shrugged again, as that was as much as I could explain it. I'm not that knowledgeable about either of them, so you might want to find some books about it if you're interested. The Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka were the village's foremost authorities on yin and yang release. So, it was possible to find something if she perused through the archives. Having lots of information from lots of different clans was probably why Konoha was so innovative in terms of jutsu. Iwa was the only other village that was innovative, which was probably because of their clans as well. One last question, I've got to visit some people before we leave. The clones would do that. I'd hide in my bed and think about things to do while in Wind Country. Should I continue studying medicines? They don't seem useful. I blinked as that was said aloud and it caught me off guard. I didn't spend a lot of time on different medicines. Medical ninjutsu can do most of the stuff medicine can. The basics were all I learned, anything esoteric was left on the wayside. I'd say not to worry about it, it's only useful for people with small reserves. Which was most menin, they were on average a useless bunch. If you're good at the mystical palm, you probably will never need knowledge on medicine. Other people can waste their time on pills and ointments. I wasn't going to waste my time concocting medical salves, I'd rather buy them. It might be useful in the future, but I've never used anything I've learned about medicine. Stupid nutrition pills were the only example that came to mind. I've dismissed medicine and nothing I've seen has changed my mind. It's up to you. She probably shouldn't waste her time, but having someone knowledgeable might come in handy one day. Alright, go see your family, we leave tomorrow. I waved Aomi off and started towards my room. I was eager to spend the rest of the day in my bed. Isami and I stood at the gate waiting for the mature members of our little group. As annoying as it was to wait for people, I'd be more annoyed if I had to hunt them down. So, I got to wait. I eyed Isami, who had changed her outfit before she had worn the standard Konoha green ginin jacket with a blue shirt and pants underneath the jacket. Now she sported a red top with black pants and had wrappings on her fists and legs. It was more distinct than her cannon fodder look. And I quite liked it. Nice outfit, looks cute. More people might target her now that she didn't look like cannon fodder. That was the law of anime universes. Thanks, it took a long time to find something I liked. I nodded and we lapsed into silence. Sadly, the silence brought thoughts with it. Does complimenting her count as grooming an 11-year-old? I blinked at the thought. It might count. Though it wasn't deliberate. I blinked again and side-eyed Isami. Compliments were dangerous. I nodded to myself, earning a look from Isami. No romancing until they're 18, no manipulating girls into developing crushes, and no looting lolis. I added that to my short mental list of rules. It was right below no experimenting on anyone under 12. Which I forgot about until now. I broke that one. Perhaps the rules need to be written down. I'll have a plaque made. Mom was the last of the group to arrive, trailing after Aomi at a sedate pace. She brought food, so that was fine. Here. She pulled a vial of blood out of her pocket and lazily tossed it at me. I caught it and cradled it like one would cradle a baby. My precious. I hissed and skillfully ignored Mom's look of disapproval. Asking Kushina for her blood was a long shot and not something I expected to work. She was the closest source of Uzumaki blood, and I wouldn't lose anything if I asked. I didn't expect to get this. I had left the vial with her in hopes that she would think about it. I didn't expect anything to come of it. Did she want anything for it? I told her that for the blood I'd do her a favor should she ever need it. If she asked for something now, it would be a load off my shoulders. Mom shrugged. No, she just said that she'd hold you to your word. I nodded and ignored the probing look Mom sent me. You sharing? I pointed to the yakitori. No. Her reply was immediate. I blinked and pointed over her shoulder. She turned and looked, but turned back when she saw nothing. Sadly, she was now bereft of grilled chicken. I licked my fingers obnoxiously while dodging a series of thrown kunai. Where'd you get that? It was good. She stopped throwing stuff and rolled her eyes. I'll be back. She disappeared in Shunshin, but not before throwing me a mean look. I rolled my eyes and looked over at Dewey, who had ignored my lack of youth. He was running through an exercise and had seemingly tuned out the world around him. I dragged my eyes from Dewey and started pondering on presents Kushina might want. Sadly, she wasn't as easy to please as Orochimaru. She probably wouldn't like an Uchiha corpse. Mom arrived and handed out yakitori while pointedly ignoring me. I rolled my eyes and started walking. There were things to ponder and minions to bother. Hopefully, that was enough to keep me entertained during our trip. Chapter 64. The trip to Wind Country was rather tedious. Isami was weak and squishy and thus required rest every 4 hours. It slowed our process slightly, but that was fine. I wasn't eager to have sand in my sandals. During our travels, Isami was briefed on the situation in Wind Country and given basic instruction on desert survival. She seemed to have been absorbing the information but would still have to be watched near constantly so she didn't get stung by a scorpion or bit by a snake and meet her untimely end. The older members of our little group could watch her for a while, or at least until I figured out my place in the camp. I wasn't sure what role I would fill in the camp. They needed medics, toxicologists, and frontliners last I heard. I could probably do any one or two of the roles. They weren't hard. Toxicologist was the only one I would have trouble with, but after a month I'd probably be competent enough to do it. My lab was also dependent on my role in the camp. If I was a combatant, I likely wouldn't have as much time to study stuff and get into DNA shenanigans. I guess I'll see how it goes. Clones were always available to pick up the work I wasn't willing to spend time on in person. I watched two guards inspect our papers with an impassive gaze. Though my gaze might not have been as impassive as I thought it was. They were sweating and shivering under my gaze while trying their best to fill out the required forms with their shaky hands. I watched one of the guards fumble and drop his pen at my hum. Was my reputation bad? I smiled widely and took my completed papers from the nervous man's hands and made my way into the camp in search of the command center. Every building in the camp was the same. They were all stone blocks that were brown and made of solidified sand and earth, only having a door and a single window to break up the bland surface. I could tell that they were made using ninjutsu, sloppy ninjutsu in some cases. Now and then I'd see eyes peek out of the single small window on the buildings before returning to what they were doing. "Where's the command center?" I hailed a passing ninja and asked. He shrugged and pointed to the only different building in the entire camp. "That's where you want to be." I nodded. "Thanks. Anything for a hero." A hero I was not. I raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. Delusional or not, he was helpful. No need to correct him. I eyed the large building with a keen eye. The place was in chaos, but it was controlled chaos. Many different people were streaming in and out of the building. I saw teams heading in beside injured ninja, and saw people who had been healed and released as well as people heading out for whatever mission they received. The building seemed to be both a hospital and a command center. Go take over a building. I shooed my entourage away and started towards the building while ignoring any protests. I'd like to meet Tsunade by myself and get a feel for her. After a little searching and some threats, I was finally led to Tsunade. She didn't have the green cloak that I had in my memories, but she looked similar to what I remembered. Blonde and busty. "Yo!" I gave her a cheery wave and she dragged her eyes from the paperwork to me. Beaten and worn is how I describe her demeanor. She didn't look as confident as she did in my memories. "Hello?" She blinked slowly. I tilted my head and stared at her for a moment. "Hyuga Shiro, reporting for duty." I smiled, sent her another wave, though this one was less cheery. She showed no recollection upon hearing my name and stared blankly at me. My smile slowly faded as she continued staring at me. She didn't know who I was or didn't care. It was slightly upsetting. "I'm here for my assignment." She remained silent and started shuffling paper around on her desk while ignoring me. My respect for the woman dwindled as she continued digging through the pile of paperwork. Ah, I thought the name sounded familiar. She unfolded a piece of paper and dragged her eyes across it, slowly reading it. "Your team is going to be under the command of Naruto Shikaku," she said without looking up from the paper. Sigh. I sighed and left, not bothering to speak any further. Tsunade was a disappointment. I had a high opinion of her and was let down upon meeting her. She wasn't the woman she was when she became the 5th Hokage. She wouldn't be the person I remembered for a long time. It wasn't something I had put a lot of thought into. I hummed as I dodged a running Mednin. The Mednin rushed into Tsunade's office and exited my sight. I shrugged and made my way towards the mission desk. I'd ask them where this Shikaku was. And then I'd spend the rest of the day applying Fuinjutsu air conditioning to whatever building my group had commandeered. It was only after laying my eyes on Naruto Shikaku that I remembered he was a clan head. I gave him a light bow while eyeing the hair of the Yamanaka clan head. The top and sides of his hair were short, but the back of his hair was in a waist-long ponytail. It was the weirdest hairstyle I've laid my eyes upon. "Hello, new friends." I gave them a lazy wave as all my cheer had been sapped from me after my interaction with Tsunade. The Nara hadn't moved, but the Yamanaka gave me a Minato-like smile, which instantly gave me weird vibes. "Put that smile away, you're going to blind me." That smile was too sugary for someone who has mind-raped people his entire life. His smile faded but hadn't left his face. I turned my head and eyed Guy-sensei, who had been eating quietly in the corner. I had taken an interest in the Akimichi as they were the only ones I knew of that used yang released similarly to the Shikatsu Myaku. I sent him a nod and received one in reply. The Akimichi techniques were interesting because they were almost completely yang in terms of chakra. It reminded me of my chakra. The difference being that the Akimichi molded their chakra into yang chakra while mine was in a perpetual state of yang. Any interest in talking about your clan Haidens? I don't want to learn them, I'm more interested in how you mold chakra. The Akimichi clan head didn't take more than a second to shake his head in a firm no. Shame. I shrugged. I probably shouldn't have asked right off the bat, but the answer probably wouldn't change even if we knew each other better. The room descended into silence. I was thinking and the clan heads were studying me, both discreetly and not going to ask to learn my clan's Haidens? The Yamanaka spoke in a teasing tone, with a slight undercurrent of something I couldn't name. I hummed in amusement. I'm not interested in rape, but thanks. I sent him a smile that wasn't friendly in the slightest. He looked offended. It's not even comparable to rape. I narrowed my eyes at him, wondering if he was kidding. The Nara tensed when my smile widened. Whatever makes you sleep at night. I didn't have the moral high ground though. Words coming from someone who experimented on people probably weren't worth much, morally speaking. I hummed and reined my chakra in, as I only just realized that it was the reason for Shikaku's distress. The good OL chakra reserves were expanding and my control was slipping. Perhaps once you got to a certain strength, your chakra naturally pushed you to your genetic limit. It was an interesting theory. But that's all it was. A theory. Anyway, why aren't you interested in the position of Hokage? I directed this question to the Nara, who was also a Hokage candidate, although a reluctant one. This was social fu I learned from Kushina. You drag people into your pace and keep them on their feet. Usually, they're too surprised to continue with whatever they concocted in their heads. Troublesome. His face was bland. I wasn't sure if I was troublesome or if the Hokage position was troublesome. Ah, so you enjoy your free time then? And a Narakage would upset Konoha's current balance. I nodded and bulldozed whatever else he could have said. So, what's my new job? Paperwork? Murder? Healing? Sealing? Scouting? Sabotage? I held up my fingers as I listed each. I waggled my 6 fingers and Shikaku motioned me to stop with a grimace. You and your team are going to be a frontline combat squad. You're doing what you did in Frost. I raised an eyebrow at that. My squad wasn't part of the mayhem I caused. Alright, just murder then. I nodded and did my best to smother my smile when the Yamanaka grimaced. Oh yeah, I've picked up a stray. She's not officially part of the team, but she's mine. Will that be a problem? I sent them a smile that promised violence. Shikaku shook his head. No trouble. His voice was even, but I could hear an undercurrent of annoyance. I nodded happily. Many thanks, friend. It's been a long trip and I'm eager to shower. I hope you don't mind if I leave? I smiled sweetly. Shikaku nodded and shooed me out with his hand. I obliged and took off with a smile on my face. Hopefully, Guy was lurking somewhere. My clone slowly covered the building in seals while I used a tiny Rasengan to carve my self-imposed rules into a section of stone that I had threatened someone into making. First and foremost was don't stand in doorways. A key rule that I learned early on in life. Second, no experiments on those under 12. I'd already broken that one with Isami. Third, don't let experiments live if they don't belong to Konoha. Another rule that wasn't followed in the past. And last but not least. Fourth, no looting anyone under 18. One-Nisans were free game. Sigh. It was obvious that puberty was hitting me hard. The One-Nisans in the camp weren't safe. After removing myself from my delusions, I started pacing around the building while looking at the seals. Everything seemed to be in order. I waved the clones away and they set off to put air conditioning in other buildings so they could earn a quick buck. Now I just needed some blood from everyone who planned on staying here and things would be good to go. I eyed the empty building. I'd need some walls put up, and maybe I could acquire a second building for a lab. I hadn't wanted to make one, but it was probably worth the effort. I needed something to do with my time. News of the third Rakich's death reached my ears a week after I arrived in the camp. I felt sad, this meant that the war would probably continue slowing down. Cannon fodder can be endlessly created and shipped to the front lines. It's the death of S-ranks and slowly dying economy from lack of trade that will bring an end to the war. Sign. Even after being trapped by Orochimaru, the Raikage wasn't the slightest bit more cautious. I need to find a hobby. I wasn't sure what I'd do with myself when I had no one to fight. I hated missions, but like fighting, to fight I'd have to go on missions. A conundrum. Aomi, can you train Isami? Start her on nature transformations, preferably water. Aomi nodded and started towards the door. I hummed and stared at her back as she left. The Hokage had seemingly lost interest and Aomi hadn't received any letters as of late. So, I was going to continue training her. Eventually, she would get into genetics and take some of the more mundane projects off my plate while I focused on the space god descendants. Or so went the new plan. She wasn't likely to be my Kabuto, her loyalty to Konoha prevented that. But she was still going to be my student. Aomi left my sight and I let my thoughts bounce around for a few moments longer before deciding to find some test subjects. I was going to figure out what Kushina's blood/chakra would do to normal folk. And then I'd make another tumor. Isami was also compatible with Kushina's blood. Super Isami was still a go. Sigh. I reined my thoughts in and headed for the door. Jinchuriki blood might bring me some surprises. I let my eyes wander while Inoichi blabbered on during what he had called the weekly briefing. Tsunade was here, as were the clan head trio. I eyed the assorted jonin surrounding the table but saw no one notable. Shiro, you and your team are heading to Claw. I nodded and accepted the scroll from Inoichi. Claw's daimyo had requested my services when he heard I was nearby. I broke the seal on the scroll and started reading it, not caring who saw the contents of the scroll. Yeah, this is not happening. I tossed the scroll to Inoichi, who caught it with a grimace. I was supposed to be the daimyo's guard for a few months. The daimyo was a notorious kid fucker and I wasn't interested in spending time with him. That and I was in the process of an experiment, I couldn't leave now. Refusing could be considered treason. I eyed Shikaku, who spoke. It wasn't considered treason, as it wasn't ordered by the Hokage. I'd rather not have to kill the daimyo. That pedophile would need to die. I wasn't interested in protecting that scum while denying his advances. If I have to spend time with him, he's going to die. And my time in Konoha would come to an end. The other daimyos would order my death, they couldn't allow the killing of a daimyo to go unpunished. This is an order from you, not an order from the Hokage. I spoke and eyed Shikaku while wondering why he was trying to start something. Tsunade leaned forward and looked vaguely interested while Shikaku was stoic. Are you trying to start a fight? I tilted my head and stared at him. I sadly couldn't do the smart person be 100 steps ahead thing. Shikaku had some sort of goal with this conversation, whether it be to paint me in a bad light in front of the jonin, make Tsunade dislike me, or something else. No need to be so hostile, Shirokuen. I kept my gaze on Shikaku while ignoring Inoichi, who had spoken. He didn't look nervous, but I could see the shadows in the room shift and become slightly darker. You're trying to start something, why not run to Suna if you're so eager to die? I smiled and noticed Inoichi flinch, my eyes shifted towards him momentarily. Tsunade had put a hand on his wrist and stopped him from making hand seals. We shouldn't be fighting among ourselves. Tsunade spoke slowly and confidently. I nodded to her, thankful I had avoided a mind rape. Why are you trying to send a child to a known pedophile? Tsunade stared at Shikaku. Shikaku frowned. We need the money. Shikaku had a touch of a smile on his face. I smirked and reeled in my chakra. Your head would earn us some money. Tsunade sent me a tight-lipped smile, silently telling me to stop with her eyes. Shikaku had accomplished whatever he had set out to accomplish, and I was annoyed. I'm not taking missions. I blew a breath out of my nose. I think I'll just head back to Konoha. I took great joy in seeing Shikaku's eyes fill with panic. That would truly be treason. Shikaku smoothed his expression back into his usual stoic look, trying to hide his panic. My smirk widened. I wouldn't get more than a slap on the wrist. I was too important to throw away. I might get branded as unstable or unpredictable if I wasn't already, but currently, I was needed in the war and was safe for now. I'll head over to grass then. Me being here is bad for your health. I held back a chuckle. Shikaku was looking more panicked. It seems that me leading wasn't what he wanted. Well, see you never. I'll pack my stuff. I stood and gave Tsunade a friendly smile. Thanks for saving the Yamanaka clan head. Had he gotten into my mind, he'd have died. Tsunade nodded with a weary smile. Is there any way you would be willing to stay? Shikaku spoke up, stopping my dramatic exit. Now I could make demands or I could throw them through a loop, and as fun as trolling them sounded, it probably wasn't the best idea. Talk to me about Yang release. I directed my demands to Choza, who was the only one who didn't seem interested in attacking me. And bring Guy when you come. I hadn't been able to find him. He nodded quietly while looking quite laid back. Swing by my lab when you're not busy, we'll chat. I nodded to him and he nodded back. I'll also only take my orders from Tsunade. I sent her a nod and turned and left before I could be stopped again. I wasn't sure what Shikaku was up to, but it seems we're on bad terms now. Sending a 12-year-old to a pedophile was an odd move and I have no clue what he gained from it. Was he testing me and my willingness to follow orders? Or was he testing my loyalty to Konoha? Another conundrum. I rolled my eyes and started towards the hospital. I'd leave Tsunade some alcohol as thanks. She definitely earned some points in my books. Interlude. Hyuga Shiro was blunt, unsociable, but oddly cheerful. He cares about his family and few close acquaintances but cared little for those not within his circle. Though Shiro shows some traits associated with sociopathy, he doesn't have enough to be considered a sociopath. He was bold but not mean. He doesn't respect societal norms but also doesn't lie and deceive. He makes long-term plans but shows aggressive behavior. Shiro seems to feel some guilt and remorse and follows up on personal and professional responsibilities. But he doesn't seem to consider his safety. Shiro doesn't manipulate or intimidate, at least not often. He doesn't steal, is not addicted to any substances, doesn't needlessly destroy things. He holds strong opinions but can be reasoned with and doesn't seem to have a strong sense of superiority. Shiro can be described as cold but does show investment in the lives of others. He has a tendency to nurture those who catch his interest and had done so a few times, the most notable being Osada Aomi, who he has elevated to elite jonin strength. Troublesome. I shook my head and slid my report away. I wish I had refused when I was told to test him. I made an enemy who could easily kill me if they desired. Shiro was unpredictable and that made me nervous. Not nervous enough to take preventive measures, but still nervous. After all, we're at war and accidents can happen. My team could get surrounded and captured. We might disappear. It was an unsettling thought, one I was hesitant to share. If we bothered him further, he might lash out. Troublesome. I repeated. I regretted being as direct as I was. I should have taken a more subtle approach. Prodding him as I had was a mistake. Subtle observation was a better option. Sadly, I didn't see it at the time. I leaned forward and rested my head on my desk. This was troublesome. Chapter 65. Kushina's blood didn't give any amazing improvements. It did exactly what the others did, with only a notable increase in stamina. It wasn't exactly exciting. But I could probably use her chakra to learn wind and water release should I ever have the urge. I shrugged and threw Aomi's notes on my desk. The blood injections seemed to be a shortcut to low chunin and learning nature transformation. It was something that would probably see a lot of use from myself in the future. I was shit at nature transformations after all. My saving grace was the continued expansion of my range. The more chakra I had, the less restricted my range was. It was nice that I was finally able to make tea with chakra strings without moving from my spot at the table. A true thing of beauty that was. I hummed and ignored Tsunade, who was blabbering while scanning someone I had given Kushina's blood to. People who got blood transfusions had a change in their chakra, and that was able to be sensed by competent sensors. My little experiment was shut down while Tsunade examined my victims. The blood had left their systems and Tsunade couldn't figure out what I had done, so I wasn't overly bothered by the whole thing. I wasn't going to be able to do it again though. How many times could you do this? I raised an eyebrow at the question as it was not what I expected. I could do it as much as I wanted. But I didn't want to do it often. Not very often. It takes too much time and chakra for such a minuscule increase in power. I shrugged. And it only benefits those under Chunin level. Making Chunin should be left to the academy. I wasn't interested in wasting my time by pumping them out. I was just trying to see if there were any side effects. Don't do this anymore, it stresses the body and chakra system. I nodded. Of course, it did. People weren't meant to grow that fast in body or chakra. Okay. It didn't matter too much. I was done anyway. I couldn't see any more avenues to explore this. Learning nature transformations was all it was good for. You're getting sent to the front to relieve the personal there. I nodded distractedly as I was watching my victim leave the room after Tsunade finished her exam. Am I just guarding, or can I go chase them a little? We had troops deeper in the desert stopping Suna from advancing towards our camp. They were regularly traded for fresh troops, and it seemed that it was our turn. Do what you wish, you'll be the authority out there. Meaning there was no Ino, Shika, Cho out and about. That's ideal. I smiled. Do I have any mission while I'm out there, or am I just holding the line? Tsunade shook her head. Just holding the line and repelling attacks, do as you wish. I smiled as I realized that my stay in Wind Country might not be too bad. Well, I'll go pack my stuff, it's been fun. I sent her a wave and ignored her muffled snort. First impressions aside, we got along well. I couldn't wait until she was Hokage. I leaned against the building we had taken over and waited for my little group to finish their preparations while I basked in the heat. I'd bought a wide-brimmed straw hat from a shop in River Country, and it had become my item of choice in blocking the sun's harsh rays. I looked silly wearing it, but it kept the sun out of my eyes, so it was going to stay for the foreseeable future. Can you put some seals in whatever building we end up in? Isami had her own wide-brimmed hat, though she had also bought a reddish-yellow cloak that was supposed to blend in with the sand. I nodded to her question, as I planned on placing seals on any buildings we occupied at the front. You'll only be there for a week. I had plans to stay a bit longer, as I didn't want to miss out on the last few battles of the war. I felt like I should get my fill while I could. Experiments could be done during my free time after the war. It's a week too long. I rolled my eyes at her. Battlefields are where you gain strength. She should be trying to stay for as long as she could handle it. Luckily, we're not running missions this time, so you'll have plenty of time to rest. And train. I couldn't have weak minions after all. The front, as it was called, wasn't far away. It was only a 10-minute run. The front was a small camp similar in structure to the main camp, with all its buildings being identical buildings that were quickly thrown up with ninjutsu. I wasn't sure why I needed to be stationed here, as I could arrive in a minute from the camp should I go at top speed. It was a minor annoyance, but nothing more than that. Where's the command center? I eyed the ninja who had approached me to look over the scroll I held out. Brown hair and brown eyes with Konoha's standard Jonin uniform, his only notable feature was the signature fangs of the Inuzuka on his face and the Ninkian trailing after him. Total cannon fodder. This way, Hyuga-sama. I nodded and followed after the man. I was feeling slightly sad. The cannon fodder in front of me was twice my size and twice my age. And yet I would be the one to see Kaguya's resurrection. I'd outlive almost everyone I met. It was a sobering thought. I was very hard to kill and potentially immortal, though the latter was still up for debate. De-aging my DNA had seemingly worked but hadn't stunted my growth. So, I wasn't very optimistic about it working. This is it. I nodded at his words and studied the building briefly. It was the same as the others, probably so it wouldn't be targeted. Thanks. I made a hand sign and 14 clones appeared around me. I turned towards the now surprised Inuzuka. Can you bring my clones and team to their residence? Certainly. He smiled and nodded. I watched him lead 7 of my clones plus friends and family away with a smile on my face. He was perhaps the first Inuzuka I've liked. I only work for hugs. I eyed the clone who had just volunteered for death. Silly clones were the bane of my existence. Hugs for the hug god. His existence was ended with a smack to the back. I sent a nod to the clone who smacked him and received an eye roll in reply. Alrighty. The clones were going to work on the seals while I pondered ways to continue mutating different genes. It was the most straightforward path of advancement I currently had, and the most likely to provide results. I hummed and looked over the small amount of paperwork I had to do. I just needed to note our supplies, the number of troops lost, the number of enemies captured, and other boring things. It was considerably less than what I had to deal with at Frost. But that was probably because Orochimaru left most of the paperwork to me. I scowled at the thought. Paperwork was the enemy of progress. I hummed and nodded while ignoring the screams outside. I blinked and stood up when I realized I was no longer in Frost and it wasn't test subjects that were screaming. I activated my Byakugan and made my way outside. We were being overrun. My dermal armor formed, and I broke out into a run towards the nearest enemy. This one thought he was clever and was using a puppet while hiding underground. A quick chakra-enhanced stomp injured the puppeteer and a second silenced his muffled screams. The sand wasn't as easy to stomp on. I drank in the chaos around me and smiled a real smile. I don't think I could ever go back to being normal after experiencing battle. It was already too late for me. I aimed my palms at the nearest enemy ninja and fired bone spears through them. I followed it up with 2 more spears that shredded another's throat and pierced the 4th, sticking him to a wall. I hummed and slowed my perception, finally remembering that it was part of my whole fighting style. The most important part. An explosion brought me back to reality and I turned my focus to an old woman who was causing trouble with her puppets. Perhaps she would be my main problem. An almost blinding amount of chakra quickly changed my mind. A frail middle-aged man waved his hand and buried many of our structures in sand, revealing his identity as soon as Jinchuriki. Fuck! I charged up a heaven's palm, Sunshine behind him, and slammed it into his back as hard as I could. The sand surrounding him came to his defense, but it wasn't enough as my attack sheared through it and continued through his arm. I jumped away as the Jinchuriki became surrounded by sand. My attack had taken an arm, but it also continued into the camp and pierced a few buildings before expanding and destroying the final building. Die! 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 I ignored the Jinchuriki's muffled dies and created a clone before charging up a second heaven's palm. My clone Sunshine towards the old woman while I dove towards the sand sphere. Hands made of sand attempted to grasp my ankles while sand tendrils wiped towards me. I dodged the first few sand hands and whips but was caught by a tendril of sand that wrapped around my ankle. It tightened but had no effect. A quick application of lightning chakra on my legs and I was free of the tendril. More tendrils and hands came at me with impressive speed. I ignored both and Sunshined above the sphere. Ugh! With a grunt, I smashed my attack into the sphere and Sunshined away. The attack drilled through the sphere and expanded inside it. The Jinchuriki sadly wasn't harmed. He had drilled himself into the ground and was now hiding while building up his chakra. I took a deep breath, unlocked my seal, and created a clone who in turn created more clones. The clones ran off into the chaos, poking people as they went and shutting down organs, blocking Tenketsu, and killing as they went. I took a moment to wrench a bone sword from my knee while the sand started building above the Jinchuriki. He rose from the ground, half covered in sand and blue markings. His eyes and teeth on his injured side were no longer human-looking. I eyed the tail behind him while wondering if killing him would cause the One-Tails to escape. You've made me angry. I ignored his weird demonic voice and instead focused on the sand that continued to creep onto him, expanding his form. He launched a large clawed hand at me with both rage and glee. Sorry. I coated my sword in as much lighting chakra as I could muster and vibrated it as much as I could. I shined right to him and cut deep into his torso. The sand resisted but was ultimately cut in half along with his body. I'll enjoy killing you. I rolled my eyes as he became more bestial and his two halves reconnected using sand. Because of course cutting him in half wasn't enough. He opened his mouth and started launching sandballs at me like a machine gun. I shined around him a few times while giving myself time to put more lighting chakra into the sword. I deprived him of his tail with swing, and a clone scoped it up with surprising quickness. The one-tails and I stared at the clone in surprise. I'll kill you. The clone stuck its tongue out and shined away from the danger, leaving me with an angry-tailed beast. More sand gathered and I started to panic a bit as I didn't want to fight a fully transformed one-tails. I made a one-handed hand seal and created a construct on my sword, further lengthening it. I dodged a dusty wind launched from the creature's mouth and shined behind it for what I hoped would be the last time. I enhanced my muscles as much as I could and swung. Swoosh asterisk. My sword cut through the sand, toward the human hidden within. The chakra in the sand shifted and lashed out in the form of whips as my sword continued towards the Jinchuriki's head. My sword split the head at the same time I was hit with the whips. Poof asterisk. I was embedded within the sand in a poof of dust. I watched the sand bubble and writhe for a moment before simmering down as the chakra within slowly dispersed. I laid there for a moment feeling slightly numb as I hadn't planned on killing a Jinchuriki today. I ignored a clone who scooped up the body with glee and turned my focus to the now retreating Sun army. They had come in full force, only lacking their Kage and Sasori, who I had been looking forward to fighting. My clones had ganged up on the old woman and were chasing her down while a woman with a bloodline of some sort defended her. The old woman was missing an arm and probably wasn't going to be happy with me in the future. I knew she was in canon but couldn't remember her name. My clones and the women left my range, and all that was left was the slower Sunanin or those that surrendered. Sigh. Another page in my tail. I deactivated my Byakugan and realized that I had forgotten my mask. Shiro? I turned my eyes to Shikaku, who was standing on the edge of the pit I was in and was staring at me. A rush of memories hit me as my clones had been taken out by an awfully convenient sandstorm that covered the fleeing ninja. Give me a minute, I'm going to lay here for a bit. I waved Shikaku away and stared at the sky, enjoying the cloudless view. More and more memories hit me as the clones that didn't enter the sandstorm dispersed after giving up. I held back a sigh as I realized that the clan head trio had done me a solid and held back Bloodline Woman while I killed the Jinchuriki. Aomi had deprived the old woman of an arm with the help of Mom in defense of Dewey, who had been poisoned and was being rushed back to the main camp. I closed the seal and got started on sending some of the excess chakra back into it. I'd have to catch up with Dewey so I could save him if things went south. With that in mind, I shined towards the main camp. Dewey thankfully wasn't in bad shape. However, I was reminded of the poison and disease resistance I had forgotten about. It was probably time to make everyone poison resistant. I'd get some blood from around the camp and have some clones work on it. With the addition of poison resistance from Suna, I'd say it'd be pretty good. But if I was already doing an overwrite, why stop there? Surely bigger reserves and denser chakra would be applicated, would they not? I nodded to myself. A few sneaky changes wouldn't hurt. Anger was temporary, power was forever after all. A briefing was held and time was wasted. With the death of their Jinchuriki, it was likely Suna would drop out of the war. They were fighting us and IWA currently, and their Jinchuriki was the only thing stopping IWA from stomping on them. With their lack of Jinchuriki and Iwa's surplus of them, it seemed obvious that they would quit when they were ahead. Or so Shikaku said. I thought that it probably wouldn't be the case. The battles between Kumo and IWA had become more frequent, and thus IWA was committing more of their resources towards Kumo as well as Konoha. Kumo was only fighting with one village while IWA was fighting on 3 fronts. Us and Suna were fighting on 2 fronts. So, Suna still had a chance even without their Jinchuriki, as no one could commit a lot of resources to destroy them. I figured they knew that and would stay in the war. Suna hadn't lost much yet, and could still afford to lose more. The same held for most of the other nations, only their lack of income and failing economies would cause them to pull away from the war. It was a fun state of affairs. Chapter 66. Sorry, but I'm not interested in taking an apprentice at this time. I nodded, having expected a refusal. At least Tsunade was polite. I had expected a much harsher refusal. That's fine, I'll continue teaching her. I had wanted her to learn from a medical specialist. Although I could make it work, I wasn't good at medical ninjutsu in the same way Tsunade was good. Reading notes and having someone verbally teach you were different. Are you interested in undergoing a de-aging procedure? Tsunade scowled. I realized I might have made a mistake. Are you calling me old, brat? Tsunade smiled at me, but the smile wasn't friendly in the slightest. I shook my head quickly. No, I've developed a de-aging procedure and your chakra reserves would make the whole thing relatively easy. I was taking a slight gamble. I wanted her DNA, but I had no way of easily getting it. An anti-aging overwrite was what I came up with. It's only viable for those with large reserves, a young affinity, and under a certain age. Tsunade looked slightly interested, but I could tell she was on the verge of refusal. I racked my brain for a solution but couldn't find one. My brain was failing me. I'd essentially be able to de-age your body, but only once, and after the age of 40 it becomes increasingly harder to do. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, which I considered a success. Making stuff up was hard. Tsunade was around 40 and I was trying to sell this as her last chance to have a younger body. Your lifespan would still be the same, you just have a physically younger body. That wasn't true at all. I was just worried Tsunade wouldn't want to live for longer than necessary. I saw Tsunade still didn't look interested and shrugged, as I'd already done what I could to convince her. Don't talk about the de-aging procedure, it's extremely hard to do and I'm not able to do it for most people. I blew a breath out of my nose. I only offered because you meet the requirements and I owe you. Tsunade nodded but didn't speak. Sigh. No Senju DNA for me, it seems. I already had Kushina's DNA, so it wasn't too big of a deal. There would be other opportunities to get Senju DNA. I can tell you're not interested, but take a bit to think about it. I sent her a little wave and started on my way out of her office. I had planned on getting into Kushina's DNA and had put it off for too long. Suna wasn't too likely to attack after having lost their Jinchuriki, so I had a good bit of free time before I got sent back to the front. As I had the Jinchuriki's body and a tail from a tail beast, I was excited to see what I could figure out. My clones and I had sealed the chakra extracted from the tail away and were now digging through the Jinchuriki's body and DNA. There wasn't much, some mutated genes, nothing unusual for someone with strong chakra running through their body. However, something was going on with his genes for affinities. He had wind and earth, but they were both unusual. I'd almost chalk it up to a bloodline, but he hadn't used it in our fight. His weird affinity genes and his genes for chakra density were the only other things of note. Sigh. I'd call this a bust, as there wasn't anything to be gained from the body. I'd preserve everything I could and then I'd go through it at a later time. Maybe I could find something I missed? I mulled over the idea for a moment before coming up with a better plan. I'd take a peek at the bingo books and see if the Jinchuriki was known for any bloodline usage. Maybe those affinity genes would be something special? Or maybe the host gained the affinities of the tailed beast and that's why they were so unusual? Suna's Jinchuriki had a bloodline. Magnet release. It was good news. It made the body more valuable. But it made me wonder why he hadn't used his bloodline. Maybe because the One-Tails took over so quickly? Maybe. See if we can get our hands on some prisoners. Aomi nodded and set off to do her task. I turned my eyes towards the clones who were working on Kushina's DNA. They had been doing a fine job but hadn't found anything too useful. Kushina's DNA was wildly different and not at all something a normal human should have and was taking a long time to pick through. Whether that was because of the Nine-Tails chakra or because of her bloodline was unknown. Her unusual DNA seemingly didn't give her any amazing abilities, but it did put her above a normal human in terms of chakra and bodily strength. Nothing she had was worth using an override on myself, but perhaps it would be useful in the future. I turned my focus away from the clones and onto my notebook where I had sketched out a few vague plans. First, I could stick with my bloodline's body and chakra, and slowly mutate them until they reached an insane level. Second, I could start trying to add additional bloodlines to myself and make myself like Canon Orochimaru, who was trying to make the optimal body. Third, I could keep collecting better traits and add them to myself. Fourth, a combination of all three. All of them sounded good in my head, but the first was the easiest to do. Mutation currently seemed to be the way to go, though I'd have to do a little of the second and third to get the Tensigen if I got to the moon. When I got to the moon, I nodded to myself. Sadly, the power of positive thought wouldn't get me to the moon. I rolled my eyes and dragged them back to the notebook. I'd need living Hyuga test subjects to get anywhere with mutating my bloodline. Chakra density was easy to mutate as it was easy to observe. Other traits wouldn't be as easy to do. So maybe mutation wouldn't be as easy as I thought. Unless I made flesh and blood clones, which sounded too expensive to do at the moment. Sigh. I didn't need more bloodlines. Nor did I need to collect better traits. What I had now was good. As my reserves grew and my chakra got denser, my body would continue to get stronger. It wasn't likely I would find any better traits anyway. The Rakiage were near the top in terms of strength. Also, bloodlines that had a lot to do with the body were hard to transplant after a certain age, according to Orochimaru. He said that bloodlines that had a lot to do with chakra were the easiest to acquire, though usually at the cost of DNA degradation and abilities that were weaker than the original bloodline holder. Knowing that bloodlines were probably out, I let myself slump and held back a sigh. I probably wouldn't see a vast improvement in the future. At least not until I aged or could get to the moon. Am I obsessed with the Tensigen? Probably. I crossed my arms and settled in for a thought-filled wait. I needed those prisoners to make any progress on Kushina's DNA. So, all I could do was stew in thought until I got them. A few prisoners I had acquired were given some chakra from the One-Tails and had shown some interesting results. Aside from the normal mutations and the expected but barely notable increase in strength, the prisoners also experienced an easily noticeable change in spiritual energy. Their spiritual energy now had a tinge of tailed beast to it. It was interesting. And I called it spiritual pollution as that was the first thing to come to mind. Their spiritual energy had changed and the change seemed preeminent. But more study was needed. Spiritual pollution could happen with the acquisition of any chakra, and the change was so slight that it was barely notable. Upon gaining my chakra, prisoners would gain an ever so slight tinge of Shiro-ness to them, according to Mom. The same was mirrored when they acquired her chakra, though they were notably more Hyuga-like in terms of spiritual energy with the combination of both my chakra as well as Mom's. It wasn't as notable as the change from the tailed beast chakra, but it was still notable. It was something to look into in any case. Foreign spiritual energy could pollute your own. Neat. I was once again stationed at the front. In the time I was away, the buildings had been dug up and reconstructed. The occasional abnormally large mound of sand was the only thing left behind from the battle. It was almost like it hadn't happened at all. How's the training going? Isami had no interest in medical stuff but had a surprising talent in ninjutsu. If she had bigger reserves, she would have a bright future in front of her. It's been alright, water is hard, but I'm getting close to learning some jutsus. I nodded. The academy wasn't made to teach ninjutsu, that was the job of the Jonin sensei, which Isami hadn't had. Finish water nature transformation and jump to fire immediately after. Jutsus can be learned later and Aomi won't always be available like she is now. Learn what you could, while you could. It was probably time to up her reserves. Exhaust your chakra and swing by tomorrow. She met my eyes and nodded. I'll need a bit of your blood first. She nodded and started walking away, leaving me puzzled. She tapped Aomi on the shoulder and started speaking while gesturing to her arm. Ah. I could have drawn her blood. But I guess it's good for my minion to have stuff to do. Now, how big should those reserves be? Kaguya level or tailed beast level? Kaguya for now. I probably shouldn't be creating tailless tailed beasts. Kushina's DNA governing chakra was doing an excellent job of killing everyone who got it. It was a bit odd. It was almost like her DNA was poisonous to any who received it. There was one semi-successful test where one of the prisoners received her gene for chakra density, but even then, his chakra coils were eaten by the chakra in a matter of hours. Was it perhaps because she was exposed to tail beast chakra for so long? Possibly, but I thought that was unlikely. Her blood had no negative effects. I'd have to test out the One-Tails Jinchuriki's DNA as well. Clap asterisk. Alright. I clapped. Sorry for spacing out. Isami nodded, not looking too bothered. So, I went to clap again but stopped myself. Your chakra and natural bodily limits will be expanded. I trailed off and pointed to the override seal that took up most of the floor. You just need to lay in the ominous circle and you will no longer be limited by pesky genetics. I smiled but could tell it wasn't a good smile. Your future will be determined by your own hard work and talent. My smile disappeared as fast as it came and I strutted towards the seal. Clap asterisk. Almost forgot. I clapped again as I couldn't contain my glee. I've included poison and disease resistance. It was a little too much to do at one time, but the changes to her DNA wouldn't immediately affect her body. And she'd already had dense chakra in her body, so an abrupt increase in density shouldn't be too much of a shock to her body. So, disastrous results were unlikely. Did you make the seal ominous on purpose? Isami put her hands on her hips and stared at me. I smirked. Of course, I did. The purple glow completed the whole look. It just wasn't as ominous without a glow of some kind. Now remove your pouch and step into the ominous circle. Isami scowled at me but I ignored her and shooed her into the circle. Sigh. Isami sighed and tossed her kunai pouch against the wall before stepping into the circle. Hopefully, I could get through some overwrites without using all the chakra in my seal. Alrighty. It wasn't likely as I had been using it a lot. But a boy could dream. Isami lay down as instructed and closed her eyes with a grimace. I took my place at the edge of the circle and started filling it with my chakra. Maybe I could do 2 overwrites today? I ignored the pull on my reserves with an ease born of the repeated use of the override seal. Dewey's refusal of poison and disease resistance was unexpected. I figured after his poison scare, he'd be open to the idea. But apparently not. I pulled myself from my thoughts and turned to the usually silent Aomi. Alright, you won't receive the same benefits that Isami will even though the DNA you're getting is pretty much the same. I wasn't sure how to say it nicely. Your body is less malleable because of your age. Being blunt was probably not the best way to go about it. Aomi looked quite sad. Don't look so put out, you'll still gain some benefits, just not the same amount as Isami is going to. I didn't want my minion to think I favored Isami over her. So, I had to be clear about the whole age thing. I didn't want resentment to build in my favorite minion. It will also take a little longer for these changes to take effect. Lots of training will speed up the process though. The change in chakra density was the only immediate improvement she'd see. Everything else would take time, and training in the case of chakra reserves. I'm increasing your potential, but you won't see rapid growth as you are not in puberty. I summed it up as best I could and moved towards the seal. She was moping, and I didn't want my favorite minion to feel sad. Poison and disease resistance will take effect as soon as you step out of the circle, so you have that to look forward to. I stood at the edge of the circle as a thought hit me. If Kushina's DNA was annoying to work with, would Naruto's be the same? Perhaps. Alright, step into the circle, this won't take long. I wanted the gene for Naruto's reserves. What I had was pretty good, so it didn't matter if that wasn't possible. Mom was the final person on my list of people to overwrite. She was also resistant to changes of any kind being done to her body. Which was a shame. Is there a reason you're so against an overwrite? I ran a hand through my hair and leaned deeper into my seat. Mom shook her head and continued sharpening her kunai without bothering to look at me. I'm just not interested. His tone was light, but I could see from her tenseness that I shouldn't continue hounding her. I couldn't fathom why she didn't want to undergo some sciencing. There was minimal risk and nearly no negatives. Unless one was using animal DNA. I let the idea of animal-human hybrids roll around in my mind for a moment. Could cat-eared maids become a real thing? I scowled at the thought and pushed it into the deepest, darkest corner of my mind. Thoughts like those shouldn't see the light of day. I should be focusing on Mom. But perhaps later. She was still tense and would probably be more receptive to the power of science when she was in a better mood. Due to a lack of human test subjects, I restarted my efforts to mutate the Hyuga chakra density gene. What I had achieved with it was great, but there was room for continued improvement. Chakra density was the easiest to observe, especially when clones could carry the blood and observe its effects. I'd also need to start collecting sensor DNA. It'd save me some work when I eventually decided to get back to it. Aomi stood beside me as we overlooked the fleeing Sunanin that we had just encountered. Suna doesn't seem too interested in fighting me, do they? Their expressions of terror as they fled made it obvious. No, they do not. Aomi's voice rang out. I raised an eyebrow as I hadn't expected a response. Do you think I have a flee on sight order? I raised my hand and pegged the slowest ninja with a bone spear. So, I could say that I didn't just let them flee. Maybe. Aomi nodded with a bored expression on her face. I was hoping she'd pull out a bingo book. That could have been a cool moment. All of these seemed to be genin level. I think they were doing a survival exercise of some kind. Though they should have done it away from the borders. It was odd that they were so close to us. Let's go. They're running straight to Suna, and I'd rather not get surrounded by whatever S-ranks are protecting their village. Their current Kaguya used iron sand in the same way the Jinchuriki used normal sand. I wasn't confident in my ability to pierce his defenses, as sand was already a challenge. Iron sand wouldn't be any easier. I think I'll get started on another nature transformation soon. I eyed Aomi, who raised an eyebrow. I probably won't need you around for a while once I start it, so you'll have lots of free time to pursue your own interests. Aomi nodded and looked rather unbothered. I turned my eyes away and focused them forward. I need to get the affinity genes for whatever nature transformation I wanted. Sigh. I waved Aomi off when she looked at me. I had just said not long ago that I wasn't going to do another override on myself. But if I was going to do one, I might as well give myself all the normal affinities. There was almost no point in not doing it. Even with them, I'd still take forever to learn anything. Unless I made another tumor baby. I smiled at the thought of another Tumor-chan. Tumor-chan and I had such fun together. Ha ha ha. I chuckled. I'd make Tumor-chan and the clones could continue with Kushina's DNA. Interlude. Shiro's steps were silent and agile. He was a very light sleeper and could go days with little sleep. Shiro's eyes were always looking, different from my own that remained unaware of my surroundings. I started copying Shiro's behavior, the confident but lazy way he holds himself. The way he walks into a room, which demands attention. And his silent and agile steps. What I tried not to copy was his blunt mannerisms and unsociability, though as much as I tried some slipped through. Closeness to Shiro had blunted my speech. I spent a lot of time observing him, trying to adapt his movements as my own. Though try as I might, my steps were never as agile, nor was I confident as he seemed. He's late. Aomi spoke, pulling me from my thoughts. He's never late. I nodded but remained silent, not really sure what to say. Shiro worked quickly and efficiently, sometimes starting things hours before to avoid being late. His punctuality was well known, as was his distaste for those who weren't early or on time. It was unusual for Shiro not to be early, let alone late. It meant that something pressing happened, something that required his attention. Shiro arrived soundlessly and tapped Aomi on the shoulder, causing her to jump. Yo! Shiro waved cheerily as his eyes studied our forms, perhaps making sure we were ready. Ah, there's been an outbreak of sexually transmitted diseases. Shiro smiled, not looking bothered by the subject. So, if you or someone you know has been having mysterious rashes or blisters on their lady bits, make sure to head to the field hospital. Shiro eyed Aomi for a moment and turned his eyes to me before quickly shifting them towards the sky. My face reddened and I stared at the ground. I wasn't mentally ready for the subject. Now, I might have to give this mission to someone else. Shiro tapped his chin. I'm supposed to visit the brothel where this started and treat anyone who works there or frequents the brothel. Shiro continued, not at all fazed by my or Aomi's apparent discomfort. I'll probably have to go through the whole town, every man and their wife probably have something. Shiro rubbed eyes. I wish we could just open a brothel in the camp, it would be a lot less work. Sigh. Shiro sighed and started back towards the camp. Let's go, we need to make someone else do our mission. Shiro turned and smiled at the two of us. Aomi and I met eyes. I didn't want to spend the next few days looking at people's genitals, and I doubted Aomi did either. Alright, we've got a Shiro, Aomi, and Isami adventure ahead of us. Shiro's smile widened. There's lots of fun to be had. I shook my head and increased my speed to catch up with him. This wasn't a mission I wanted. But when you were a chunin, you had very little choice in what you did. Chapter 67. Boom asterisk. I watched in amusement while a group of Tsuneshinobi paid the price for being alive and perished in a fiery explosion. Had they not been so persistent in chasing me when I clearly didn't want to fight, the outcome could have been different. Not much different, as cannon fodder was cannon fodder and they would have died eventually. But still, it could have been different. I remember when I killed my first person with fire ninjutsu. Aomi stared blankly as the surviving ninja fled. I let out an inquisitive hum as I wasn't sure why a seal made her think of ninjutsu. I cried the first time. Aomi frowned deeply. Haha. In ecstasy? I said with a laugh. No, in terror. Aomi didn't miss a beat and my smile vanished at her words. I nodded in slight understanding. Chakra can cause such devastation. I wasn't sure if that was what she was getting at. Perhaps she had something more profound in mind when she cried. Alright, let's head out, we don't need another ambush. I wasn't too interested in making more conversation at the moment. We had crappy mystery scrolls to deliver. Our encounter with the company of Sunanin delayed our arrival by a few hours, but that was only a minor annoyance. I waved airily as if 150 Sunanin weren't a big deal. One of them had the summoning contract for the weasels and those little buggers were annoying. I wasn't going to fight them at first, but they brought it upon themselves. Having long rat things chewing on my ankles was beyond annoying. Anyways, a weasel with a sword gave me a surprise haircut and in a bout of righteous anger I killed everyone fast enough to keep up with us. Which was about 50 or so people. Sadly, I was still pursued and had to send 50 more to meet the death god. Tsunade and Aomi shared a look between each other. Hopefully the Shinigami appreciated my efforts. I ended my report with a shrug as that was about all that happened. Sigh. Tsunade sighed in exasperation while Aomi nodded sympathetically. I rolled my eyes at the two drama queens. As fun as this is, I've got a minion to train. I tilted my head towards the door. If you'll excuse me? Tsunade nodded and waved me away while Aomi trailed after me. Isami was doing alright. She wasn't impressive in terms of taijutsu but made up for it with her ninjutsu. She was mid-chunin but had pretty substantial reserves. I was hoping the overwrite would shore up some of her weakness and give her a higher raw potential so she could work her way into the realm of S-rank shinobi. Sadly, that seemed like it was going to take a long time. Or at least longer than I thought it would. S-rank was probably 10 years away for Isami. Or so I guessed. It came down to her own effort for the most part. She could lose motivation or she could become more motivated. It was up to her now. I let my thoughts wander for a while longer before standing up and rolling my shoulders. Alright, break's over, back to taijutsu. Groan asterisk. Aomi stood with a groan and wobbled her way into the sparring ring we had marked with rocks. A little pain now will stop you from being armless later. With those motivational words, I stepped towards Isami, who had gotten into a sloppy stance. Alright, just dodge, don't worry too much about hitting me. Isami nodded and I nodded back. I kicked out toward her leg and she jumped into the air. Off the ground is not where you want to be. I grabbed her by her shirt and flung her further into the air. Flinging jumping opponents might become one of my favorite things. Asami sailed across the makeshift arena and landed in a puff of sand. Keep your feet on the ground. Unless one could fly, jumping was generally a bad idea. I ignored Asami's groaning and pondered on the wonders of flight for a moment. Alright, get up. Flight sounded interesting. But I knew it could be done with the Tensigen, so I probably shouldn't spend too much time on it. Alright, we'll do this again tomorrow, I said when it became clear that Asami wasn't getting up anytime soon. Haha. I got a thumbs up from Asami, causing me to chuckle. My minions adopting my mannerisms cracked me up. How's my chakra? I stood arms and legs spread while Mom stared at me with her Byakugan. She shrugged. Really dense, with a bulging middle. She didn't look overly concerned, so I accepted the answer and didn't question her further. I wanted a more detailed answer as I looked like a glowing stick man while my Byakugan was active. How's it feel? I stared at her. Mom shrugged again. Warm but chaotic. I rolled my eyes at the vague description. I brought my chakra to my hand and it was covered by a white glow. My chakra hadn't changed much in color, but apparently it was chaotic now. Perhaps because of my new affinities. I let the idea roll around while Mom continued studying me with her Byakugan. Anything? I got an immediate headshake in response. Good. Okay, thanks for your help. I blinked at her when she nodded with a happy smile. Anytime, I'm happy to help. I blinked at her again as she made her way out of the room and towards the exit. She was weirdly happy there. Whatever. Jinchuriki DNA didn't want to mesh with normal DNA, it seems. It made Kushina's blood and the Jinchuriki's body near useless. The fact that Kushina's blood didn't cause any problems while her DNA did was also annoying. It was weird, but I chalked it up to tail beast shenanigans. Alrighty. I eyed Uzumaki Tumaruto as I called my newest tumor-like mass of flesh. The amount of physical energy it produced was pretty scary, but that wasn't unexpected as the Uzumaki were known for their vitality and chakra. I'd overridden myself one final time and acquired both the wind and fire affinities. I'd have done more, but my body was starting to reject my chakra and I was worried I'd have to use an override and go back to a previous save if I did anymore. 2 new affinities were a large jump and my body was struggling to adapt. Tumaruto seems to be doing quite well. It was doing better than the previous tumor did. I turned to Aomi, who shrugged. Alright, I'll be trying to use the power of wind to annihilate some paper. I gestured to my desk, which contained said paper. You're free to do your own thing for the next few days. I'd be hiding and trying to stay away from sensors for the next little while. Can I have your notes on Fuinjutsu? Aomi smiled nervously. I raised an eyebrow at her nervous smile. Are you interested in learning? I questioned while studying her body language. Hints of anxiety and fear were apparent. Aomi nodded. Yes, I want to get started so I can get right into DNA manipulation when I have the required chakra control. She looked unsure, but I didn't know why. I smiled as I was feeling amused. Notes won't be enough to learn Fuinjutsu, I'll start teaching you. My minion was interested in DNA shenanigans. The thought warmed my heart. I'll start you on DNA once your medical ninjutsu is sufficient. Hopefully, that wasn't far off. Aomi nodded. Thank you. I nodded in return. Alright, I've got to tend to Tumaruto for a while. I waved her away as I was eager to start on wind release. Aomi nodded and started towards the door. Alright. I turned to Tumaruto. Wind and water are what I need you to teach me. I pointed dramatically. Aomi grumbled to herself quietly and shut the door behind her, leaving me alone with Tumaruto. I rolled my eyes and stuck my hand into the nutrition solution. I was ready to rumble. Learning wind nature transformation was easy enough. Using the tumor didn't make me any better at learning ninjutsu, but it did save me months of training. Thus, I held the weekly briefing in my hand and watched with glee as it was reduced to shreds. I'd had trouble with water nature transformation, but I was able to use it to some extent. I wouldn't use it in combat currently, but maybe in the future. Alright, could you write down some easy water jutsu? Aomi nodded and wandered off to do just that. Minions were great. But making great minions was hard. Guy, it's good to see your youthful face. Guy's face was sporting a wide youthful smile, as was mine. Guy did his nice guy pose, a thumbs up, wink, and a winning smile. Shiro! My most youthful friend. It's been so long. Guy had tears streaming dramatically down his face. I ignored his tears and gestured to Isami. Guy, this is my friend Isami. I pointed to my minion. Isami, this is Guy. I pointed to my youthful friend. The two exchanged greetings while I watched with amusement as Guy weirded Isami out. His weirdness shouldn't be surprising as she spent a lot of time around Due. What brings you here? I'd been bugging Choza to bring Guy around and chat with me, but he's done neither. That fat scum. I've been youthfully leading a team to gain experience in the youthful art of leadership. Guy smiled widely and gestured animatedly as he started to regale me with tales of his youthful missions. I nodded idly while Guy spoke. Isami was fleeing, and Dewey's eyes were streaming youthful tears. What a life I have. I thought while Guy mimed beating up a missing nin. I took a sip of my green tea and let the bittersweet taste on my tongue distract me and quell my wrath slightly. Weekly briefings were annoying if not anger-inducing. Which was probably why we didn't do them in Frost. Orochimaru probably thought they were annoying as well. You look bored, Shiro. Shikaku was trying to make conversation again. As much as I disliked the scum trio, it was probably good to stay on speaking terms. That's because I am bored. I trailed off as Aomi added more tea to my cup. I pulled the cup towards myself and stared at the liquid within. The lack of action is disheartening and boring. It seemed like we had an advantage that we weren't pushing. If we had hit Suna right after the death of their Jinchuriki, we probably could have forced a surrender from Suna. I going to bail, CYA. I gave the group a cheery wave and shunshined away before anyone had time to react. Fuinjutsu was proving to be difficult, which wasn't surprising. If Fuinjutsu was easy, everyone would be using it. Aomi, please offer Isami the chance to use Naruto. I said without looking away from my mess of English and kanji. Trying to use English as my own custom script was looking to be a bust. If she isn't interested, we might need to hold a funeral for Naruto. Aomi was visibly disgusted. She gave me a dirty look and made her way out of the lab. Ha ha ha. I cracked up as she sent me a second dirty look before she left. The idea of holding a funeral for the tumor seemed to have upset her. Usually there's no shortage of enemies, I said while gazing apathetically at the wave of Sunanin approaching the camp. But these all look to be the worst Suna has to offer. I kept my focus on the approaching ninja while trying to figure out their plan. I couldn't see anyone above Chunin level, which was slightly worrying as the strong ones were probably elsewhere causing problems. Shikaku? He raised an eyebrow and I waved him closer. I frowned. There's no one here above Chunin. He nodded, not looking perturbed. Don't worry too much about it, the main camp has sufficient forces should it be attacked. That wasn't my worry, but I didn't say anything. Me worrying about them attacking the camp looked better than me worrying about them sneaking past us to get water from the land of rivers. Do you want me to head to the main camp or stay? I asked while watching a particularly skilled Inuzuka shred her opponents. She was brutal, shredding Jinin and Chunin with a smile on her face. I took a moment to memorize her face while Shikaku spoke. Stay, we need you here for when the S-ranked shinobi show up. I frowned as I didn't think that was likely. They probably had no intention of fighting us, this was clearly a distraction. All right. I just nodded and continued watching over the battlefield. I wouldn't interfere as it was good for the army to get some practice in. Fighting foes at the same level as them would hopefully do them some good. The few surviving Sunanin fled, they were of course chased, but I decided that they weren't my problem now that they were leaving. I hummed and deactivated my Byakugan when I noticed Isami heading towards me with a cheerful smile on her face. She looked positively joyful even though she was soaked in blood and had a deep cut on her right shoulder. You look happy. I said as I turned her shoulder towards me so I could see it while I healed. The cut itself wasn't bad, but the blade that did it was poisoned. Poison resistance was already proving its worth. Yeah. I raised an eyebrow, but she didn't continue. Whatever. Alright, you're all healed up. I patted her on the shoulder and shooed her away. I had to stand around and look pretty for a little longer. I was proven correct when it was revealed that Suna snuck past our camps and attacked Tanagakure while we were occupied. Now Suna and Konoha were in peace talks, and if those succeeded, I'd probably get sent somewhere else once again. Which was annoying. I now had to rush my projects so I could finish them before I got moved somewhere else. Between possibly moving again and teaching my minion with my half-assed Fuinjutsu knowledge, I was feeling pretty annoyed. Your writing is pretty good, but it has to be perfect. I examined the lines in her kanji. Every stroke has to be in the correct order or you'll mess up the seal. When it sometimes took 5 strokes per kanji, it quickly became annoying when remembering the correct brush strokes. You could slow down a little as well, it doesn't matter how long it takes as you're not in a rush. I took a pen and circled all the kanji that had been done incorrectly. At this point, it's more important that you do it correctly rather than quickly. It was a lesson that took me a while to learn. I wasn't using Fuinjutsu in combat, so I didn't need to be quick. But other than that, you're doing well, I said with a pleased smile on my face. Aomi nodded and ran her fingers across the circled kanji. I did calligraphy in my kunoichi classes, it hasn't been too hard to pick it up again. I nodded in understanding. Prior learning was a boon even if you didn't use it until years later. Learning was never a bad thing or a waste of time. Once you get good enough, it'll become easier. Clones will significantly speed up your progress later on as well. Once everything became muscle memory, the rest could be left up to clones. After that, it was smooth sailing, so long as you weren't stupid and didn't injure yourself often. It's slow in the beginning, just keep working at it. Aomi nodded and switched her paper with a fresh sheet. I turned my attention to the clones who were mutating DNA. Although clones could be given blood or flesh that produced physical energy, they couldn't produce more spiritual energy. They could regenerate chakra to some extent, but it came out young heavy as they couldn't regenerate spiritual energy once it was used. It was neat. I wanted to look into making flesh and blood clones, but I was wary of leaving a copy of my body around if they ran out of spiritual energy. A slight conundrum. I rolled my eyes and turned my focus back to Aomi, who was hard at work. If only my younger and easier to manipulate minion was eager to learn what Aomi was learning. I drifted off into thought and wondered what I was going to do when he inevitably moved me to a different battlefield. There were only 3.5 months of war left according to my rough timeline. It could be more or less, but it still meant that I wouldn't have a stable supply of test subjects soon. I'd have to pursue other projects for a while, at least until I had a reliable way to secure test subjects for myself. I shrugged to myself and continued pondering on my future. Plans would have to be made and goals would have to be set. I'd need to find other things to do so I didn't die of boredom when the war ends. It was hard being mad, I thought with an amused smile. Chapter 68. IWA has pulled out of rain and has redirected their forces to grass and claw. Tsunade paused and surveyed the room. She was happy with what she saw and nodded to herself before she continued reading. Takigakure has allied with IWA and has started attacking our troops in grass from the southeast, while IWA focuses on the north and northwest of grass. Tsunade paused and took a sip of water. Kiri has sent forces into the Land of Fire and is working on establishing camps along our eastern shores near Wave. Tsunade pursed her lips. Kumo has entrenched themselves in the Isa Bay and is frequently attacking Iwagakure while building more infrastructure in the bay. Tsunade tossed the briefing into the center of the table, signaling the end of the meeting. I ignored the chatter around me and grabbed the briefing with some chakra strings. The briefing flew into my hands, earning some raised eyebrows from the surrounding ninja. I ignored them and gave the briefing a quick read. Kiri was low on strong ninja but hadn't given up on causing trouble, while IWA was getting smashed from all sides and still seemed to be doing fine. IWA and Kiri were the most annoying villages. IWA was too strong and Kiri couldn't stop fighting even when they lost most of their S-rank ninja bearing their second Jinchuriki who was half rouge. The briefing flew from my hands and was stacked neatly in the center of the table with little more than a thought. I'd asked to be stationed in grass, but nothing came of it. The war was ending soon and I was looking forward to getting into a big battle of some kind so I could come out of the war with fond memories. But it didn't look like that was going to happen anytime soon. Isami sent a torso-sized bolt of lightning at me which was cut in half with a swing of my wind-covered sword. I pointed my index finger at Isami and launched an apple-sized ball of water at her. She sidestepped it and proceeded to launch a dozen fist-sized lightning balls at me. With a few causal swings, the lightning balls were cut in half and dispersed into the air, while I sidestepped the remaining lightning balls. You have to switch it up, lightning is not working. Isami responded by sending a water whip at my face. I rolled my eyes, grabbed the whip, and started sending electricity down its length. Isami muscles tensed but she ignored it and sent a second water whip towards my stomach. I let it grab me and sent electricity through it as well. Isami ignored it just as she ignored the electricity running through the first whip. She tried to pull me towards her but my feet remained anchored to the ground. She strained for a moment more, futilely trying to move me. I cut the whips with my sword and half-heartedly tossed a small Rasengan at her legs. She dodged it and breathed lightning at me after a few hand signs. I again cut it in half while wondering when she would run out of chakra. The spar was starting to get repetitive and I wasn't sure I could tolerate much more. Alright, that's enough for now, let's go again tomorrow. Isami nodded and dramatically collapsed on her back. I eyed her for a moment before turning my gaze to the sky. It was a clear cloudless day as most days in Wind Country were. I tucked my bangs behind my ears as they were getting in the way and sunshine towards the lab. I had to make sure the clones hadn't destroyed it. Test tube babies were on my mind a lot these days. I had quite a bit of DNA and making a test tube baby was well within my means. I could combine and genetically edit the egg or sperm in any way I desired, giving it any bloodline or traits I thought would mesh well. It was tempting as they would be easy to make as long as there was a surrogate mother. The thought of combining my DNA with the DNA of another bloodline holder to make a child was also tempting. Especially when it was extremely likely that the child's DNA and chakra would be compatible with my own chakra and DNA. Make a child that was genetically similar to me, that had whatever bloodlines I desired, and switch my DNA for his DNA. It was a nice idea, if only because it gave me a lot to think about. Test tube babies and the acquisition of stable multi-bloodline DNA. It was something that I'd continue thinking about. My clones continued to tirelessly mutate the Hyuga chakra density gene and were making good progress. It has gotten to the point where I didn't want them to mutate it any further, as my body might not be capable of accepting such a huge increase in chakra density. I scratched my nose while staring at the clones with my Byakugan. Further mutation could probably wait. I now needed to decide if an overwrite was worth it or not. I had wanted to avoid more. But I'd already given myself 2 more affinities. Another increase in chakra density wouldn't hurt. Right? I hummed and shrugged while pondering what else I could set the clones on now. Genes corresponding to chakra or related to chakra were the easiest to monitor. So maybe they could mutate the genes for chakra reserves or the affinity genes? Affinity genes or chakra reserves was the question. Chakra reserves were harder to test. So, affinity genes it was. I shrugged and created some shadow clones so they could make an override seal and get started on mutating the affinity genes. More stuff to do. At least I'll be entertained for a while. It seems like we're going to be here for the rest of the war, I said blandly while staring my orders from the Hokage. Tsunade and I are supposed to stay here while most of the non-essential troops are being moved to grass. Isami looked apathetic to my plight, and Mom looked nonplussed. What do you guys want to do? I could have us stationed in grass if you're interested. I realized I probably shouldn't be dragging the squishy people into war zones. I'd rather not have to move again. Isami nodded, seemingly agreeing with Mom. It didn't matter overly much to me. I wanted to fight some more, but if I could keep the people I cared about happy, that was fine. I guess we're staying. I pursed my lips. I still needed something to do. I can't seem to figure out what I want to do with my time. I keep changing my mind. I shrugged when I received no reply. Whatever. Alright, if anyone wants a break, just apply for leave. Mom shook her head at me and Isami raised an eyebrow. Don't abuse your power. I rolled my eyes. Power was meant to be used and abused. Sure. Mom squinted at me but didn't continue. Yawn asterisk, I rolled my shoulders and yawned. Whatever, I'm going to train with Guy. Mom nodded and Isami sent me a little wave. I made my way towards the door, leading the two ladies by themselves. News arrived and it was about Obito, who was dead and gone. I rolled my eyes and crumpled the letter. At least I got an invite to the funeral. I rubbed my eyes, feeling stressed. Obito's dead and the Hokages granted us leave so we can attend the funeral. Canon was still somewhat on track it seems. If nothing else, Obito would be predictable. Better an enemy I know than an enemy I don't. Poor Rin's probably heartbroken. Isami's eyes watered and she blinked away the tears. I'll go let the others know. I blew a heavy breath from my nose and nodded. Isami scampered away and I was left to my thoughts. Was this the bridge thing or was this an unfortunate accident? I asked the empty air and received no answer. I hoped that Obito was alive and predictable, but things rarely went exactly as I wanted them to. With a hand sign, I was surrounded by clones who quickly went about finishing what needed to be finished and packing up what needed packing. At least Obito's death got me a week of leave. I was enjoying our quiet trip through rivers when Mom spoke. What are your current plans? When no one answered, I realized that it was me she was talking to. I hummed to buy myself some time. I'm going to buy a lot of buildings and rent them out. Hopefully I can cut down on the missions I need to do. That was the plan. Become well off and train a lot. Why are you asking? She shrugged and I raised an eyebrow at her. She was silent for a moment. I've been offered a position in the Umbu. I smiled wearily. People weren't supposed to know you were an Umbu. If you want to do it you can, but I'd feel better if you didn't accept. Mom nodded so I continued. I'd rather know where you are so I can keep you safe. Should you disappear I probably wouldn't be told anything. Okay. Mom nodded. I stared at her, wondering if that was the end of the conversation. She didn't speak so I focused my attention back to the direction we were going. Umbu was only for those who were extremely loyal and those who were unfeeling monsters. Mom was closer to the latter, but I still didn't want to test her mental strength. If you're interested we can talk more when we get home. Mom nodded. I raised an eyebrow at Isami who had been listening in. She quickly looked away and I huffed at her. That wasn't very slick. I sent my clones off to check on Kushina, Minato, and Kakashi while I checked on my favorite Kohai. How are you feeling? I grabbed Rin's wrist and used the diagnostic jutsu. She was still eating at least. Sorry, but I need to be alone. Rin rubbed her eyes. I nodded. Are you sure? Rin took a deep shaky breath and nodded. I was feeling guilty about not revealing Obito's survival. But I cared more about predictability than I did about the temporary guilt. I'll come over tomorrow, sorry for dropping by unexpectedly. I left the manju I bought on the table and made my escape. I laid in my bed and dwelled on how foreign the house felt. I had made a place for myself in Frost and since I've left, nothing has felt like home to me. The absence of sound was slightly off-putting as was the feeling of silk sheets. I had gotten used to the screams and clashes of steel, and I missed the coarse blanket that had been provided to me. Wind Country hadn't been as homely as Frost was, but it was close enough that I hadn't minded it. Now I was home with the awareness that my time on the battlefield was coming to a close and I was feeling more lost than I usually was. Idleness will be the death of me. I flipped the pillow over and rolled over to the other side of the bed for maximum coolness. I wasn't sure if the emptiness that plagued me was from some DNA shenanigans that I'd messed up or if it was because I was becoming an edgy teenager. It could be both. I closed my eyes and curled into a ball hoping for sleep that probably wouldn't come. False hope was better than no hope. Obito's funeral was much busier than I expected. Many Uchiha clansmen attended as well as people from the academy class. Minato, Kakashi, Rin, and an assortment of Uchihas stood in a line in front of Obito's coffin, heads bowed and eyes closed. He doesn't belong to our clan, but he possesses the Sharingan. Kakashi tensed, and Minato turned and gave the one who spoke a menacing stare. I hummed and patted a young Itachi on the head. He looked young and innocent. Sadly, that wouldn't be for long if things went as they did in canon. I ignored his questioning stare and the reproachful stares of the other funeral-goers. I think I'll have a look at Kakashi's Sharingan, maybe I can make it less of a burden. The Sharingan seemed to drain less chakra when it wasn't exposed to light. The drain was still there, but it wasn't as bad as it was when the Sharingan was exposed to light. Closing the eyes seemed to help lessen the drain, but covering it seemed to be the way to go. You are going to need an eye patch or something to lessen the drain. I ignored his frown and continued. I can't deactivate it. I'd liken the Sharingan to a parasite, but Kakashi probably wouldn't take it well. If you're willing, we can work on changing your chakra so your Sharingan doesn't eat it as fast. I scratched my head. I just needed to pollute his spiritual energy with Uchiha chakra. It would probably take a long time, and we'll need an Uchiha to supply you with chakra. I trailed off in thought. A transplant of some kind would be the easy solution though it probably wouldn't be as effective as I wanted it to be. Spiritual pollution might be an unexpected boon. I hadn't been thinking too deeply about it, but it might be the key to the awakening of the Tenseigan. I quickly quashed the joy I felt. It was just conjecture, I didn't have solid information to go off of. I could also alter your genes and make your chakra denser, that could help as well. Not that much as the Sharingan favored Yin chakra, and altering chakra density through the DNA would cause it to lean towards Yang. It's up to you. I stared at him. Kakashi stared back. Thank you, he said quietly. I just nodded. Go see Rin, she needs some company. I shooed him off. My presence didn't cheer her up any, maybe Kakashi could succeed where I had failed. Thank you, Kakashi repeated as he left the room. I let out a heavy breath and rubbed my eyes. Only one of his friends is dead and he's already much more tolerable. Good thing I can keep those thoughts inside. Choking down my nutritious health drink was not how I like to start my morning, but it was necessary. Thankfully Mom arrived with a distraction that made my daily ritual bearable. Shiro, Research and Development, sent another letter. I motioned for her to open while I choked down the sludge I had in my mouth. They will give you a personal lab if you work on artificial summons. Mom nodded and continued. It doesn't say anything about funding. She smirked. I shrugged as I didn't care too much. I'll write a refusal. I didn't want to burn bridges, at least not yet. They hadn't done anything to earn my ire. Yet. Researchers are the quintessential nerds. You could probably bully them into giving you what you want. She smirked and I laughed. Ha ha ha. I could be the king nerd of research and development. Mom telling me to bully the nerds cracked me up, even though I might also be considered a nerd. I don't think that's necessary. Even if I got what I wanted, my freedom would be heavily restricted. Which was not what I needed. But thanks for that, it cracked me up. I smiled and she smiled back. I took what was left of my health drink and slammed it back with a grimace. Are you interested in buying an apartment for me? I could do it myself, but it was easier when the one buying it wasn't 12. Have you got the paperwork settled? I nodded in reply. Did you get any loans? I again nodded. Sigh. Mom sighed and rubbed her face. You should stay away from loans. I nodded in agreement. I would have, but it's cheap enough now that it's worth taking out the loan. I could save up the money, but how many annoying missions would I have to suffer to get said money? Anyway, don't worry much, the bank just needs a 15% down payment and we're good to go. I had to pay the loan back within 10 years, but that probably wouldn't be a problem. I'll send a clone with you, in case you need help. A hand sign later the room had gained one clone. The clone looked annoyed, but he made his way to my room in search of the papers. Sorry for eating up a few days of your time. Mom shook her head with an amused smile. I'll just send a clone of my own, no worries. I smiled as well. I probably should have done that in the first place. Thanks. Mom nodded and went towards my room. I stood and grabbed my empty glass, before making my way towards the sink. The apartment building was going to get taken care of, that was a load off my shoulders. Just a few more buildings and I'd be wealthy. Interlude. Shiro rubbed his eyes looking half awake as he stared into the cereal I had provided. I felt bad about making him come over so early in the morning, but I wanted to talk to him about something he had said. You told Kakashi you could help him with Obito's Sharingan? I decided to be direct, as that was what Shiro preferred. Yep. Shiro stared at me with unconcealed annoyance, while stirring the cereal. Can you? My voice came out more desperate than I had intended, mainly due to the fear that Obito's Sharingan would cripple Kakashi. Shiro nodded, still looking annoyed. Yes, I just need an Uchiha to donate some of their chakra. Shiro took a spoonful of milk and brought it to his mouth, ignoring the cereal. If you can get an Uchiha on board, then I can lessen the amount of chakra the Sharingan drains. I blinked. It wouldn't be too hard to get the chakra, people owed me favors and even if they refused Mikoto would be willing to give up some chakra should Kushina ask. If it doesn't work? Shiro scowled at me. I know what I'm doing, have some faith in your student. I smiled. Former student. And I'm not sure I taught you much, you did most of the learning yourself. Shiro shook his head and took a bite of cereal. Don't sell yourself short, you are still my teacher. I smiled and nodded, Shiro smiled back before digging back into his cereal. Is there anything else you need? I shook my head and blinked in surprise as Shiro shined away taking my bowl and spoon with him. I stared at the open window wondering if I would ever get my bowl back. At least Kakashi would be alright. A bowl was worth Kakashi's continued wellness. Chapter 69. One chapter this week, I don't have the same motivation or time I once had. I don't enjoy writing this FIC at the moment, so I might drop it. I used to pump out 4 chapters a week, but now I can barely summon up the will to do half a chapter. Anyways, this FIC has gotten too popular and the criticism I get is overwhelming, which is especially annoying as it's always the same criticism from people who don't write themselves. This is my first posted FIC, so of course, it's lacking. I know it's lacking, I don't need to be messaged about my crappy writing. I know, it sucks. I've already been told tens of times. Anyway, I don't enjoy writing this or even writing on this site. I might move to Space Battles or Sufficient Velocity. Hopefully, when everyone can see the interactions between me and the reviewer they will be less cunty. But that is probably a vain hope. Anyway, this is a warning. This FIC won't continue much longer, I'd give it 2 months. Stay safe, much love. Don't worry, pain is only temporary. Kakashi grit his teeth and nodded. I continued my work by beating his body into submission with my chakra. I had to smother his chakra and allow his spirit energy to come in contact with the Uchiha chakra. Alright, let's stop here. Kakashi's body was similar to mine in that it didn't want anything foreign in it. Luckily or unluckily for him, this minor problem could be solved with brute force. Kakashi did not have amazing chakra control, so he couldn't coax his chakra into mingling with the Uchiha chakra. So, it was up to me to beat his chakra into submission and spread that Uchiha chakra all around his body while also letting it mingle with his and mine. Which his body didn't like. Let's do this, 1 or 2 more times. A few more wouldn't hurt, but it was fine as it was. The Sharingan wasn't sucking in dry anymore, but it was still a burden. Or at least I thought so. Canon Kakashi might disagree. I'll see you tomorrow then. Kakashi nodded and made his way up the stairs and out of the basement. I watched him escape while feeling amused. Spiritual pollution hadn't been as effective as I imagined it being, but it did work. It just took a lot of time and a willing or unwilling chakra donor. Each session tainted your spiritual energy, and little by little you gained a hint of the flavor of whatever spiritual energy you were using. Direct spiritual energy to spiritual energy contact might be faster or more effective, but I wasn't good at directly manipulating the spiritual energy of others. Maybe in the future, though. The days trudged by and soon it was time to head back to Wind Country. Mom was staying behind, as some paperwork for the apartment building had to be finalized and I probably wouldn't be allowed to stay. I had the whole gang including Guy at the gates, and they were ready to go. Guy was bouncing on the tips of his toes, as was Dewey, who was trying to match his son's enthusiasm. "Alright, let's go. If we hurry, we can stay at Tanzaka for a night or two." I waved my minions in the direction of Tanzaka and took off before they could respond. They had adults with them, so they'd survive if I wasn't around. I kept the group on the edge of my Byakugan's range while looking for bandits to abduct. Sadly, there seemed to be a lack of bandits in the Land of Fire. Thus, I returned to the group unsuccessful. "I'm going to do some gambling." I turned to Aomi, who I had mentally dubbed the unofficial leader. "If I'm not back tomorrow morning, feel free to leave." Aomi and Dewey nodded. I gave them a wave and headed into Tanzaka, ignoring the gate guards and speeding into the city with a shunshin. I scaled a large building and looked over the city. Its most notable feature was the Tanzaka Castle as well as its various brothels and gambling dens. I was here for the gambling dens. I hoped to henge into some brown-haired cannon fodder so I could cheat my way into wealth. But I'd see how that went. Most of the people here seemed to be peasants, and peasants didn't have a lot of money. "How did it go?" Asami blinked at me in askance. "Did you rob everybody?" I frowned at her look. It went as well as I thought it would, which wasn't well. Even with the addition of 20 shadow clones, it wasn't that profitable of a night. I'm not great at dice. Between me and the 20 clones, there was a good bit of profit, but it almost wasn't worth the time or energy. I was cheating with chakra strings, but once the stakes get higher there's ninja presence. Konoha having ninja in Tanzaka made sense. But it annoyed me to no end. I probably would have done better had I stopped early. But I kept going and lost a good bit of my winnings. "What about you guys? Have fun at the brothels?" Guy and Asami sputtered, while Aomi shook her head with an eye roll. I ignored them and turned my eyes to a suspiciously quiet Dewey. We stared at each other for a moment and I knew I had unintentionally hit the nail on the head. Asami and Guy's trip to the brothel aside, did anything interesting happen? Asami and Guy were denying having anything to do with brothels while Dewey and Aomi shook their heads. "Alright, let's go." I nodded towards the red-faced duo. "Unless you two want to get one last brothel visit in?" They sputtered and denied my kind offer, and jumped out of the window before they could continue defending themselves. Well, good news, it's not cancer. I congratulate Aomi. It's just some sort of fibrous growth. I hummed and gave her cheek a second helping of the diagnostic jutsu. It's probably from biting your cheek. That was my theory. Do you want them removed? The growth on the right side was the worst, but if I was going to do one, I might as well do both. She nodded. Alrighty, this will only take a moment. I smiled happily as the right growth was slowly cut away and healed. Alright, now the left cheek. The fibrous flesh was slowly sheared away while new flesh grew and replaced it. And we're done. I smiled. It's been a while since I've gotten to see something new. Now, what were we talking about? Aomi derailed my train of thought with her panicked talk of mouth cancer. Tsunade wanted you to know that our prisoners were being returned to Suna. I stared at her and she shrugged. That's a shame. But it wasn't entirely unexpected. The same thing happened with Frost. Are we getting our own back? Aomi nodded. That's good. I smiled. Though the loss of test subjects was annoying. We need to secure some more prisoners. I had been wanting to figure out the magnet release, as well as inject some more of the One-Tail's chakra into people. The small amounts originally used had been interesting, a larger amount would probably be more interesting. I should probably use someone young though. They would change the most and would provide the most observable results. I had expected the One-Tail's chakra to mutate the affinity genes and grant magnet release. But obviously, that didn't happen. See if we can get some of the local bandits brought in. If that's not possible, we'll focus on learning. Learning and mutation might be my focus for the next few months. Do you have any requirements? I nodded but then shook my head. No. Telling people to capture young bandits probably wouldn't go over well. I just want a few, no more than 5. I cracked my knuckles. I'll be training with Isami if you need me. Aomi nodded. CYA. I gave her a wave and shunshined away. I had a minion/potential teammate to train. Mom arrived at the camp bruised and burnt. Her visibly burnt hands and black eye made me angry and concerned in equal measures. Don't worry, I gave more than I got. Mom smiled and gave me a pat on the shoulder that caused her to flinch. I nodded but wasn't pacified. Let me see your hands. I took her hands in mine and started pumping chakra into them. I was ambushed in rain. My attackers had IWA forehead protectors and armor, but they probably weren't from IWA. I nodded while focusing on her hands. Why do you think so? I numbed her nerves and started to cut away any her sleeves so I could get at her wrists and arms. Mom shrugged, the action causing her to wince. Mom hummed. They didn't fight like IWA mean? I rolled my eyes. You don't sound sure. My eyes met hers and she shrugged again. Anything we can go off of? I questioned. They wanted to kill me, but I caught them off guard and killed a few of them. Mom smirked. I turned the tables on them. Mom looked gleeful. I raised an eyebrow at her creepy smile. Usually, it was her that told me not to smile creepily, but it might be my turn now. You think someone was trying to frame IWA? I peeled some burnt skin off with chakra, revealing fresh pink skin. Mom nodded. That or they were extremely incompetent. She smiled again. They put up a good fight, so I don't think they were incompetent. I hummed and nodded. We were already at war with IWA, so this assassination wasn't directed at Konoha. It was probably meant for me. Go and make a report, I'll finish healing you in a bit. Mom nodded and I let out a heavy breath when she left. Targeting my mother. This was going to be annoying. There were a lot of people I could blame, Suna, Kumo, and Danzo being on the top of the list. Kumo and Suna were my main suspects because they were the ones I was caused problems for. Danzo was on the list because it was probably him when things went wrong. Never assume it was not Danzo. Ha ha ha. When in doubt, blame Danzo. I chuckled. It seems I found a new rule for my list of rules. Fuck. My temporary cheer faded. Now I needed to worry about Mom being assassinated. I had accepted that it would happen eventually, but it made me wonder if I should have stayed under the radar. I scratched my head and leaned against a table. This was going to be a problem eventually. I'm just glad nothing too bad happened. Mom was going to need to stick with people, her being alone wasn't a good thing. There might be a leak in Konoha. The IWA Nin shouldn't have known her route. It made me more suspicious of Danzo. Yawn asterisk. I yawned and halted that train of thought. Danzo probably wouldn't start something like this while we were at war. Or at least I'd like to think so. I wasn't too sure. It might not be Danzo anyway. I could ponder this later. After my mom denied me my chance at being a shounen action character by surviving, I was once again experimenting on helpless bandits and scum. Alright, get him onto the circle. I pointed at my test subject. Knock him out, I don't need him rolling out. Aomi nodded and did as instructed. The bandit was unconscious, in the center of the seal, and was ready to receive my tender mercies. I unlocked the seal on my forehead and was flooded with chakra. Alrighty. I placed my hands down and the seal glowed. Eventually, the glow faded, signaling the end of the overwrite. I closed my seal and sent most of the remaining chakra back into the seal. Move him onto the autopsy table. Aomi nodded. I made a hand seal and 2 clones proofed into existence. I need what's left of the one-tails. The clones nodded and went off to do as they were told. I walked over to my test subject and started looking him over with the diagnostic jutsu. He appeared to be fine and his body didn't seem to be close to collapse, so things were looking fine. Alright, let's see how this goes. My clones wandered over and got to work on unsealing the One-Tail's chakra. The chakra was unsealed and we quickly surrounded it with our chakra and tore a chunk from it before sealing back within urn where it was kept. Without a word, the chunk that we had taken was pushed into our test subject, who thrashed in pain but soon settled down when the process was finished. Alright, we're done. Aomi and I were done. The clones would still need to siphon the test subject's chakra to ensure the One-Tail's chakra doesn't get pushed out or attacked. I was trying to cheat and give someone the magnet release using the One-Tail's chakra and some DNA from the Jinchuriki. I was pretty sure Naruto got the magnet release from the One-Tail's, but I wasn't sure. My memory of canon wasn't too great. I need blood drawn from him every hour. With that final order, I left the clones and made my way into another section of the lab. I needed to get back to mutating the affinity genes. Mom and I were sitting in silence. I was going over my notes and trying to plan for the future while Mom was reading something. I want you, Due, and Aomi to form a team. I spoke, dispelling the comfortable silence. As much as I like them, I needed to distance myself from them now. Don't want to spend time with us old people? Mom raised an eyebrow. I shook my head. I'm going to retire soon. I paused. Well, I'm going to stop taking missions. I paused again. I just need a stable source of passive income and I'll retire. I couldn't think of a better word than retire. Mom frowned. She didn't look happy. I'll still be somewhat active, I'll just not be accepting missions. By the time the Nine-Tails attacks, I should be able to quit completely. Mom nodded, but she didn't look particularly happy. If that's what you want, I don't think it's the right choice, but I respect your decision. Mom took a deep breath. I'll be happy as long as you don't stagnate. You must keep growing and keep advancing. Her eyes bore into mine and I nodded. The same goes to you. This assassination attempt won't be the only one you'll face. I was powerful, Mom was not. The chances of someone capturing her or killing her to get to me were high. It wasn't something I had been concerned with, but seeing her burnt and bruised was a wake-up call. Since we're on the topic of advancement, will you accept an overwrite? Mom grimaced, causing me to frown. I didn't like that the thought of an overwrite caused her to grimace. I don't like the idea of changing who I am, or what I am. Mom rubbed her with both hands. But I'll do it if it gives you peace of mind. I carefully smoothed my face. I was extremely happy she was accepting. It took me a lot to break her down. Her being stronger was good. I wouldn't need to worry about her death being caused by some cannon fodder. Thanks, it'll make me feel better. Mom nodded but still didn't look happy. She let out a heavy breath and stood. I need to go lie down for a while. She sounded annoyed. I nodded and walked her to the exit. I'll see you later. Mom nodded and stepped out the door. The door closed and a smile covered my face. Super Mom? My smile widened and I danced my way back to my chair. Finally, Mom would be less killable. My little experiment involving the One-Tail's chakra and Jinchuriki DNA was a success. The One-Tail's chakra mutated the body and allowed it to accept the Jinchuriki's DNA. Though his body accepted the genes for chakra density and reserves, the test subject had a weak version of magnet release, which could be because the rest of his body wasn't made to use the magnet release, or it could be because he never completed his ninja training and was unable to effectively use his chakra. Still, it seemed to be a semi-success. Either, I needed a ninja test subject, more genes corresponding to the magnet release need to be identified, or the body needed to adapt to the chakra to use it more effectively. Regardless, I had some success in giving someone a bloodline. Though it wasn't as impressive as the wood release or the Sharingan, it still gave me hope. It wouldn't be impossible for me to transplant bloodlines. I had thought I'd have to wait for Orochimaru to figure it out, but I might be able to do it myself. Another possible step towards obtaining the Tensigen. I just needed to keep going. Keep advancing. Keep moving. Steady progress would get me where I needed to go. I just needed to keep at it. I sat at my desk thinking on the One-Tail's chakra. I only had enough for 3 or 4 more experiments. I wanted to play around with Tailed Beast chakra, but I didn't have it in me to waste it. It seemingly did nothing to normal people, but it might do something to people with Otsutsuki genes in them. After all, the Tailed Beasts were just parts of the Ten Tails, which was Kaguya plus the God Tree. So, do I use some of the chakra on myself? Or do I make some minions with the magnet release bloodline? Their magnet release would probably be weak. But even if their magnet release was weak, their children might inherit a better version, or maybe possessing the chakra for long enough might change their body. Decisions. Use the chakra on myself. Use the chakra to make a new clan or new minions within Konoha. Do both. I wasn't too sure. I didn't want the bloodline myself. But if I was already using the chakra. I let my thoughts drift around for a little while longer before I stood and made my way towards the door. It was about time for training with Aomi. Chapter 70. I arrived silently behind Isami, who was working on her third nature release. She was sitting with a bucket and trying to manipulate the water within. Do you want a bloodline? Isami jerked, startled by my abrupt question. Don't do that! Isami shook her fist at me. I ignored her anger. Magnet release, yes or no? I asked quickly. Isami frowned at me. Where did this come from? She blinked at me. I haven't heard anything about you experimenting on bloodlines. I rolled my eyes. That's because it's a secret. Only Aomi had an inkling to what I was doing. Anyway, I've mostly perfected the process. You just need to survive your DNA being rewritten and the initial chakra injection. Isami's eyes widened. But if you get past that, you're pretty much good to go. It's the first few hours you need to worry about. Once you get past that, things will be fine. I continued when Isami didn't speak. Isami frowned. Let me think about it. I nodded. Sure, take your time. I only had enough chakra for 2 more uses. If Isami didn't want it, I'd use it on myself to see what happens. I'll be around, come find me if you want to talk. I gave Isami a cheery wave and sunshined away. I stared at the One-Tail's tail. It had been drained of most of its chakra but was still corporeal and had not vanished as I thought it would. I knew that one could eat the flesh of a tailed beast and gain powers similar to a Jinchuriki's. It was tempting to have a go and eat the tail, but I remembered the 2 reanimated brothers from Kumo being used to birth the 10 tails. Something similar might happen to me if I ate the tail. There were also stronger tail beasts to eat if I was going to do so. But maybe eating a tail from each beast will be beneficial. I let the idea of becoming a pseudo-10-tails Jinchuriki roll around in my mind for a while. The chakra wouldn't have any consciousness, so perhaps I really could become a pseudo-Jinchuriki. I wasn't sold on the idea, but it was something to look into. There was also the possibility that I would gain a forehead eye. But the sage didn't have the forehead eye. But that was probably because the sage only had its chakra. I would only have the chakra as well. It's something to think about. I decided. Eating tailed beasts. I think I'll use a portion of the chakra and keep the tail. I nodded to myself. That sounded like a plan. A spontaneous, poorly thought out plan. But a plan nonetheless. Since I'm being spontaneous, let's do that now. I cracked my knuckles and set off towards the urn. Alright, I've got your DNA edited and the overwrite is ready. You have one more chance to change anything you want about yourself before we go through with this. I eyed her hair while thinking it would look good if it was white. Mom shook her head. I'll stay as I am. She was still uncomfortable about the overwrite. Appearance-wise. She added. I nodded. Alright, lay down in the circle. Mom nodded and did so. Okay, this will only take a moment. I unlocked the seal on my forehead and was flooded with chakra. Just close your eyes, it'll be over before you know it. I placed my palms on the edge of the seal and started fueling it with my chakra. Mom fell unconscious and I continued powering the seal. When she woke, she would wake with more potential than she had before. As long as she kept training, I wouldn't have to worry about her as much. She could be strong and safe. I need to get back to indexing the Hyuga's DNA. I spoke mostly to myself. There was so much I had thrown to the side, so much to get back to. In a month and a half, the year would end and the war would soon follow. I had limited time to pursue anything that required human test subjects. It would be harder to get them once the war officially ended. Has the rice and wheat been shipped in? I tucked my hair behind my ear. Aomi nodded. It's in storage. I held in my sigh that almost bubbled out. Go get it before some idiot cooks it. Genetically modified crops were the next project. It was so no one could say I didn't contribute. Aomi nodded and headed for the door. Thanks. Aomi nodded and left. With larger crop yields, Konoha would depend less on merchants and other countries. Hopefully, the council would see that and it would earn me some brownie points. But a bunch of old ninjas probably wouldn't see the value in increasing crop yield. I might have to come out and tell them it'll save Konoha money. I didn't think highly of the council or the current Hokage. I had been low on prisoners, so I picked up a project I had foregone in favor of something that provided immediate benefits. I studied the Byakugan I had attempted to create using stem cells. It was near perfect in terms of structure, being the same as mine genetically and physically. But, did it work? Probably. I was extremely confident it would work. Aomi, do you want a Byakugan? I held the eye by the optic nerve and dangled it. If you don't want it, I'll remove it right after. Aomi looked visibly sick. No, that's okay. I swung the eye back and forth. Are you sure? I can change the eye color. The eye slipped from my grasp and I caught it with my other hand. This might be the only chance you get to see what the Byakugan sees. Aomi looked torn between disgust and wistful longing. I mentally noted Aomi's interest in bloodlines. It can be shut on and off, no one will even know you have it unless you show them. I held the eye out towards her. No. She shook her head. If I'm caught with that, I'll die. I disagreed. She was my most useful minion, and I'd put up a good fight to save her. All right. I relented. Now I needed someone else to test this on. Now do I replace my eye or do I use a prisoner? I mused. A Hyuga was the only one who would know if the eye worked as it should. So, it would probably be my eye that gets replaced. The artificial Byakugan worked, but not well. It had less than a quarter of my original range, but its sight was normal and unaffected. Why did you keep the eye white? Aomi asked. I blinked and stopped supplying my Byakugan with chakra. I was worried I'd forget which eye I replaced and pull the wrong one out. Well, I was worried a clone would do it. You couldn't trust clones to do a job right. Right. The Byakugan seemed to be perfect, but its range was shit. Are you sure you don't want a Byakugan? This one will be destroyed once I'm done with it. I pointed to my one white eye. Aomi shook her head. All right. I shrugged. If she didn't want the eye, then it was getting turned into stem cells. Well, you can go. I'll replace my eye on my own time. Aomi nodded. Keep this secret, it's something that could get us killed if it was known. Aomi swallowed and nodded before she started making her way out of the lab. I stood there rubbing at my slightly itchy new eye while wondering why its range was so pathetic. Maybe it's because it's not been saturated in my chakra for years? I spoke to myself. It was possible, but I wasn't willing to walk around with one weird Byakugan to see if it eventually changed. Should I give a pure Hyuga Byakugan a try? I scratched my head while sinking into thought. Maybe. I settled on eventually. My body didn't like foreign stuff, so I doubted it would like the Byakugan. More stuff to experiment with. I made a hand seal and a shadow clone appeared beside me. Get this fucker out of me. It was itchy beyond belief. The clone smirked at me. Asshole. I looked down at one of the few prisoners I had left with a frown. I wanted to use him to make a clone. The idea was to turn him into stem cells and use those cells to craft a body for a bone clone, thus making a complete body for the clone's conscious to inhabit. Blood clones were a thing. Bone clones were a thing. Why couldn't this work? Well, if it's any consolation. I palmed a Senbon with an override seal on it. Your death will bring me closer to making a new technique. I jabbed the Senbon into his ribs and held on while the Fuinjutsu spread across his body. The prisoner lost consciousness and his chakra was quickly drained, and the Senbon soon started pulling on my chakra. I kept feeding it while looking for any changes to the prisoner. Things seemed to be fine, so I turned to my pre-made bone clone. Well, you know what to do. I pointed expectantly with my free hand. The bone clone nodded and places both of his hands on the prisoner. My reserves dwindled and I pulled away from the Senbon, causing the Fuinjutsu to recede. Reserves are almost big enough for a full overwrite, I noted. My clone ignored me and started turning the prisoner into stem cells. He rapidly became a puddle of red sludge which my clone sucked up with a hollow bone tube it had grown from its finger. I watched the prisoner melt until he was just a pink skeleton and the stem cells were consumed shortly after. The clone stepped away from the bones and took a seat cross-legged on the ground and closed its eyes. All I could do now was wait. The clone needed to spend time crafting its internals and making sure it got everything right. Come here. I blinked and turned to the clone. I need to use your body as a template, it's easier. I nodded in understanding. Good point. It was probably easier than doing it from memory. That was a stupid assumption I made. Of course, making a human body cell by cell was hard. The clone was somewhat of a success. Its body produced physical energy but couldn't do the same for spiritual energy. The clone would continue to live as long as it had chakra, even if its chakra was mostly physical energy. The clone lost consciousness when its spiritual energy was exhausted, but upon giving it chakra it woke and was ready to go. The clone had most of my abilities, bearing some of the more destructive ones that the clone couldn't do with the little chakra it had. Now I have a body double to perform risky experiments on. The clone nodded but rolled its eyes. The flesh clone was the equivalent of a rechargeable battery. It could be recharged, but the number of times you could recharge it was limited. Eventually, that chakra it originally had would have to be replaced so the clone could operate better. It was a step in the right direction. I now had a way to fake my death and perform risky experiments should I feel the need to. The newly dubbed flesh clone was going to be useful. Want to eat some tail beast flesh? I asked with a smile. My clone shook his head. No, I should be watched for a little longer before that. I gave the clone a nod. You're surprisingly responsible for a clone. He shrugged. I'm more premiant, I need to preserve my life. I nodded, that made sense. Alright, I'll see where this goes and then we can get some tail beast in you. The clone nodded. Sounds good. Have you thought about it? I asked Isami, who had intruded upon my lab while I was working on overwriting some rice. Isami ignored my question and pointed at the grain of rice that I had surrounded by Fuinjutsu. Why are you playing with rice? I huffed silently. I wasn't playing with rice, I was making a genetic masterpiece. I'm manipulating the rice so it's bigger and more nutritious. I was also to make it so it didn't fertilize rice that wasn't genetically manipulated. If people wanted to steal my magic rice, they needed to work for it. There would be no easy way to breed my rice with other rice. I'm going to move on to wheat, tomatoes, and farm animals in that order. Konoha mainly farmed wheat and animals, but it didn't hurt to have variety. There are few rice paddies and they are located outside of the village, so rice is just a test run. Isami hummed. What will you do to the animals? I shrugged as I wasn't wholly sure. I'll make them bigger, faster growing, and disease resistant. The stuff Orochimaru gave me wouldn't help me there. He wasn't focused on farm animals. I'd have to make them infertile though. I tapped my chin in thought. The chances of my super animals escaping and causing problems were high. They could escape and devastate the environment. I could also make them short-lived. Or I could make them only produce male offspring. It's still in its beginning phases. There were lots of problems that needed to be solved. Back to you. I lifted my palms from the overwrite seal. Have you decided? Asami shook her head. I don't need a bloodline to be strong. Her face was stoic and her voice was resolute. I exhaled heavily as I didn't agree. Bloodlines were everything, very few without a bloodline were strong. Alright, no problem. It seems Asami wasn't getting the magnet release. More tailed beast for me, I guess. I'll see you tomorrow, we can work on wind release together. I dismissed her with a wave. Asami nodded. See you tomorrow. I nodded and waved as she made her way out of the lab. No bloodlines for Asami. Does everyone hate bloodlines? I turned to my clone who had been minding its business and reading in the corner. It seemed so, he said noncommittedly, while not taking his eyes away from the book. I rolled my eyes at how laid back my clone was. Come exchange chakra with me, we need to see if we can still share memories. I eyed the book the clone was reading. My clone rolled its eyes and set the book down. No need to be in such a hurry, relax a little. I stared blankly at the clone. You should keep your advice to yourself. Snort asterisk. The clone snorted but approached me. Well, let's do this. I nodded. Let's. We joined hands and closed our eyes. I sent chakra down my right arm and the clone captured it and dragged it in through its left arm. The clone sent its chakra down its right arm and I received the chakra with my left. We created a loop of chakra and mixed the chakra until it was even in both spiritual and physical energy for the both of us. When we exchanged chakra, we also exchanged memories, the spiritual energy being the medium of exchange. It's strangely intimate, but it works. The clone spoke, breaking the slight trance I had entered. This should be our preferred method of refueling. I nodded as that sounded easy enough. Sounds good, I just don't want anyone to see us doing this. Walking in on me and my clone holding hands and facing each other would look weird. Now the question is, if I die will my chakra and soul migrate over to you? I said to the clone. He smirked. Want to find out? A laugh bubbled out of me. Ha! No! Not on your life, clone. I'm fine with not dying. The clone smirked and I smirked back. Did I accidentally make a friend? I blinked at the thought. Neat. Okay, let go of my hands, homo. The clone jokingly sneered at me. I rolled my eyes and released his hands. Whatever. I scratched my head and wondered what to do next. Lots of things to work on. I hopefully won't be bored for a while. How about we make some sort of seal that automatically exchanges chakra between us? I raised an eyebrow. I hummed to buy myself time to think. The current process isn't an issue? At least I didn't think it was, thought the clone might disagree. If I had a chakra-centric bloodline, as long as our chakra was constantly mixing you could make use of the bloodline, it would also double your available reserves. The clone waved a hand lazily towards the sky. If I had a body made out of Otsutsuki DNA, it would save you the trouble of rushing to incorporating it into yourself. The clone dropped its hand to its side and continued. We would also be constantly sharing memories, we would just be an extension of each other. The clone shrugged at my surprised look. It would be one soul piloting two bodies through the creative use of Fuinjutsu. A discount 6 paths of pain, if you will. I hummed quietly as I was at a loss. If I got a hold of Orochimaru's immortality technique, my soul could travel between bodies as it pleased. It would make me extremely hard to kill. But I still don't know how to mix chakra. That was the issue. Let's put the idea off. If I figured out how to combine chakra, I'd come back to it. We've got other things to pursue before that. Like having the clone eat tail beast flesh. I guess we'll see. We'll see. The clone repeated and nodded to me. Lots of stuff to do. Chapter 71. The war ended a little earlier than I expected. It was early September when it was officially announced. Everyone in the camp partied and drank. I had no idea where they procured all the alcohol, but it was in abundance. Tsunade and I were among the few who didn't party. I wasn't interested in limiting my mental facilities, nor was I interested in talking to anyone. Tsunade wasn't interested either and was packing her stuff so she could leave as soon as possible. Well, it's been fun. I eyed Tsunade's nearly bare office while reminiscing about all the silly mission briefings we had. I'll come to hunt you down and visit you when I'm bored, I decided. No need, brat. Tsunade smirked. You won't find me. Her smirk was cocky. I was definitely going out of my way to visit her now. Stop by and see Orochimaru-sensei. Though he might not express it, he has been lonely. Or so I thought. Who knew with Orochimaru? I'll try. An empty platitude. I shook my head. I let you pack in peace. I gave her a backward wave as I left. CYA. Tsunade nodded. See you, brat. I smiled as I left. I like that woman. Hopefully, we will meet again. It took a lot of effort to corral everyone after their night of drinking and debauchery. But eventually, everyone packed and ready to go despite their hangovers and grumpiness. Well, I stared at everyone with judgmental eyes. Let's head out. My mom scowled. She had been the most insistent on staying as she was extremely hungover. Why couldn't we wait a day? I shrugged. Early bird gets the worm. I shook my head and started towards Konoha. I wanted to get set up as soon as possible. My clone was ready to go and we were eager to do some experiments. My clone and I stayed home while the rest of our group went to watch the Hokage's speech. I wasn't interested in listening to the Hokage spin a tale about our victory in the war. I had more important things to do. Like, watch my clone eat tail beast flesh. So, how's that taste? I pointed at the strips of flesh that had been thinly sliced. My clone rolled his eyes and popped another piece into his mouth. Just like chicken. The clone deadpanned. Snort asterisk. I doubted it. Feel any different yet? I was hoping for fast results, but nothing's happening. My clone shook his head. Alright, I'll check back in later. I had to get some stuff unpacked and hidden away. And the wheat wouldn't genetically manipulate itself after all. A shadow clone was bothering Kushina about Fuinjutsu while I and my clone experimented with its newfound powers. The clone gestured and sand bubbled out from the ground and pooled beneath him. I was trying to make a dome. The clone frowned. It seems my ability to manipulate sand is lackluster. I shook my head. Not necessarily. You might just need time to train. More than 2 days. The clone smiled bitterly. Time, I don't have. Now that his chakra and DNA were changed, he couldn't be refueled as easily. We need to decide whether or not we want to keep this or overwrite my DNA. If we kept it, my DNA would be rewritten and our chakra would be compatible again. Or we can continue as we are while exchanging spiritual energy instead. I offered my idea. It's too early to decide one way or another. The clone gained the ability to control sand and the magnet release. I didn't want to go one way or another. I wanted to observe him for a while before making decisions. Spiritual energy is hard to extract once it's merged with chakra. The clone spoke, pulling me from my thoughts. True. But I was willing to give him my memories even if I didn't get any in return. But we'll figure it out. It wasn't as big of a problem as the clone thought it was. We can start looking at Mystery Woman's DNA again. I spoke. She could assimilate things if I remember correctly. At the time it seemed like she could assimilate foreign cells and chakra. But I was less experienced then. I might have misunderstood the process. We have to find a way to give someone that bloodline or we will have to make an embryo with stem cells and fertilize it. The clone gestured to its junk. Then we just use the cells that are made. I ignored the clone's gesturing. I'm not too interested in killing babies. I ran a hand through my hair. Killing soldiers and bandits is different than killing babies. Unpleasant thoughts begone. Then let it live. The clone shrugged. We just need the DNA, not the kid. I let myself digest the thought and the clone continued. We use my sperm and we make an egg with Mystery Woman's DNA and cells. The clone joined me in running a hand through its hair. It would be a somewhat natural merging of all of our bloodlines, and Mystery Woman's bloodline would help with the acquisition of future bloodlines. I wasn't sold on the idea. I didn't want a child with more than 4 bloodlines running around. Write it down, I'm not sold, but we can come back to it later. It was more important to see if the clone's ability to manipulate sand could be improved. Let's not be hasty, we still need to look at your DNA anyway. It would be pointless if the clone's DNA was degrading. Fine. The clone shrugged. Let's work on mixing chakra. If we can do that, you can have access to my new abilities without the required DNA. I nodded. It sounded good. Alrighty. I might need to put some clones on wheat duty. Let's get to it. The modified crops were important to my plans. There was a surprising lack of DNA degradation. I had expected the clone's DNA to be a total mess. But surprisingly it wasn't. The tailed beast flesh evolved you. That was my current theory. Have you figured out the cloak yet? My clone shook his head. No, but my chakra is red and tail beastie. The clone frowned. I've lost the ability to use the gentle fist and my chakra has become too potent, it exhibits a corrosive effect when used on another. That sucks. I like the gentle fist, even if I seldom used it. Can you use medical ninjutsu? He shook his head. Not for anyone other than myself. I frowned. I might not be able to manipulate DNA either. I rubbed my forehead. That's not good. I probably should have expected it. I think we should hold off on mixing chakra then. Or at least hold on for a while. Medical ninjutsu and DNA manipulation were everything to me. I couldn't afford to lose them until I had the Tensigen. I agree. The clone nodded but frowned a moment later. I need to give DNA manipulation a try. I nodded. Give it a go. I waved him towards what I had dubbed the ceiling table. Don't forget to take notes. My clone nodded with an eye roll and made his way over to the table. My chakra probably won't change you, it's the flesh that you have to worry about. I tilted my head in confusion, but the realization kicked in. Oh, the test subjects didn't experience any obvious change when they got the One-Tails chakra. But long-term exposure could cause change. I'd still like to wait. Just to be safe. Alright. The clone shrugged and turned to the sealing table. I shrugged to myself and turned back to the indexing seal. I had more to do. Mom, Due, Isami, Aomi, and I sat around our table eating. Team Irregular had been dissolved. Mom shrugged when she spoke. I nodded while Due frowned. Are you Due and Aomi going to form a team? I gestured to each of them as I said their names. Mom shrugged while Due and Aomi frowned. It's up to them. She stared at each of them in turn. They nodded and Mom smiled. It seems they've still got a full team. I'll make a team with Isami, but we won't be going on too many missions. Isami frowned and I continued. Just enough to cover expenses, most of our time will be spent training. Isami didn't look satisfied. We can work it out later. I'm up for negotiations. Isami's face relaxed and she nodded. It seems money might be a problem for Isami. I'll ask Guy if he wants to be our third member next time I see him. Due nodded. He won't refuse. I know. What else do we need to do? I trailed off in thought. Isami and Aomi still need to be trained. I had a clone who could do that. Or the clone could do missions. It didn't matter either way. Mom also needed to be kept on track. But I probably shouldn't say that aloud. We'll figure it out as we go. Isami spoke up, breaking the silence that had fallen over the table. I nodded in agreement and got back into my food. This rice wasn't going to eat itself. Our main problem with eating tail beasts is getting used to awaken the 10 tails. I thought back to the Kumo brothers being used as a substitute for the 9 tails. We could use that to our advantage and try to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. I shook my head at the idea. Why would we seal a giant chakra battery into ourselves when we could become strong enough to not depend on a giant monster in our stomach? I gestured to the clone. It's possible to become more than a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Being a pseudo Jinchuriki was an infinitely better option than having to constantly worry about an immortal chakra beast that wants to escape and destroy the world. We could probably become a pseudo Otsutsuki if we went for it. We've got so much time. Nearly 20 years. We shouldn't focus on something that's a decade away. Especially when there were more options to explore. Maybe we can snatch a chakra fruit from the Otsutsuki. The clone suggested. They planted more than just the one here. I blinked. That was a neat idea. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. Why were we thinking about snatching chakra fruits from space gods when we couldn't even get to the moon? We can't even get to the moon. We shouldn't bother thinking about hoping dimensions like the Otsutsuki. My clone had bigger dreams than I did. I hadn't thought about the chakra fruits. It's just another thing to think about. The clone brought a glass of water over to me. Fuinjutsu is going to be our priority for the next few years. I nodded. Fuinjutsu was our key to the moon. Well, let's get back to it. As fun as chatting with yourself was, it was a waste of time. The clone nodded, left the water on the desk, and walked away. The clone couldn't heal, but it could still splice, index, analyze, and overwrite. So, it wasn't completely useless. The clone was going to analyze its DNA while I focused on my genetically engineered crops. Lots of stuff to do for the next little while. Mutating the affinity genes hadn't borne any fruit. There were some minor changes, but it wasn't worth pursuing. A minor change in how much it costs to use a technique isn't worth much when you have Kaguya-level reserves. I still had Hyuga, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Mystery Woman's DNA to play around with. Maybe I should start trying to clone them. Mystery Woman specifically. I needed to get to the bottom of what was up with her bloodline. Should I make an embryo from her cells and implant it in someone else? Maybe. We need to start on Mystery Woman's DNA. I spoke suddenly, causing the clone to fumble with a vial he was carrying. We need to give someone her bloodline, or we need to make a test tube baby from her cells. I left the idea of cloning in my head for now. I wasn't sure I was ready to bring clones into the world. Sounds good. I'm nearly done on my DNA and the tomatoes can be put off for a while. I nodded. I need to book a meeting with the Hokage now that I'm thinking about it. I needed to get the prototype wheat and rice planted. Do you want to do the meeting, or do you want to start on finding test subjects? The clone and I could share memories, but it took a lot of time to exchange spiritual energy between the two of us now that our chakra was drastically different. So, it was now a once-a-week thing instead of a once-a-day. I'd like to look into test subjects. I nodded. Look into the apartments as well. They needed to be renovated. Put our mostly forgotten carpentry apprenticeship to use. The clone nodded. Easy enough, I'll just need some more spiritual energy so I can make some shadow clones. I gave him a nod. Sounds like a plan. He nodded back. Things would either speed up or slow down for the next few years. I hoped I could keep the momentum that I had going. But who knew what would happen? I'll have to send a shadow clone to bother Kushina, I said to myself. The clone shrugged and wandered to a different section of the basement lab hybrid. I scratched my head and started pondering my meeting with the Hokage. I wasn't sure how much I could get for genetically modified crops. The Hokage and elders might not see their value. I shook my head and tried to dispel my anxiety. There was no use in worrying about it. I stood across from the Hokage while admiring his silly hat. It made him look like a mushroom. The thought cracked me up. The mushroom Kage. I shook my head, trying to shake the silly thoughts from my head. So, I've modified some crops to grow faster, have better yields, and have better nutrition. The Hokage nodded and motioned me to continue. I want permission to have them sown in a few fields. The Hokage nodded easily, which surprised me. You can have them planted in the spring. I frowned as I realized December wasn't a good time to bring the planting of crops up. If they do as you said, we will start using your modified crops in place of our usual crops." The Hokage smiled at me and returned to his work. I stood there and blinked dumbly. I had expected more resistance, more of a fight. This was weirdly easy. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." I bowed and turned to make my exit. He didn't even want to know what type of crops I was growing. Did he already know? Or did he have some trust in me? I quietly made my way out of the tower, feeling slightly confused. That was way less of an ordeal than I thought it would be. I've always been amazed by the amount of useless shit people collect in their houses. Aomi seemed to collect knickknacks that she acquired on her travels. There wasn't a surface in her home that didn't have some weird little wooden doll or vase. Well, I came to figure out your schedule. But now I'm looking at a painted wooden monkey. We don't have one yet. Aomi fiddled with a porcelain hand that had a kunai within its grasp. We are trying to figure out what missions we are going to be taking. I nodded, only half paying attention. Instead, I was pondering how upset Aomi would be if her house was accidentally burned down. "That's fine, just stop by the house and I'll continue teaching you." Aomi was a bit of a hoarder. "We won't have a lot of test subjects, so most of what I teach you will be done with animals." I turned my eyes towards the ceiling, hoping to have some reprieve for my eyes, but was met with different knickknacks hanging from the ceiling. Holy shit, no wonder she's single. Well, I'll be going, keep in contact. I sent her a wave and went about escaping. "Bye, Shiro." I nodded and sent her a second wave. "Bye." I got out of the house and took a deep breath. Aomi was unexpectedly weird. She seems to have a bit of a problem with collecting useless shit. I shook my head and tried to put it out of my mind. I shouldn't think about it, it wasn't my problem. Chapter 72. 3 months passed. It was spring and my modified crops had been planted. Nothing had happened with them and nothing would until April or May. It was slightly annoying, but I was willing to wait. My clone had gotten more adept with his sand manipulation and magnet release, but it still wasn't anything impressive. But I could afford to wait longer. The clone had only had the abilities for a few months, it was likely that he'd get better as time passed. I also got knee-deep in Fuinjutsu, I was once again making steady progress. I still wasn't able to use languages from my previous life, but I was steadily getting better at putting my intent into custom symbols. I was starting on making my own custom seals. Nothing truly innovative, just more personalized seals. Soon, I'd be making my own flying thunder god seals. And after that, I'd be invading the moon. I was slowly getting closer to acquiring the Tensigen, I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. Mystery Woman's bloodline was surprisingly easy to integrate. The clone was able to integrate the DNA after a small amount of experimentation on some local bandits. The clone had integrated the bloodline into himself and didn't have any problems so far. Rapid healing would be a problem as the bloodline didn't heal everything correctly if there was too much damage. Mystery Woman's bloodline allowed for the integration of foreign chakra and cells, which was extremely ridiculous. No matter how many times I viewed the process, I couldn't figure it out and it was frustrating. It also made me realize that I might have given Orochimaru the key to the perfect body. He would be able to combine multiple chakras and multiple different cells to create a mishmash body that could use multiple bloodlines, although probably at a lesser proficiency than a natural bloodline user. Having the DNA was better than having a mishmash of cells. The clone was happy with the bloodline, but I only wanted the assimilation part of the bloodline. I didn't need the faulty healing factor. At least it wasn't too much work to refuel the clone now. "Your chakra has changed again." Mom spoke, knocking me from my thoughts. I nodded. Exchanging spiritual energy with the clone changes my chakra a bit. But only a bit. My physical energy remained unchanged. It'll change again in a few days, so don't be too surprised. I was going to overwrite myself with a modified version of Mystery Woman's bloodline. I just needed to do a few more tests before I did so. It would hopefully make it easier to assimilate DNA, even as I aged and got older. "Have you been training?" I asked, hoping she was making the best out of the overwrite. Mom nodded. "Yes. I waited for her to continue for a moment. She didn't, and I figured she wasn't interested in the topic. Any interesting missions? I elected to change the topic. Any maidens rescued? Any bandits killed? Mom shook her head with an amused smile. No maidens or bandits. She smirked. We did kill some IWA though. I nodded with a small smile on my face. You had fun, I'm guessing? Mom smiled back. We all did. I waited for her to continue, but she didn't, again stopping the conversation. All right, I've got experiments to get back to. Mom nodded and waved me off, and I shook my head and headed to the basement. I'd need to make another lab. I can't bring farm animals into the basement because of the smell and because Mom would probably disapprove. I was at a weird place where I was strong and could kill a literal army of ninja, but I couldn't last more than a while against a Rinnegan user. Or so I thought. I did know a good bit about the Rinnegan, so maybe I could eke out a win of some kind? I mulled over the thought for a while and dismissed it as wishful thinking. The Rinnegan wasn't something I could overcome without bullshit eyes of my own. Did you get a place set up for the animals? I spoke up, trying to get myself away from daydreaming about the Tensigan. The clone nodded. Yes, but you could have just overwritten them elsewhere. I blinked and nodded as I realized he was right. I could do my gene editing at home and overwrites elsewhere. Oops. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. That was a blunder, an expensive one too. Well, how is Orochimaru? I changed the topic, feeling a little embarrassed about my lack of thought. The clone shrugged. He liked the Byakugan. I smiled as that was good news. The Jinchuriki body made him excited, but he was more interested in the Byakugan. My smile grew. Good, glad he likes it. With the Byakugan Orochimaru could now see chakra, I wondered what he could do with it. Hopefully he's not stingy with any finds he makes. I didn't hold much hope, but maybe Orochimaru would share? Don't get your hopes up. The clone shook his head at me. You know he's not one for sharing. Sigh. I just sighed and nodded. The clone was right, even if its nagging was annoying. I shook my head and stared down at the seal I had long forgotten in favor of daydreaming. It was supposed to record everything about a body right down to its DNA and record it for later pursuit. It wasn't going to be useful, it was the first thing that came to mind while I was pondering how I could test my abilities in Fuinjutsu. It was somewhat hard to make, but not very useful. I'm having dinner with Team Minato in a few hours. Team Minato had adopted Guy and Isami, which was nice as I didn't have to do as many missions. Team Minato dragged Guy and Isami out often enough that we didn't need to do them as often. Do you want to go instead? My clone smiled. Why would I pass up the chance to freak Minato out? Minato didn't like the clone. Something about its chakra freaked him out. And the clone loved that. Good. I nodded. I was glad I wasn't forced to eat subpar barbecue and make conversation. Poor food and pointless conversation were among my least favorite things. After a somewhat minor overwrite, I was feeling unexpectedly good. Mystery Woman's DNA seemed to have done something beyond give me the ability to assimilate foreign cells and chakra easier. I haven't felt this good in a while. I had a giddy smile on my face. My clone shook his head with a smile. The bloodline makes you adapt, or so I think. The clone shrugged. It seems more like adaptability than assimilation. I raised an eyebrow and the clone shrugged in response. He had to have figured that out within the last few days as we recently shared spiritual energy. I guess adapting to foreign cells makes more sense. I started cracking my fingers one by one and the clone looked at me with disgust. Adapting, in general, makes sense. I corrected myself after some thought. My clone nodded approvingly. Not all adaptations are good, but some are. I nodded in understanding. Right now, your body is adapting to your chakra, it's why you feel so good. Your body isn't about to explode from excess chakra. I shook my head trying to shake the image from my mind. Have you had any problems with the bloodline? My clone immediately nodded. Yes, I heal too fast now, makes it hard to draw blood. I raised an eyebrow and the clone shrugged. Not much of a problem for you though. I guess faulty healing was not a problem when one was adept at medical ninjutsu. As long as one was vigilant enough, it wouldn't be a problem. You should make a strength of 100 seal. I tapped my forehead protector, which had said seal. If I gave you a good bit of my chakra, you could go months without a refill. The clone didn't look overly enthused with the idea and shook his head. That's too much time, I can't go that long without using chakra. He scratched his cheek. I'll die of boredom. Sigh. I wanted the clone to have more freedom, but I wouldn't push it. I had trouble fighting off my boredom with chakra. I couldn't imagine how bored I would be without my chakra. I'd become a workaholic. I shook my head and headed upstairs. I'd eat something and have a look at my DNA. I had to make sure it wasn't degrading. DNA degradation would be a nightmare. After getting my hands on some of Itachi's DNA, I spent a week or so comparing it to the brown-haired Uchiha DNA and didn't find anything amazing. I had expected to find Itachi's mystery illness but found no such thing. Or at least no signs of it. I had hoped I could nix that illness and have some way to gain favor from Itachi. But no chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or cystic fibrosis for Itachi it seems. Maybe it was Mangekyo related? I hummed and considered the thought. I faintly remember Madara being bedridden and nearly blind before getting his eternal Mangekyo. Obito didn't have any problems, but he was half Hashirama with all those cells he had. Fugaku also had a Mangekyo that didn't cause him problems. But I hadn't seen Fugaku use his Mangekyo for anything more than Jinjutsu, so I wasn't sure if that was the case. Maybe it was the Mangekyo, maybe it wasn't. I'd have to wait and see. Shiro! You don't stop growing. I returned Kushina's hug while she screamed in my ear. Why do you keep getting bigger? Kushina tried to pick me up, but I anchored my feet to the ground with chakra. She pouted and released me from her grasp. Stop trying to carry me around. I exhaled heavily. I'm 12, much too old to be carried. Humph. Kushina humphed and continued pouting. I rolled my eyes and made my way into the apartment. Her sealing supplies were out and she seems to have been working on something before I arrived. What you working on? I leaned over the half-drawn seal, trying to decipher its purpose. Energy containment, energy compression, and energy sealing were what I could gather, the rest was gibberish. Most likely self-made symbols. I dunno? Just something to pass the time. Kushina trailed off as I stared at her. I hummed, not believing her. Seeing my disbelief, Kushina opted to change the topic. Do you need any help? She started stashing her projects away, hiding them from sight. I just shook my head, both in refusal and because she shoved a lot of her work under a couch. No, I just came to see how you were doing. I was maintaining our relationship with visits and ramen. I also brought ramen. Said ramen appeared in my hand with a puff of smoke. Oh! Kushina snatched the ramen from my hands and ran to the kitchen. She disappeared from my view and came back with an empty bowl. I raised an eyebrow and accepted the bowl back. I feel like I should have brought more. Thanks, Shiro, that hit the spot. Kushina smiled and patted her stomach. I nodded in acknowledgement while trying to decide whether I should stay or go. All right, I can see that you are busy. I gestured to the paper that she had poorly hidden beneath the couch. Feel free to stop by if you have time. Kushina nodded, looking slightly embarrassed when I pointed out the papers hidden under the couch. All right, thanks Shiro. I nodded and shunshined away. I had other people to visit, mainly Isami and Aomi. One needed training and the other needed some practice in manipulating DNA. She wasn't good enough to do anything properly, but it never hurt to start early. It would give her something to aspire to in any case. I found myself feeling lost and bored without the war. There was always something that needed to be done during the war, but now that I was at home, I usually had nothing to do. With every experiment or task I crossed off my mental list, I got a little closer to mind-numbing boredom. So, I opted to create more work to stave off the boredom. Mainly by bothering Minato. Minato, teach me about Sage Mode. I poked him in the side, while mentally cursing my shortness. Minato was tall and it made me feel like a midget. I can't. Minato ruffled my hair. You have to sign the Toad contract if you want to learn Senjutsu. I hummed and raised an eyebrow. Was that an offer? Minato nodded his head in the affirmative and I drifted into thought. The Toad contract wasn't a bad choice if one was looking for a summon. But I wasn't sure it was what I wanted. The Toads were very mild-mannered. I was worried they wouldn't like me. I'm interested, but I don't think the Toads will like me. I said after a while. Let me think about it, I'll get back to you on it. I had tried to sense nature chakra, but I was extremely incompetent in terms of sensing. It just wasn't something I was good at. I might have to get back into the sensor DNA. I had a whole lot of it and I could assemble a sensing gene if I desired. But I didn't know what kind of sensor I would want to be. How much range did I want? How detailed would I want it to be? Would my sensing be passive or active requiring focus? Did I want to take someone's already established natural gene or did I want to make an artificial gene catered to myself? Lots of questions. Lots of thinking to do. I guess I've done what I set out to do. I've created more work for myself. Well, talk to the Toads about me. I gestured to myself. If they're interested, I'm interested. Having the Toads refuse me at a distance was less painful than having them dismiss me to my face. Will do. Minato nodded and returned his focus to Rin and Kakashi who were sparring with Isami and Guy. I'll come to get you when I get an answer. Meaning, don't come to get me. I'll get you. All right. I nodded and shunshined away before I got dragged into sparring. I wasn't interested at the moment. Wind ninjutsu was pretty uninteresting as far as ninjutsu went. Most of the wind ninjutsu that the village had involved sending various amounts of wind blades at an opponent. There were a few jutsus that involved sending a blast of wind at an opponent, like Great Breakthrough or Gale Palm, but those were the only ones I could find that didn't involve wind blades. Everything good was either in other villages or hidden away somewhere. Blades and walls of wind couldn't be all that the village had. Could it? I shook my head and rid myself of the notion. As always, the good stuff was hidden, meaning I would have to get the good stuff myself. Which was annoying, but at least I had something new to do. That was more than I could ask for. On the plus side, fire ninjutsu was plentiful if also uninteresting. I got to choose between small fire, medium fire, or large fire. Every fire ninjutsu was a variation of the other, the only difference being the size and sometimes shape. It made picking easy as every jutsu was nearly the same, but it also left me dissatisfied. Why weren't there more interesting fire jutsu? It can't be that hard to make something original. I shook my head. The lack of interesting jutsu was annoying, but I could always make my own. There was no need to settle for the generic jutsu when I could be original and make my own. Chapter 73. Time passed as it inevitably does and Minato was granted the position of Hokage by the third. Most of Konoha was happy with Minato for Hokage bearing the Uchiha who had wanted Fugaku to be the Hokage and of course Orochimaru who had wanted to be the Hokage. Orochimaru felt betrayed when the third chose Minato over him and made quite the scene by trashing his lab and scaring his assistants. After Orochimaru's rage was quelled, he fired all his assistants and then holed himself up in his lab. I tried to accompany him, but he wasn't interested and I was promptly shooed out of his lab. All in all, life was boring. Safe but boring. I had used my mother's sensor genes as a base and adjusted them until I had a slightly different gene more suited to myself. And after months of training, I now could sense chakra. Sensing wasn't passive like I thought it was, or at least it wasn't for most people. Sensing required concentration to use, sometimes even needing hand seals for those who were unskilled. Sensors could also sense other sensors who were sensing, making sensing even more worthless than it already was for someone who had a Byakugan. It was a welcome addition to my arsenal even if I probably wouldn't be using it all that often. I had my Byakugan, which provided a far clearer picture of what was happening. My sensing was limited to a single kilometer, so it probably wouldn't see much use. It was a bit of a bummer. But I could easily change the gene or genes and swap it out if I found a more useful one. Like Karen's mind's eye of the Kagura. I hummed at the thought. Even if I gained her weird sensing genes, I probably wouldn't be able to use them effectively. It would take countless hours of training to make use of it and countless more to become truly proficient. And even then, my Byakugan would likely increase in range, making it useless. I might be better off focusing on passive close-range sensing. It would prevent people from sneaking up on me. And that's all I wanted from sensing in the first place. I found myself in a tree and staring at our mission targets. It was how most missions that had killing ended up. Every time someone needed to die, I ended up in a tree one way or another. It was almost predictable at this point. I don't feel like slaughtering some helpless bandits today. Isami gestured to said bandits, who were gathered around a fire after a long day of pillaging and raping. Sorry, my most youthful friend. But neither am I. Guy added from the base of the tree while doing handstand push-ups. I remained silent and alternated my gaze between the both of them. I didn't want to kill the bandits either. I had just gotten new clothes and wasn't in a hurry to damage them. I took this mission because you guys wanted to do one. I pursed my lips and stared at Isami as she was the one in my line of sight. I didn't want to do all the work on a mission that I didn't want to go on in the first place. Will you do it, please? Isami blinked in what she thought was a cute and innocent manner. But it was hard to find anything she did cute when the picture of her burning 10 men alive was vividly printed in my brain. Sure. I turned away from her and stared down at the bandits. They were mostly normal humans, but they were led by a Jonin and his 2 Chunin henchmen. Which was why this mission was A-ranked. Well, I said while dropping from the tree. You know what they say. I started running through hand seals. If you want something dead, drown it in flames. I finished my 7th hand seal and inhaled. And exhaled a literal sea of flames. The bandit camp was drowned in flame, the surroundings weren't spared by the flames and added to the super hot fire. I stared at the destruction I had birthed. It was beautiful and horrifying. The poor bandits hadn't even had time to scream. Fire ninjutsu was only for destroying, it had no other purpose in the Naruto verse. What jutsu was that? Isami tugged at my sleeve, pulling me from my thoughts. Can you teach me? I ignored her and turned my eyes to Guy, who had stopped his workout and was looking solemnly into the fire. It's called Great Fire Destruction. Which was an apt name. And if you can book Training Ground 0, sure. The Umbu-hog, the training grounds where big jutsu were practiced. So, Training Ground 0 was the only one I could use to practice big fire jutsu, as it was 80% lake. Apparently, it became a lake because of the second Hokage. But that wasn't a story I knew. Weren't we supposed to capture the leader? Guy pointed at the still burning sea of flames. I stared blankly ahead and stayed silent. I hadn't paid attention to the briefing and had missed the part about capturing the leader. Ah. I nodded slowly. Oops. Isami exhaled heavily while Guy continued staring into the flames. This was going to be one of those missions that I'd look back on with fondness. But right now, I felt incredibly stupid. Slap asterisk. How's life? I slapped Keiji on the back, causing him to fumble with the flask he was trying to sneakily sip from. It was good until you started fucking bothering me. He grunted while slipping the flash into a pocket. My kid's mom has been giving me hell, but it's been fine otherwise. I nodded languidly. That was how my past father talked. It brought back memories I'd rather not dwell on. Ah, that's how it is. I shrugged. Just don't fight with her, it will make everything easier. Keiji rolled his eyes and nodded. Whatever you say, kid. I shrugged again, not bothered that he ignored my advice. I wouldn't listen to a 12-year-old either. So, I couldn't fault him for dismissing my advice. Still working in the hospital? I changed the subject, as neither of us was interested in continuing. Keiji nodded with gritted teeth. Yeah, can't fucking leave the place. Keiji was a little too unstable to do anything other than hospital work. He couldn't be trusted on missions as he would probably run straight into the enemy, ignoring any orders. Want to go on a mission then? I threw the offer out there. I could make sure Keiji stayed alive and had some fun. It would probably be entertaining, and it would eat up some of my time. As much as I like the sound of that, it's probably not a good idea. Keiji grimaced. I just hummed and shook my head. I liked the idea in my head, but it wouldn't be as fun as I imagined it being anyways. If you say so. I tilted my neck and it released a satisfying crack. Alright, I'll see you around. I sent Keiji a wave and he sent one back. CYA kid. I nodded and left the Kaguya Tower. It was good to see Keiji. It had been a while and I had been wondering what came of him. So, you want to make super orphans and seed the orphanages with them? Minato summed up my plan with a mere 13 words. It wasn't quite how I would have worded it. But he also wasn't wrong. I wanted to see Konoha with superhuman orphans. They would be made from a multitude of different genes, making what was essentially artificial bloodlines. Yep. I popped the pea and blinked at the look Minato was giving me. It wasn't unfriendly or negative in any way. It seemed like he was deep in thought and not dismissing my idea right off the bat. Minato drummed his fingers on the desk and stared at me. I shifted uneasily. A word from Minato could have me killed. I was taking a pretty big risk in revealing some cards here, but I was willing to do so. Why? Minato spoke, making me slightly more nervous. I blinked stupidly at him. Can you be more specific? Vague questions like that were meant to make people nervously stammer and reveal more than they originally planned to. It was best I let him be specific. I didn't want to bumble my way into a verbal trap. Why are you trying to strengthen Konoha? Minato stared into my eyes and I shifted uneasily again. Minato was doing a good job at pressuring me. Asking unexpected questions was a good way to throw someone off. I plan on staying here for the rest of my life. Which was true. Originally, I planned to jump ship and join the Akatsuki. But now I had people I liked and people I didn't feel comfortable abandoning. Increasing Konoha's strength is in my best interest. I paused and tore my eyes away from Minato's. Strengthening the village was in my best interest if I wanted a better future. Having strong allies will ensure the safety of my friends and family should they fight side by side. I wanted to slowly strengthen Konoha's gene pool. Little by little every generation would be better than the last. It's not a selfless desire to strengthen Konoha that drives me, but the desire for safety for my friends and family. Eventually, we'd bulldoze the other countries in terms of base strength and talent. It would just take a few generations. Think of it like the clan selective breeding. I tapped my chin trying to figure out how to better sell my idea. Over the next few generations, our ninjas will be stronger and better, while passing on those traits to the next generations. There was silence in the office and I started feeling nervous again. Don't wear that hat, it makes you look silly. I killed the silence with a poorly thought out comment. Insulting the Hokage was probably a bad idea. How many children would you make and what would you need? Minato slumped slightly, and the serious atmosphere disappeared from the office. I blinked in surprise. My idea was being considered. It was more than I expected. I just need lots of women willing to carry a child. They can keep them or they can put them in the orphanage. I rubbed my face, feeling slightly stressed at the thought of purposefully creating orphans. The more willing women we have, the more super children we can make. Minato hummed. I'll look into it. Do you need anything else? I shook my head and Minato waved me out. I made my way out and stood in the hallway for a moment. That was so much more successful than I thought it would be. I had expected my idea to be shot down and to be put under watch. But my plan to make super children was a go. Hopefully soon though. The sooner I started, the sooner I could produce results. My clone had taken over most of my day-to-day activities, so while he was out training Isami, I got to hide in my lair like a goblin and work on whatever caught my interest. My current interest is making a fuinjutsu lightsaber. The making of the hilt wasn't the problem, I already had 10 of those commissioned. The problem was containing the lightning without stopping me from hitting things with my lightsaber. I had to contain the lightning and allow things to pass through the containment while containing the lightning. It was lots of fun and had breathed life into my inner weeb. Making semi-useless props using Fuinjutsu was now my hobby. Sadly, overriding farm animals was taking up a lot of my time, so I couldn't hide in the basement and make cool things all day. Shiro. I blinked and turned to Minato, who had invaded my lab. He was the one who did all the Fuinjutsu on the house, so I had expected him to intrude at some point. No, I'm busy. I shooed him away with my hand and turned back to my lightsaber. This was my free time, and I didn't like Minato enough to spend any of said time with him. Your plants have been harvested, and I've heard the results were extremely good. I stopped fiddling with my lightsaber and glanced back at Minato, who was now leaning against the doorframe, silly hat and all. The flames are cool. I gestured to his new attire. Good choice. Minato nodded amicably and stayed silent. So, what did you want? The crops were out of my hands and a non-issue. They could be replanted and harvested without my input. I'm not needed now that you've got the seeds. Minato stared off into space for a moment before gathering himself. If I let you make super orphans, as you called them. Minato paused again and drummed his fingers on his arms. We need to make sure that no one knows of the children and that they aren't treated any differently. The process also has to be sufficiently safe so neither the child nor mother are put at risk. Minato stopped drumming his fingers and stared at me deeply. You wanted them to be marked or have distinct traits so they can be easily tracked and monitored? I nodded. That was the plan. All genetically modified children would have a distinct eye color, making them easily recognizable. What traits are you changing about the super orphans? I blinked as Minato hadn't continued talking about the distinct traits I wanted them to have. I had thought we'd talk about that. Chakra reserves, chakra density, blood type, bone density, muscle composition, pain tolerance, love of physical activity, personality traits, hair and eye color, and possibly intelligence. I quickly ran through the things I wanted to change or add to them without being too specific. I'd also like to make them taller, more attractive, and fertile. I quickly added before Minato spoke. Minato frowned at me and shook his head. I want a complete list of intended changes. I will approve or deny them. I frowned back at him. I had hoped I'd get the go-ahead, but it seems Minato was putting more thought into genetic engineering than the third did. He gave me the go-ahead without even thinking about it. No problem. I shrugged. Is that all? Minato nodded. For now. He nodded at me and disappeared in a yellow flash. Sigh. I sighed heavily, both in relief and annoyance. With Minato's oversight, I probably wouldn't be allowed to mess around with personality traits. Intelligence and fertility might also get nixed. Which was probably for the better. I shouldn't be messing around with personality traits. That was bound to be a disaster. At least there's thought put into it. I spoke to myself and stared at my palms. Was it right for me to manipulate life? It was a question that I was a little too late to answer. I had already made different modified animals. There was no point considering it now. I was already too far in. A lot of genetic manipulation is swapping one gene for another. I made a hand sign and projected a mental DNA model to Aomi via Jinjutsu. It's easy to swap a crappy gene for a better gene, it's much harder to make a crappy gene into a better gene. The amount of knowledge and skill you needed to make a gene better was stupid. I would rather just swap a fully working better gene from someone else and not risk making a mistake. DNA and genes are just instructions on how to make your body. Swapping out genes is just swapping out instructions for other better instructions. The problem was, sometimes all the instructions didn't mesh. You can disable genes by mutating the gene or taking the gene away entirely. Aomi raised an eyebrow and I shrugged. Mutating the gene sometimes makes it inert or useless, and removing the gene removes the instructions from the equation. I ended the Jinjutsu and rubbed my eyes. DNA that has been edited is officially called recombinant DNA, which pretty much meant non-natural DNA. There's also gene cloning. Aomi stared at me dully. Gene cloning is self-explanatory. You need more than one gene so that if you mess up you still have the gene. I returned Aomi's stare, causing her to look away. There is of course gene splicing, DNA indexing, DNA analysis, and DNA overwrite, most of which you've seen me use or have used yourself. Aomi was already getting into splicing, analysis, and indexing, so I didn't need to explain them. Overwriting is just using Fuinjutsu to do most of the work on an already grown person. It does lots of splicing and cloning. Aomi looked bored. It's pretty much just copying edited DNA inserted into the Fuinjutsu and applying it onto a body. I summed it up as best as I could. That's what we'll be using. Write it down and stare at it until you memorize it. Then we'll get into the fun stuff. The fun stuff was learning what genes did what. We'll get into using the techniques after you learn how to make the indexing and analysis seals. Some mediocre seal work and amazing chakra control were all you needed to manipulate life. After you can consistently make the seals, we'll start on splicing and overwrites. Aomi smiled and nodded. I shook my head and rubbed my face. I didn't like teaching. Chapter 74. Training was boring and slow but produced steady results. I certainly didn't like training, but it was at least interesting when I heavily limited myself. Since acquiring the Shikatsu Myaku, I had been pretty much unchallenged in close combat, and that hadn't changed. But when I limited myself in its use, I found myself falling back on the gentle fist and my lightning ninjutsu, which I had neglected in favor of other more interesting techniques. Training with my less used moves allowed me to have other things to fall back onto if my other techniques were ever to be ineffective. Limiting myself also allowed me to train Guy and Isami. Isami and Guy were getting stronger slowly, but steadily. It was taking a while, but their slow, steady progress would eventually bring them into the big leagues. Things were progressing nicely, and my only complaint was that my modified farm animals weren't being approved of. But other than that, life was grand. I was getting stronger and time was marching on. My clone was whole, hale, and healthy. It had been a few months since it had eaten the tailed beast flesh, and nothing worrying had happened. It made me less hesitant to mirror the changes in my own body. Sand control and magnet release would be a welcome addition to my arsenal. But having that weird tailed beast like chakra was asking to be used in Kaguya's resurrection. Being used to resurrect a space god was a no. It wasn't something I was even remotely okay with risking. Kakik. I turned and stared blankly at Orochimaru, who had startled me with his creepy laughter. I was in my second lab, which was not as well protected as the one in the house was. I guess my Fuinjutsu needs some work. I trailed off as I noticed Orochimaru was shuffling through my notes with not a care in the world. But I guess they're good enough to keep most people out. He was being extremely rude, barging into my lab and manhandling my notes. Ah, I nearly forgot. Orochimaru placed my notes back on the desk and straightened himself. I've heard that you were planning to make some super orphans, as you called them. I frowned with narrowed eyes, which caused Orochimaru to smile. It wasn't supposed to be known, meaning there were listing devices in the Hokage's office or my lab. No one's supposed to know about that. Orochimaru's smile widened at my lack of denial. I rolled my eyes at him and his creepy smile. It's not as well hidden as you might think. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously. Not everyone in the Umbu is loyal after all. Sigh. I sighed heavily. Danzo probably knew about what Minato and I were planning and passed it on to Orochimaru. That's annoying. I rubbed my face. Orochimaru nodded. Quite. He agreed. We stared at each other for a moment. Orochimaru leaned forward and smiled, not breaking eye contact. Perhaps we could come to a mutual agreement. He leaned back, but his smile widened. I want some children made with my DNA. I blinked in surprise. That wasn't what I was expecting. Do you want clones of you? Or do you want a mix of your DNA and someone else's? It was Orochimaru's turn to blink. You can do the latter? I nodded slowly. I just need some of your sperm and an egg from whatever bloodline you want. The child would be a mix between the two different DNAs. I probably didn't need to explain that. Though orphaning your child might not be the best option. Orochimaru nodded slowly, seemingly lost in thought. I had just given him a way to solve his future problems after all. Though that might not be what he was after when he asked for some children made with his DNA. He might have just wanted to be a father. Though I figured that was extremely unlikely. I need some time to think. Orochimaru side-eyed me for a moment. You've presented me with some interesting options. He turned and disappeared in a shunshin. I was left staring at the open door wondering if I was making the right call. Daddy Orochimaru might have a reason to stay in the village. He might love his child and take an interest in its growth. Or it could end as it did in canon with Orochimaru becoming a murder hobo. At least I could say I tried. Subtle manipulation wasn't my strong suit, I much preferred bluntness and confrontation. Trying to strengthen the village was hard work. Mom stood and stared at the plaque on the wall. It was of course the plaque I had made in Wind Country, though with a few extra rules and a literal gold frame. The lock boxes from Shimo had contained a lot of gold, and I couldn't exactly sell off so much gold. So now I had my plaque framed with gold. Though perhaps I should have made a small golden statue of myself. That might have been a better use of the gold. So, Mom continued staring at my plaque, though I could tell she was speaking to me. I leaned back and waited for her to continue. I could tell she had something on her mind as she had been distracted lately. I've been dating someone for a while and I want you to meet them. Mom didn't turn to face me. A smile stretched across my face as I realized she was nervous and embarrassed. So much so, that she couldn't even face me. It was adorable. When? I carefully smoothed my face over. Mom kept her eyes glued to the plaque. Sometime within the next month, she said quietly. My smile resurfaced. This was too funny. All right, bring them around the house. I couldn't be in public anymore. I had become somewhat of a celebrity and got swarmed when I sat down for a meal. No restaurants. Mom nodded and left without looking at me. I watched her go with a smile on my face. I was happy she found someone she liked, but also worried. Hopefully, it was also someone I liked. Nothing was worse than your parent getting together with a garbage person. I had seen both of my former parents fall in love with garbage people after their divorce, and I might be seeing it again. Hopefully not though. Hopefully, everything would be alright. Minato was a fine guy and a good Hokage, but he was currently annoying the shit out of me. He was dragging me out to the Hidden Lock Village or Jomi Village. I had to join him and Kakashi on a journey across the Izoka Sea, where we would disembark and travel through Wolf Country, the land of Marsh, Valley Country, Demon Country, and finally landing in Key Country. It sounded long, annoying, and potentially hazardous. It was everything I hated in a journey. The only plus was after we crossed the sea there were fewer ninja villages in the fallen countries. Only the Land of Sky and Key Country had ninja villages. And then only Jomi Village was known about. The Hidden Village and Sky wasn't known about or wasn't canon in this world. At least I hadn't seen anything about them in the books I had read. So, I was in for a mostly quiet journey to another continent with barely any ninja presence. It sounded like a shit mission, and it was a shit mission. Jomi were known to be mediators between two negotiating parties. That was the whole reason we were traveling to Key. The assholes wanted the Hokage to personally make the trip. What was worse was that Minato was making said trip. What a total piss-off. You don't bow to the whims others when negotiating. Why are we making a month-long trip for some inconsequential negotiations? This was annoying beyond belief. Our trip to Wolf Country was quick. And by quick, I mean near instant, as Minato flashed Kakashi, Rin, and I across the sea and to Wolf Country. Minato had been here before but hadn't done more than set a few markers, as most of the countries didn't have ninja villages. So, we still had a long trip ahead of us. Alright, why are we going so slow? I eventually asked after an hour of slow, silent, walking. I was already bored and the mission wasn't even half over. I would rather be genetically prodding different animals or even making some sort of half-useless seal. Do you have somewhere you need to be? The clone had enough chakra to last a month. Guy and Aomi could feed and water themselves, so I guess not. No. My no came out more petulant than I had intended. Minato and Rin looked at each other and smiled in amusement. Then why are you in such a rush? Enjoy the peace, let your mind wander and enjoy nature. That was exactly what I wanted to avoid. I would have spit in his mouth had Minato not been taller than me. Humph. Kakashi grunted in what I thought was agreement, also putting him on my mental list of people I wanted to spit on or in. I eyed the cheerful trio with undisguised disgust, though I remained silent from then on. Our torturous trip was finally over and done with. We had arrived at Key, and we would be teleporting back, so I was spared the return trip. I had most definitely ruined the trip for the others, judging by the looks I was occasionally receiving. But how was I supposed to know that using Jinjutsu to make a bear pull a wagon was frowned upon? And who knew bears were so oily and flammable? It was the bear's fault for sitting so close to the fire. Ah, Minato-sama, you've arrived. I was pulled from my thoughts and stared in horror at the thing that spoke. She was so ugly that she could stop bird shit in midair. She was the ugliest woman I had ever seen and probably would ever see. Rin stepped on my foot, bringing me back to the terror that was my current reality. Ah, Minato-sama, you must be tired after such a long journey. Come follow me, we must accommodate you at once. The voice that came from that thing was sweet and feminine. It didn't belong to the horror that I was currently witnessing. Shiro, stop staring, she has cancer and knows she had cancer. She doesn't need you staring at her tumor. Rin whispered and grabbed my sleeve, dragging me along like the child I was. I hadn't even realized there was a tumor. Was I the only one who was horrified by her ugliness? It took me a long time to return to reality after gazing at what could only be called an eldritch abomination. Her existence had shattered my reality and opened my mind to things I didn't understand. She was the literal manifestation of ugly. I couldn't take any more and knocked myself out, both for a bit of theater and to spare myself further consciousness. The woman was once a fairly strong kunoichi, but after some sort of unnamed accident she was rendered disfigured and cancer-ridden. I sat down and digested what I saw while Rin continued to berate me for my behavior, which was only slightly exaggerated. She's not that ugly, Shiro. Rin was shouting at me, not that I cared. I was still recovering from what I had seen today. Like it or not, you have to interact with her in the future. I blinked and turned to Minato, who had spoken. You're going to heal her as part of our agreement with Jomi. I blinked slowly at that. I hadn't known we were negotiating with Jomi. I had thought they were just going to oversee the negotiations. So, they want me to fix her face? I might as well fix her genes as well and spare the world further horror. Minato shook his head. No, you're just removing some cancer. I blinked slowly. Why hadn't the mission brief contained that? Can't say I like surprises. I opted to fill the silence while making mental plans in my head. I was most definitely going to fix her face and cure her cancer. If I couldn't do that, I'd give her the gift of death. It was a surprise to us as well, Minato said, and Rin nodded. Kakashi shrugged and nodded. I took a deep breath and prepared myself for what I would have to do. Take me to her, I will do it now. I mustered up my courage. If I've learned one thing in life, it was to never procrastinate. Minato nodded and started towards the exit of what I realized was our temporary housing. Chakra in the Naruto-verse seemed to push evolution forward. It was why there were so few fat or ugly people. The genes for good looks were heavily favored and eventually got spread around the population. It was why everyone in the Naruto-verse was average at the very least. Or at least that was my theory. It could be that there was some unspoken law of anime at work that made everyone look average at the very least. The point was that I hadn't seen someone so ugly in my entire existence, and being around the general inhabitants of Konoha had dulled my tolerance for ugliness. The second look I had at the thing wasn't as mentally shocking as the first one. I could not look at her and not want to bite my tongue off. The third look was even less mentally shocking, and by the fourth look, I was once again able to act like a normal human in its presence. Who would have guessed that the daimyo was blind? That of course was sarcasm. Unappreciated sarcasm. Rin and Minato stared at me in disapproval, though Kakashi looked vaguely amused. "We'll get her in here, and catch me in case I faint." Which was a real worry. She was gross. Minato nodded and disappeared out the door. "I'm ready." The woman stepped into the room and I turned my eyes to the floor. I didn't learn her name in fear of forever tainting the name. Once I associated her name with her face, the name would be forever tainted. "Alright, lay down and I put you to sleep." The woman nodded nervously but did as I said, and lay down. "Alrighty, when you wake up, you'll be a brand new person." I tapped her on the neck and threw a towel over her face to cover it. I ignored Rin's disapproving look and shooed Kakashi and Minato away with my hand. "Alrighty." I ignored Kakashi and Minato, not caring if they left. I instead opted to scan my patient whose survival was dependent on me finding a way to fix her. I wasn't kidding when I said I would give her the gift of death. That's a lot of cancer. Perhaps even the sage wanted this woman dead. There was an uncomfortable amount of cancer throughout her body. I wasn't sure it was even possible to fix it. "You're a lot like your mother." I turned and raised an eyebrow at Rin. I turned back to my patient a moment later and pondered what I wanted to do. Insanity runs in the family. Rin nodded blankly, and I stared solemnly at the ugly woman. She had cancer in everything but her lungs and was nearly impossible to save. I had very little hope of saving her, and even if she was saved, the cancer was genetic and would eventually resurface. There's not much I can do for her. I frowned. All I can do is try and make her last longer. Which was cruel. I didn't want to extend her suffering more than necessary. "That's all right, no need." The woman spoke and sat up, surprising me and Rin. I tossed the towel away and stood up in a smooth motion. "Don't get too excited, get back onto the table." I poked her in the neck, this time successfully knocking her out. "All right, I can at least cut down some of the cancer. It'd reduce pain and extend her life a little. I'd also fix up her skin, which was the most cancer-ridden part of her body. I'll see what I can do." Even if she was more cancer than human, I could still use those few remaining human cells and override a bandit. Rin nodded and stared expectantly at me. "Go get a prisoner sentenced to death or a bandit." Rin blinked but didn't question me and headed for the door. I reached into my kunai pouch and started ungathering stuff for some fuinjutsu. I had quite a bit of work ahead of me. Chapter 75. The ugly woman was alive and mostly cancer-free, bearing some cancer in her brain. Her DNA was too scrambled for me to do anything about it, not unless I had some samples from before whatever happened to her happened. So, with the woman healed, and her face less offensive than it originally was, I was ready to do something I had wanted to do for a while. I was going to take a quick run around the village Byakugan active and steal any ninjutsu of value. I was for the first time in a while going to use my esoteric Byakugan skills to steal from a ninja village. Jomi Village was weak as a whole. The village was dedicated to information gathering and espionage. The village leader was so weak I had thought he was a decoy. Why was he at Genin level? He was the weakest village leader I've seen so far. I hummed and delved through the books and scrolls in the village leader's office. There wasn't much. Most of it was blackmail and a few unique kenjutsu used to strengthen the mind. I quickly sorted through the information and found nothing useful. The kenjutsu had the side effect of losing one's emotions, but granted one perfect recall and detailed memory. I had my version of that, so it wasn't really necessary. I memorized it but put it out of my mind. I instead opted to focus on what the village leader was writing. I mind reading. By subtly weaving signs with their eye, the user can delve into the mind of their target through eye contact without them noticing. This can also be used on a target that is currently reading the user's mind. The user is even able to perform this on themselves to restore or remove information in their own mind. I stopped walking and stared in shock at what I had just read. What in the ever-loving fuck? The leader continued writing, and my shock slowly disappeared. What the fuck? This was a powerful technique. It had a very small range, was extremely slow to use, and the user was left vulnerable when reading minds, but it was still everything I could ever ask for in a mind-reading technique. I could also hide my memories. That was one of my main weaknesses. Should a Yamanaka ever get in my head, I would be fucked. Using Fuinjutsu to protect memories was impossible, to my disappointment. You could use it to destroy or seal memories, but those memories would be inaccessible to you. If you didn't know you sealed your memories, how would you get those memories back? Using one of the most complicated ninja arts to mess with the body's most complicated organ usually wasn't good for one's health. Shiro, why are you leering like that? Rin startled me, causing me to flinch. I blinked and memorized the contents of the scroll before speaking. I was just eyeing their village and looking for threats. I blinked my eyes and dismissed my Byakugan. The village as a whole is looking good so far. I dismissed the Jinjutsu around my eyes. Rin raised a disbelieving eyebrow at me and I raised an eyebrow back. She shook her head and turned her focus to our escorts who were watching from a distance. Knowing that this village had a technique like this made me raise my guard. Being here was a huge risk, both to Konoha and myself. Now the question was, do I tell others about this technique or do I keep this to myself and be careful? I was leaning towards the latter. I quickly went over my memories. I don't think anyone had been reading my memories, but I wasn't wholly sure. It was likely that these people had been through Minato's memories though. He had been meeting with the village leader, as had Rin and Kakashi. Let's get back to the hotel. Rin looked confused but nodded. Okay. We turned and headed back towards the hotel. Being out like this was extremely risky. The eye mind reading technique was used by the guide who brought our food. Rin had her mind read, and I got to watch the technique in action. The guide's eyes flickered and a tendril of Yin chakra slowly wormed its way out of her eyes and into Rin's. The whole process only lasted a few seconds. When the tendril retracted, it came with a few chunks of Rin's spiritual energy. I hummed. The technique allowed one to look into spiritual energy and view memories from it. What I was seeing now wasn't in the scroll. It looked like the guide was taking her spiritual energy so he could look through it at a later time. Our food was presented to us and the guide bowed before leaving. It's weird that the guides are so weak. Rin hummed and turned her eyes to me. I just shrugged and leaned back, pulling a ration bar from my pack. I wasn't interested in eating the food. I doubted they'd poison us, but there might be some sort of substance in the food that made our minds easy to read. Maybe I was being paranoid, but it was better to be paranoid than to have my mind read. Here's your food, sir. I nodded with a smile but kept my eyes on the ground. I took the food and quickly closed the door, accidentally meeting the guide's eyes as the door closed. Fuck! Apparently, that was enough for the guide to establish a connection to my mind. I could feel the chakra connecting us and grabbed it in panic. We fought over the chakra for a moment, my will winning over his. His Yin chakra was slowly pulled from him and into me. Little by little his memories became mine. Little by little his experiences became my own. The experiences were faint, the memories far away. It felt like I had watched them, but not like I lived them. I blinked and woke up on the floor covered in vomit and confused. Rin kneeled over me, hands on my chest, probably using the diagnostic jutsu. I stared at her for a moment before blinking and falling unconscious. Every time I woke, I would blink and wake up somewhere else. It was disorientating. It felt like I was teleporting every few seconds. I kept waking in different places until I eventually ended up in Konoha. My mom's chakra lulled me into a more permanent sleep. It turned out that taking all of one's spiritual energy could damage someone's brain. The guide had tried to be sneaky and have a peek into my mind. It was working until I panicked. I had used the technique in a half-assed attempt at combating him. It had worked, but not in the way I had expected. I had ripped his Yin chakra from him, mentally crippling him and giving me some brain damage. On the plus side, I had gotten some practice looking through his spiritual energy. Though my clone had to eject that spiritual energy as it was mixing with my own and giving me the memories of the guide, causing a very noticeable growth and change in chakra. All in all, it was a boon. Getting some memories of the guide using the mind-eye reading technique was a huge gain. I wouldn't be bumbling around and hurting myself in the process of learning it. Did I finish healing that ugly woman? I honestly couldn't remember. And did whatever negotiations we were doing happen? Rin bolted upright, and Kakashi, who I had directed my question, lazily shook his head. Attempting to kill Konoha's butcher with Jinjutsu was not good for negotiations. Kakashi said dryly. I put my palm out and stopped Rin from hugging me. Sorry, I just woke up and can't deal with human contact yet. Rin nodded, though she looked saddened. I turned to Kakashi. Did I accidentally start a war? My voice came out more excited than I intended. Kakashi shook his head and remained quiet. The room sunk into silence, so I reached over and wrapped an arm around Rin. Rin returned my one-armed hug with two arms, breaking the unspoken rule of one-armed hugs and bringing me more human contact than I was ready for. So, how did things turn out? Rin detached from me with tears in her eyes. She blinked them away and rubbed at her eyes for a moment. There was a large fight. Kakashi set the inn on fire and Minato knocked a good part of the village's ninjas unconscious. Rin blinked a few times. Your nose, eyes, and ears bled. Everyone thought you were dying. I blinked. It was unexpectedly tame. I expected Minato to cut his way through the village. Ah. I just nodded. That still sounded pretty bad. Well, who wants to eat? I stood up, ignoring the breeze I was feeling. Hospital clothing was the worst. People were going to get a show. I was too hungry to care about that though. Alright, it's time for ramen. Rin went to speak, but I placed a finger over her lips, shushing her. And how long was I out? Rin pushed my finger away and spoke. Nearly a month. I blinked. Your clone was the one to heal you. Oh. That definitely wasn't good. I made a hand seal and sent a clone off to feed my more permanent clone or visit Minato if the clone didn't need chakra. If it took a month for my clone to heal me, I was definitely in bad shape. Well, it's time for food. Rin went to speak and I once again shushed her with a finger. I blinked at her and shined away. The doctors probably wanted to see me, but I was too hungry to care. One meal later and the clone and I were exchanging memories. Though not in the traditional way. This time we were using the mind-eye reading technique. The clone had been giving me its memories when I was in the hospital, which was why I had known what happened to me when I first woke. Apparently, the clone had used my memories to avoid conflict with Jomi. Which I guess was a good thing. Fighting mind-reading ninjas probably wasn't a good idea. Even if their village was extremely weak. We finished the exchange and the clone disappeared in a shunshin. I sat down and started on some Fuinjutsu. Why did you run straight to your lab and not visit me? Mom stood at the bottom of the stairs, hands on hips, and a frown on her face. I pushed the Fuinjutsu I had been making away, as I had messed it up. I need to make sure my brain is working alright, give me a few minutes. Mom's frown faded, and she nodded. I pulled out another scroll and unfurled it. My clone had already checked my body and I was fine, but I wanted to be sure. Being sure involved some Fuinjutsu and lots of tests. Sorry, but I need to make sure I won't die anytime soon, be patient with me. Mom's frown completely faded and her face returned to her usual neutral look. Tell me what happened first. I blinked slowly at her. I just wanted to make sure I wouldn't die. Was that too much to ask? Someone used a very powerful Jinjutsu on me and put me into a coma. Or at least that was the story concocted by Jomi's weak leader and corroborated by my clone. They also put themselves in a coma in the process. Mom nodded and remained silent from then on. I turned back to my scroll. I had a body to scan and DNA to look at. One could never be too careful. The mind-eye reading technique was completely useless in combat. But out of combat, it was amazing. I was essentially a Yamanaka now. Currently, I wasn't exactly sneaky, but with time and practice, I would be. Soon I'd be reading minds and stealing techniques. It was only a matter of time. But until then I was reduced to reading the mind of my mom's girlfriend. who she had been dating for 2 years. The woman was tiny, standing at about 5'3", her hair and eyes were black and she had a mane of Uchiha-like spiky hair. She was wearing the standard cannon fodder Jonin attire and was looking quite Uchiha-like. She wasn't an Uchiha though, the name Kumiho Asano made that clear. My mother and her had bonded over their mutually dead parents and shared Jonin status. They had been happily dating for the past 2 years and Mom finally felt comfortable introducing me to her. She was a lovely and kind woman, if not blunt enough for my taste. I didn't have any problems with her as her love for my mom was genuine and she hadn't been doing anything suspicious. So? Mom and Asano looked at me expectantly. I stared back at them, not sure what to say. I hadn't known Mom was into women and would have appreciated a heads up. It was better than her being into young men like I thought she was. Turns out the tiny footprints on the windowsill weren't as sinister as I thought they were. A little heads up would have been nice. I was expecting a stepfather. Mom winced at that and Asano snickered. I blinked in shock. Someone had laughed at something I said. Had I suddenly become funny? Or was she laughing to spare me an awkward silence? Sorry, I thought you figured it out. I blinked slowly at Mom. She did leave her clothes and stuff around the house. I'm pretty sure she overestimated my observational skills or underestimated my ability to ignore anything that wasn't important to my general life. I didn't. I trailed off and decided to redirect the conversation. But I approve, quite the catch. I winked at Mom and gave her a cheesy thumbs up. I would have high-fived her, but my high five would probably be ignored. Thanks. Mom blushed and Asano smirked, looking amused. I nodded and stared down at the food that I hadn't touched. The restaurant was Akimichi-owned, so they might be offended if I didn't at least take a bite. Alright, let's eat. We'll chat later. Mom and Asano nodded, before digging into their own food. I studied them for a moment before digging into my own. So far, I have approved. I had awful step-parents in my last life and hadn't had much hope for this one, but Asano seemed fine both mentally and in person. I blinked as I realized I had just mind-raped someone. I was doing what I'd hated. I scorned the Yamanaka for their jutsu and now I was doing something similar myself. My apparent hypocrisy hit me. I had just mentally violated someone, my mother's girlfriend no less. I took a deep breath and returned to my meal. I wasn't exactly a shining beacon of morality, but I would at least like to have some morals. I probably shouldn't be using my new technique all that often. Or at least not on people I know or will know well. The clone had handled most of the drama before I had woken up. But what he hadn't handled was the Shiro fanatics that wanted to go to war with Jomi. I appreciated the support but was pretty weirded out by my supporters. They were an odd bunch, most of them under 16, and most of them male. I was the ninja equivalent of a teen idol and it was odd. Especially so because most of my followers were male. What brings you here, sensei? I smiled as I had sensed Orochimaru before he revealed himself. I had tried to find him when I first woke, but he had been hiding somewhere. He was probably too busy experimenting on children in his hidden lab. I've come to see if you've made any progress on your super orphans. He smirked when I stared blankly at him. I had just woken up not long ago, and Orochimaru probably knew that. He was only asking to be weird. No, Minato is stalling. I scratched my nose with my thumb. He doesn't feel it's right to condemn children to orphanhood before they'd even been born. It shouldn't have been a problem. The solution was to find people who wanted kids and give them super not-orphans. Shame. Orochimaru frowned and I joined him in frowning. Why did Konoha make it hard to strengthen Konoha? It was either paperwork or bleeding hearts that slowed things down. Have you figured out what you want done? I was itching to look at Orochimaru's DNA. I couldn't wait to see what he'd done to himself. It had a lot to do with animal DNA as that was one of his main focuses in genetics. There was no way he wasn't half snake. I wanted to know how his DNA stuck together without unraveling. Yes, I have. Orochimaru smiled but didn't continue. I stared at him with unconcealed annoyance. I wanted that DNA, but it seems I wouldn't be getting it until it was time to make baby Orochimaru. Orochimaru continued smiling and I continued staring at him. Alright, do you need anything? Orochimaru shook his head, not losing his smile. Just checking on my favorite student. Orochimaru's smile faded and he nodded seriously at me before sunshining away. I stared at the space he occupied, wondering if he really came to check on me. It was possible, but unlikely. I shook my head and drifted off into thought. I had my modified farm animals, Fuinjutsu, and super orphans to work on. I had the stuff to do for the foreseeable future. That was all I wanted in life nowadays. As long as I was busy, I was happy. Shit! I should have tried to read his mind. He might have measures in place though. Chapter 76. I had finally gotten someone to use my modified animals. It took much longer than I wanted it to, and my modified pigs were banned, but things were finally on the move. I only wish it hadn't taken so long. The year was almost over and I needed to start preparing for the Ninetales attack. It had slipped my mind until I saw a very pregnant Mikoto in the market one morning. It made me realize that I was completely forgetting the attack. According to my notes, Naruto should be conceived within the next few months and born in October. Meaning I had a little more than 10 months until things kicked off. If they kicked off. Rin was very much alive and I hadn't heard anything about Kiri in a long while. It likely that Obito wasn't undergoing his transformation into Tobito. I figured Madara was crafty enough to turn Obito even if Rin wasn't dead. But nothing was currently happening. So, I settled in for more waiting and some planning. Once the Ninetales attack was out of the way, I'd get started on my travel to the moon. I just needed to decode Minato's Flying Thunder God and adjust it to myself. Then it was just a matter of getting something to the moon. Things would start coming together within the next few years. I was close to acquiring the Tensegan and could hardly wait. Why is there such a variety between the genes each child is getting? Wouldn't it be better if they all get the best possible genes? Minato slid the stack of paper across his desk and to me. I grabbed it and tucked it under my arm. We are trying to create people who are strong and individual, not strong clones that are all the same. I held in the sigh that wanted to escape. Different people will make different skills and will add variety to Konoha's arsenal. It would have been better if I could enhance some clan kids. The Hyuga finally pushing out some notable shinobi would be nice. Or even the Inuzuka, they could use some good genes. I'm trying to create diversity by giving them each different strengths. It's better to have different and unpredictable ninja than it is to have 100 of the same. Or at least that was my thought. 100 Raikage level ninja would be nice, but it was nearly an impossibility anyway. Most wouldn't have the will to train enough to get past Kage level even if they had everything the Raikage had. How many aspiring mothers do we have anyway? The more we had, the more ninja Minato would get. Minato's face momentarily shifted into a frown, dimming my hopes. 20. I stared blankly at him. I was unsurprised but disappointed. It wasn't enough, especially if they weren't ninja families. Are they at least from ninja families? If they were civilians, they wouldn't get the necessary training to become good. I might as well give up if that's the case. Yes, I reached out to Ninja first. He nodded and I exhaled in relief. At least then they'd have a head start and expectations on what they were getting into. Hopefully, that would keep them in the ninja program. That's good, but not enough. Bluntness was always the best approach. Ask ninja who are infertile if they want to raise a kid. Or even order some ninja to have children. Minato blinked at me. Keep finding people. We need 50 ninja-raised kids. 50 ninjas of Kage caliber was a dream come true for any village, but I didn't think Minato would be able to find that many. Nor did I think all of them would live to become Kage level. At best we would have 10 or so by the time this batch of kids grew up. The idea is to have them at least spread their genes. Even if they aren't strong, their kids will have the chance to be. I wanted to slip some clan DNA in there too. A few Uchiha or Hyuga not born in the clan would benefit the village. Especially if their eyes didn't match the typical Hyuga or Uchiha coloring. Any luck on acquiring bloodlines from the other villages? Minato nodded, causing my spirits to lift. I wanted some more bloodlines but was too lazy to chase them down. After all, why couldn't I make Minato get them for me? Mud release and explosion release was all we were able to acquire. I blinked, feeling underwhelmed. I was hoping for something like swift release. Or something interesting like steel release. It was a letdown. I had expected more. Neither of those are worth using. Though explosion release had its charm. Said charm being possible self-detonation. It might just be better if I gave everyone 2 or more affinities. It was easy to grant someone a bloodline before birth, it was after their childhood where there were problems. I'll see what I can come up with though. I felt like I was wasting an opportunity by not making some children with bloodlines. It seems I need to do some more work. Minato hunched over his desk and steepled his fingers together. I shook my head. I was okay with other people knowing about what we were doing. Minato wanted to keep it a secret. Orochimaru already knows what we're doing, so it's not all that hidden. Minato's eyes widened slightly before quickly returning to normal. Get someone else to do some of the work, it's not a secret anyway. I trailed off as I realized how much work it would be to create 20 super children. It would eat up a good portion of my time unless I let a bunch of clones do the work for me. Which sounded good in my head but was usually bad in practice. Clones weren't always sane or well-intentioned. We can talk more about it later when we have more willing mothers. Minato rested his head on a palm, looking tired. I'll contact you soon. Minato lazily shooed me away with his palm, not at all acting like the Kage he was. I bowed and retreated from the room, with thoughts of super children on my mind. I wanted Konoha to be better off than it was in canon, though it might already be. Time would tell if what I was doing was working. I had a lot of hope that it would. As much as I liked Aomi, I still didn't trust her. She was one of the first to get her mind read after I was sufficiently confident in using the technique. She wasn't a traitor, just an ass-kisser. By answering the Hokage, she hoped to gain his favor or at least make a good impression. It was annoying, but not traitorous. She wasn't working against me, nor was she trying to hinder any of my progress. I couldn't murder her for wanting to curry favor. I still liked her too much to distance myself. So, things would continue as they were. Not bad. I lied, shamelessly. Aomi had butchered the DNA she was working on, rendering it unusable. Aomi had gotten excited or nervous and ruined a lot of the DNA she was working on. She was slowly getting better, just not fast enough for my preferences. I panicked and mushed it. Aomi looked down at her feet. I shrugged, not seeing the problem. The DNA wasn't valuable, nor was I expecting her to do it perfectly. You had the gene in the right place, you just panicked when you were linking it back together. Emotions affected chakra. Aomi likely got excited or panicked. It's just repetition from now on, soon you'll be good enough to work on your own projects. I was generous when it came to teaching Aomi. She probably got more access to information than I did when learning under Orochimaru. You still need to spend a lot more time on Fuinjutsu though. Aomi really wanted to get into DNA manipulation. She felt she was missing her chance to improve herself. She was right. The longer she took, the less she would gain from messing with her DNA. The body wasn't as malleable after a certain age. Fuinjutsu is almost half of what's required to edit DNA. I can't be making the seals for you, you need to learn to do them yourself. Aomi nodded seriously. Yawn asterisk. I threw my head back and yawned loudly, not bothering to cover my mouth. I think I'm done for the day. I stepped away from the mess of seals that occupied the table. Feel free to continue, there's plenty of seals in the cupboards. Aomi nodded and stifled a yawn of her own. I smiled in amusement and made my way to the stairs. On second thought, come eat. I turned and waved Aomi over. We can get some takeout. Aomi had been down here with me for the last 8 or so hours. She could use something to eat. Sure. Aomi nodded and jogged to join me at the stairs. I stopped myself from yawning and made my way up the stairs with Aomi in tow. I had some more Fuinjutsu practice with Kushina this evening, though I wasn't feeling up to it at the moment. my life into a comfortable routine, and I had many friends. It was more than I expected from my post-war life. Nobody was trying to bother me, nor was anyone plotting against me. Life was ideal as far as I was concerned. Wouldn't it be easier to make existing children genetically stronger? Why go through the effort when you can already modify existing and known children? Minato threw the idea out, breaking the silence that had befallen the office. I guess we don't even need to make that many new children. I eventually decided. We can do lots of testing to see if their mentality is stable and they're fit for duty before we give them the ability to reach Kaguya level. Making talented but genetically weak children stronger was probably the best way to do it. It was a better idea than what I had come up with. I guess this is why scientists gather and discuss their plans. I said to buy myself some time to think. What's obvious to one might not be obvious to another. I'd have to a little less rough with older children, but that was fine. A bunch of little gene edits was faster anyways. We could also sponsor talented children from civilian families and have them receive group training. It would make their strength explainable. I nodded, not paying attention. It sounded more like a Minato problem and wasn't something I would have any say on. Think about genetically. Modifying the Inuzuka's dogs, the Inuzuka could use a leg up. Minato nodded, but it looked non-committal. Minato wanted me to stay away from modifying the clan's bloodlines. I felt the same way, but for different reasons. I didn't want to make anyone stronger than myself. It wasn't something I worried about before, but now it was on my mind. After all, who wanted to be killed by their own creations? Alright, let's do some of both. We make some super children and enhance those who are talented but lack potential. Minato nodded and I bowed before leaving. This was becoming more work than I wanted. But at least, Konoha would be stronger when it was done. It would just take a few years to bear fruit. So, this is the little guy, yeah? I bounced Mini Keiji on my knee while noting the similarities between the two. He got Keiji's looks and facial structure, but he had his mother's blonde hair. Are you sure you want him enhanced? I asked for what was probably the 10th time. Keiji nodded easily and without much emotion. Either he gets strong and lives a long life or he dies a young prodigy. Keiji paused and scratched his beard. I want my child to be great, not another name carved into the monuments. I nodded, half paying attention. I was more focused on the baby who was currently trying to stick my finger into his mouth. Kids who are modified will be pretty much forced into ninjahood. By doing this you are taking away the choice from your child. Keiji rolled his eyes, not looking bothered. If he decided to be a baker, I'd beat the love of pastries out of him anyways. Keiji smirked. He can become whatever he wants when he's stronger than me anyway. I nodded and let some plans roll around in my mind for a moment. Keiji named his son Ijiro, in some delusional hope that the name would grant him some power. Sharp Newborn Son was a funny name when translated literally. Sharp was probably exactly what Keiji wanted his child to be. I'll have your child be the last in line. I'll have enough experience to not mess up by then. Not that there would be any messing up. I was pretty good at doing things right on the first try. Thanks, brat. Keiji didn't know what to do and settled for a thankful nod. I nodded back and handed him the baby. Alright, I'll keep in touch. I gave him a cheery wave and shined away, not wanting to say goodbye. There was a noticeable lack of combat, death, blood, and gore in my life lately. It filled me with a vague dissatisfaction and longing for the good old days where I got into heart-pounding fights near daily. The fights nowadays didn't make my heart pound like they used to. Not that most of the engagements could be called fights, they usually turned into a chase of some kind when my enemies fled. So, she's moving in then? Mom had been trying to broach the topic for the last week or so. I had been busy training and getting ready to create my super children and hadn't been around. So, she decided to corner me in my lab while I enjoyed my lunch and daydreamed about the good old days. Yes, but only if you're comfortable with it. She trailed off and looked away as my eyes narrowed on her. Not because I was angry or anything. I was just weirded out that I had a choice in the matter. It was frankly more courtesy than I expected to get from someone. Yes, that's fine. I just need to get used to being dressed in the house. Walking around the house wearing nothing but boxers might be a thing of the past. Mom snickered and stared off, becoming lost in thought for a moment. You'll need to take clothes to and from the shower too, no more running to your room naked. I didn't blush, but it was a near thing. I will. I promised. Both for my dignity and in the hopes that I wouldn't scare Asano off with my frequent nakedness. I'll stay as dressed as I can. I wouldn't want to chase away Mom, my somewhat likable future stepmother. How are we on groceries? I opted to change the topic to something less embarrassing. Mom blinked with a knowing look. Good, we just need some eggs if you are out and feel bored. I nodded easily and we drifted into a comfortable silence. I went back to eating and Mom hovered around the lab looking at my projects with minor interest. Konoha's clans mainly taught their Haidens by elder members of their clans through speech or oral means. The Haidens were never writing down, preventing them from being stolen, but also causing the clans to lose some of their Haidens during times of great strife. Most Haidens were rooted in Yin or Yang release and thus were hard to learn without the required affinity or body type. The Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka were prime examples. They didn't have bloodlines, but bodies that were adapted over generations that enables them to use their Haidens to great effect. But if someone else had the required chakra type, then learning the Haiden was easy. Hence why the clans never wrote down their Haidens. I was trying to track down in Corner Chosa so I could read his mind and find out about the Akimichi clan's juicy knowledge on Yang release. I hadn't had luck in the past week, but I'd keep trying. I wanted the knowledge very badly. Found it! The clone pushed his notebook into my face, showing me what work he had been doing with the Hyuga DNA. He was looking for the reason that the Hyuga were limited in terms of jutsu. It turned out to be genetics, which was exactly what I expected. It's a mix of our ancestors not using ninjutsu and some weird mutation in our chakra density. I nodded, in understanding. The Hyuga gained the ability to block chakra points but lost the ability to use ninjutsu. The trait bred true through the generations, and eventually, the Hyuga could no longer use ninjutsu as effectively as their fellow ninja even if they didn't have said gene. It's a mix of genes and disuse of ninjutsu. The more I used ninjutsu, the more range I seemed to have. So maybe I was awakening dormant genes through my ninjutsu use? It's lucky that had a very mild version of the gene, which was a mutation from Mom's family. Lucky me, I guess. So, I probably don't have to do anything, just keep using ninjutsu then? My clone nodded in the affirmative and snapped the notebook shut. He waved the closed notebook in my face. Or you can just throw some DNA together and increase your range artificially. I pushed the notebook out of my face and scowled at the clone. Why did he always want to resort to DNA manipulation? Stop trying to push unneeded overrides on me. I made my way to the stairs to get away the clone. I shook my head and bounded up the stairs in a few steps. Creepy clone always wanted to mess with my DNA. Chapter 77. Children of a similar age to myself were funneled into my lab little by little over the week. I averaged about 3 children per day, mostly because I was reading their minds before I gave them the potential to reach Kaguya level. I only caught one spy who was under Danzo's employ, so things were looking fine. I notified Minato and it was not my problem any longer. Minato and Danzo would wonder how I figured it out, but I wouldn't talk. I was allowed to have some secrets. With 21 kids done, I refused to do anymore. A week straight of overrides ate into my stored chakra and was exhausting. So now I had a month or so off to refill my seal and bumble around. Rin hadn't been turned into a Jinchuriki, but neither had Obito appeared. Madara might have been able to turn Obito, though not in the same way he had in canon. With baby Naruto baking in Kushina's oven, things were coming to a head. Soon Naruto would be born and things would kick off. I had a few different plans for different situations that may occur, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to be sure of my chances of survival and possibly the survival of Kushina. I'd need to spend a lot of time on Fuinjutsu this year and prepare for the eventual attack on Konoha in whatever form it took. Preparation would be key. Unless I decide to let everyone die. I frowned at the thought, not finding it too appealing. Not appealing, but it is the easiest solution. All I can do is try. I wish I didn't get attached. My life would be much easier if I didn't care about Kushina and by extension Minato. More so Kushina than Minato. But still, I wanted Kushina alive at the least. I was the protagonist in my story, but everyone else also has a story where they are the protagonist. Aomi looked at me with a raised eyebrow and a frown. I smiled at her and winked, non-verbally telling her not to mind my mental rambling. Gross inadequacy of opportunities is the norm in life and biology. Aomi blinked and I rolled my eyes. Some people are born smart, charming, and strong. I teasingly gestured to myself. While most aren't. I picked up a folder containing the before and after reports of the few kids that had been genetically modified and handed it to Aomi. I've chosen those who were smart and given them the ability to be charming and strong. I was making life fair for a select group of children. They would have everything, equal opportunities. It would depend on them how far they went through. They will be Konoha's next generation. They will have everything they need to be great. Aomi's eyes met mine. But it will ultimately depend on them and their own will to succeed. Giving every promising child the potential to reach Hokage level might bite me in the ass. You can't eliminate poverty by giving people money. And giving people the optimal genetics would probably be the same in principle. Do you understand what I'm trying to do, or have I just rambled? I turned to Aomi with tired eyes. No matter what I did, it would never be enough. It wasn't just how I felt, it was also objectively true. It doesn't matter how smart you are, if you're born weak and ugly, the odds are stacked against you. I nodded approvingly, already seeing where this was heading. You're trying to elevate the smart and move them upwards in the hierarchy. I nodded but kept my face neutral. It wasn't exactly what I was after, it was more of a happy side effect. I want to elevate the talented, smart, and stable above all. Hopefully, those traits would carry on into the future. But I doubted it. It was far more likely that I was creating my undoing. Fuck. I rubbed my forehead and Aomi raised an eyebrow at me. Anyway, I'm trying to make a better Konoha, whether it works or not is up to chance. I covered my eyes with my hand and enjoyed the brief darkness and absence of light. There's a reason I'm trying to explain this to you. I uncovered my eyes and met Aomi's. I want you to continue what I'm doing should I die. Or be ousted from Konoha. I said mentally to myself. Aomi's eyes widened and she nodded seriously. Anyways, let's go get some ramen. I needed to get out of the basement and out of my own head. I was thinking myself into a depression. Let's go. Aomi nodded and placed the folder on the table. We both made our way up the stairs and out of the house. After becoming able to read the thoughts of everyone around me, I couldn't help but take a peek now and then. Thus I lost the will to go outside. I was turning into a recluse because I lost what little faith I had in my fellow human beings. It was a sad state of affairs. I was falling into a minor depression despite my best efforts to stay busy and happy. Power was easy to acquire, but happiness was hard to maintain. What do I need to cross off my mental list? I turned to my clone, one of my few companions as of late. My clone rolled his eyes at me. DNA mutation. And Fuinjutsu are the most pressing. The clone gestured to his head. Though all you have to do is have a dive into Kushina's or Minato's mind to finish up with Fuinjutsu. I nodded absently at the clone's words. I should probably continue developing my understanding of Fuinjutsu before I go and try to use someone else's. My clone shrugged and turned away from me. I stared at it for a moment, while trying to think of something to do. Isami and Guy were out with Rin, and Mom was busy training with Asano. My lightsaber was done, if not particularly pleasant to look at. My body was whole and healthy, most of my work on the bloodlines I possessed was done, bearing the Uchiha and Uzumaki whose bloodlines were all kinds of mysterious. Do I mess around with ninjutsu or do I take a mission? I threw the question out and into the room but received no response from the clone. Or maybe I can go bother the Hyuga? Baby Niji was supposed to burst out of his mother sometime soon. I could bother the Hyuga for a while. Why don't you go bother Kakashi? He just joined the Umbu last I heard. I raised an eyebrow at the unexpected information. Kakashi wasn't completely friendless and alone, so why did he join the Umbu? That doesn't sound interesting. Kakashi would just ignore me. Nothing sounds interesting. I trailed off and stared at the ceiling. I was probably going to need to fend off another wave of boredom within the next little while. I guess I'll take a mission. I scratched my nose. A mission by myself. I rose from my seat and headed towards the stairs in search of a mission to keep the boredom at bay. Hopefully, I'd have something to do by the time I returned. I made a concerted effort to evade everyone as I made my way through the Hokage Tower. I was a well-known face in Konoha now, and people wanted to spend time with me and suck the joy out of my life. I could be nice and chat with them. But that usually went nowhere and drained me of what little will to live that I could muster on any particular day. The much safer and mentally healthy option was to avoid everyone and talk to no one. Being a recluse was a surefire way to become feared or despised, but I honestly couldn't bring myself to care. With a bit of a flourish, I made my way into Minato's office, ignoring the 3 genin that were waiting by the door. "What brings you here?" Minato had a warm smile on his face. I ignored the urge to smack it off him and got to the point. "I'm bored. Do you have an interesting mission?" Short and straight to the point, just how I like things. Minato tilted his head and drifted into thought, while the genin shifted uneasily in the hallway. "How far do you feel like traveling?" I shrugged, not feeling particularly picky. Minato nodded and drifted into thought again. I ignored the whispers of the genin occupying the hallway and focused on Minato, who looked pretty stumped. "I'm afraid that there's nothing you would enjoy at the moment." He half smiled at me. "The fuinjutsu in the shelters does need to be maintained." I hummed. It sounded like a Kushina job, not a job for someone who wanted to stab things with his spine. "Which ones? And where?" Minato smiled widely and grabbed a blank paper from his drawer. "Here, I'll write it down." He motioned me to come closer. "Memorize it and burn it." I nodded seriously and watched as he quickly noted down the locations of the shelters and what needed to be done with them. "Do I have to be sneaky about these ones?" I tapped 2 shelters that were located particularly close to the clans, and one that was close to the school. Minato nodded. "Those protect the future of Konoha." I ignored Minato and quickly memorized the paper, before scrunching it into a ball and pocketing it so I could burn it later. The shelters by the clans and the school were the most secret ones, as they held Konoha's future. So, I had to keep shenanigans to a minimum and make sure no one knew about them. I'll get it done. Though I wasn't sure I was even getting paid for this. It didn't matter too much, but money was always nice. "Good." Minato nodded and waved me out. I bowed and headed straight for the door, eyeing a somewhat familiar genin as I passed. We met eyes and I lightly skimmed his thoughts before turning away and making my way out of the tower. Ibiki Marino. I hummed to myself as I left, feeling weird about seeing canon characters. Each sighting was a reminder that my time was limited and always decreasing. Time always felt both slow and fast, it was agonizing. I shook my head, dispelling my thoughts as I left the tower completely. I had stuff to do today. The genes that most of the enhanced kids got wouldn't get them past low Kage level. The abnormally dense chakra and slight healing factor made up for their limited chakra. Improved senses and the actual ability to sense chakra would also put them above the rest. Most of their looks would stay, the only change being the blue eyes they all sported. The kids were giving a huge head start in ninjahood and most of them would probably die because of it. It was a sad truth, sometimes no matter how talented one was, death was inescapable. Even I wouldn't be able to escape death. I shook my head, trying to shake the thought from my mind. Negative thinking never got me anywhere anyways. "Can we just take everything down?" One of my shadow clones spoke, pulling me from my thoughts. I scratched my nose with the back of my thumb, giving myself time to think. That's not what Minato wants, but it might be better if we just tear everything down. I stared at the many clones wandering throughout the shelter. This mess should probably just be redone. The Fuinjutsu in the shelters were patched many times by many different people, each with a different understanding and proficiency in Fuinjutsu. It made the entire structure a patchwork of different Fuinjutsu systems and barriers. Many overlapped, making them useless and inefficient. Some even canceled each other out, weakening the entire structure. Many people added to the patchwork monstrosity over the years, and not all additions were good. It made the whole thing headache-inducing to look at, let alone figure out. Strip everything down and redo the seals. The clone nodded. Make sure everything is organized and easy to understand. The clone rolled its eyes and nodded, going off to do its tasks. Hopefully, it would be easier for future Fuinjutsu users to fix these, getting rid of the mess that it was would hopefully help. Alrighty. I nearly sighed but stopped myself. There wasn't anything to sigh about, just work to do. I nodded to myself and activated my Byakugan, looking for something to start on. What's got you so angry? I pushed some broken glass away with my foot while making my way over to the desk Orochimaru was leaning over. A trashed lab was pretty unusual for Orochimaru. The last time this happened was when Minato became the Hokage over him. One of my acquaintances fled the village, becoming a missing nin. His words were neutral, dull, and his face expressionless. But I could tell he cared from the slight tightening of his jaw. Though it would be more accurate to say that he was forced to flee the village. Hirako? I tossed the name out there as it was the only other person I'd seen Orochimaru with bearing Jiraiya. Orochimaru scowled, proving my guess right. Indeed. His scowl was still prominent. He was pushed out of the village due to Hiruzen's fear of the clan's response should they discover what he was working on. I raised an eyebrow. Bloodline theft then? I said, guessing what the creepy guy was after. Orochimaru nodded immediately. He was looking for ways to incorporate multiple bloodlines into himself without using transplants. I nodded. Ah, he was getting into DNA stuff. The Hokage couldn't allow someone to blatantly research bloodline theft in a village of bloodline users. I understood why he was giving him the boot, but also worried. It was likely I would receive the boot should the clans pressure the third. Why does the third have the power to give missions still? If that was even what happened. The Hokage should be retired and minding his own business. This should be Minato's problem, the third shouldn't be involved. He doesn't, the mission wasn't official. I blinked. I hummed. The third stepped in and forced one of Orochimaru's friends to flee the village, or that's what I was getting from the conversation. Orochimaru seemed upset, but it could also be an act of some kind. I wasn't sure what the purpose of that would be though. I'll have to be careful then. I rubbed one of my eyes. Minato and I are getting into some stuff of a similar nature. The third might take offense to what we are doing. Though I might just be paranoid. The third didn't have a problem with my modified crops, and he might see the benefit of genetically enhancing our next generation. Thanks for letting me know. I nodded gratefully. I'd tread carefully from now on. I didn't need to be kicked out of the village after spending so much time trying to improve it. HM. Orochimaru nodded and made a hand sign. 4 clones appeared around him and quickly went about cleaning the lab. I shrugged and made some clones of my own to help out. Thanks. Orochimaru inclined his head. I shrugged and joined the clones in cleaning. The lab soon descended into silence as we quietly went about cleaning. Found you. I grinned as Choza's big stupid head entered my line of sight. With what was probably a slightly insane grin, I made my way over to the dumb oaf ready to plunder his memories. We locked eyes from across the market, though I wasn't quite close enough to read his mind. I continued, slowly getting closer to him. Choza looked mildly concerned by my presence, but that was likely due to the chakra I was unintentionally leaking. Hey friend, how's it going? I gave him my best cheery smile and sent my chakra through my eyes and into his. His memories came to me slowly, his lack of spiritual energy helping him delay my snooping. Hello? Choza looked completely confused but nonetheless stuck his hand out for a handshake. I took said hand and continued digging, looking for the information about his clan's hidens. How have you been? Staying healthy? I released his hand and stepped to the side to maintain eye contact when he tried to look away. He looked uncomfortable but smiled politely at me. Yes, I've been enjoying the peace and spending time with my wife. He tried to look away again, but I stepped into his field of view and maintained eye contact. Ah, that's good. I've just been relaxing, there's not much for me to do nowadays. Choza nodded but took a step back, breaking the mental connection I had with him. It's been good to see you, but I have errands to run. My wife will kill me if I don't bring back some beef tongue. I smiled and nodded, as I had everything I needed. Well, say hello to Chiharu. I smiled and began to take my leave. I saw Choza's eyes widen as I left, probably because he realized he hadn't told me his wife's name. I sent Choza one last toothy grin before I disappeared in a shunshin. Chapter 78. When it comes down to it, life was a combination of genetics and luck. Itachi had the genetics, but his luck was shit. Ah, little Itachi, what brings you to my humble lab this early in the morning? Young Itachi was adorable, especially in contrast to the killer he would become. Hi, Shiro-san. Itachi curiously looked around the room, his eyes lingering on my gold-bordered rule board for a moment longer than the rest of the room. Ah, I see your mother dropped by. I felt Makoto's chakra, along with Mom's and Asano. They seemed relaxed, so I figured I would just hide in the basement and avoid human interaction. Itachi nodded and wandered around the room, earning a raised eyebrow from me. Is there anything you want to learn about? Itachi just shrugged, causing me to quirk my lips into a small smile. How about medical ninjutsu? I waved my hand, using chakra strings to grab some books from around the room, causing them to fly over and neatly stack themselves beside an amazed Itachi. I'll show you some exercises and then we'll get into theory. Practice while you learn and you will be a master in no time. From there we will get into the mystical palm. Itachi didn't look overly enthused but nodded his head and pushed a chair over to the desk. He took a seat and stared expectantly at me. Alright, let's do this the fun way. I went through a few hand signs, placing Itachi under a genjutsu. Teaching was easy when I could impart my own experiences directly onto someone's brain. Itachi would hopefully see the value in learning medical ninjutsu and would continue to learn it without me. I could hope, at least. Minato seemed satisfied with the genetic modifications made to the children. They were already showing tremendous improvement in terms of chakra and physical fitness. They only seemed to lack motivation, though that was normal for children. After all, who wanted to train when you could be playing with your friends? So, can I get onto making super babies? The changes would take better in the babies. This is where Konoha's true powerhouses would come from. Minato shook his head. The children are doing fine, why don't we just focus on making already developing children better? I stared at him, with what was probably more hostility than one should have when staring at a Kage. A child born with the best genes will be much stronger than a child given good genes at a later date. I was beyond annoyed that we were even talking about this. Minato seemed to be hesitant to commit, even after the hours of talking about what we were doing. I think we should continue strengthening talented children instead of creating new ones. I stared into his eyes, briefly scanning his thoughts. Minato had some moral hang-ups. He didn't want to bring children into the world just for military strength. Making children for the express purpose of war was pointlessly cruel in his opinion. I disagree. I continued meeting his eyes, skimming his thoughts. Minato shook his head. It's not a suggestion. His eyes turned serious, and his chakras spilled out of him. I met his eyes and released my chakra, causing a white glow to surround my body. Minato and I stared at each other, our posture relaxed and deceptively calm. Our chakra visibly raged around us, Minato's blue and mine white. We continued our pointless posturing for a moment longer before we reeled our chakra in near simultaneously. The door opened, breaking the tense atmosphere. An Umbu peeked through the door and looked at Minato, who dismissed him with a wave. I smirked at the scene, feeling a little better, if not any less annoyed. It's clear you don't feel that what we are doing is right. I rolled my shoulders, trying to rid myself of my tenseness. Let's just call the whole thing off, Konoha can become stronger in other ways. Minato nodded with a thankful smile, likely pleased that I was on the same page as him. Yes. That was what I wanted to do in the first place. I nodded amicably. No worries, I'll think of other ways to make Konoha better. Minato smiled and waved me off. I bowed and made my way out of the room feeling slightly bitter. Minato was worried I was going too far and was close to putting me under surveillance. He didn't trust me not to go too far and was already slightly unwilling to modify his own soldiers. I honestly just wanted to make Konoha better, but it seems to have backfired. Now I had to keep an eye on Minato and make sure he wasn't going to oust me from the village due to his weird morals. I'd seen the man get tens of children, but making some super babies was too much for him. Fuck. With Minato putting the kibosh on my plan to make super orphans, I was cursing around Konoha looking for something to do to keep myself from falling into boredom-induced despair. How's it going? I smirked when Rin turned towards me, kunai in hand. She shook her head, pocketing the kunai. Hi, Shiro. Hello. I returned her greeting with a small wave. What kind of training are you doing today? The craters covering the clearing made what she was doing clear. But it was nice to make polite conversations now and then. I'm trying to develop a taijutsu using my chakra-enhanced strength. I gestured to the holes around various parts of the clearing. Chakra-enhanced strength shouldn't be the main part of your arsenal, more of a surprise move. Rin blinked. If people knew how hard I can hit, they wouldn't let me hit them. Rin came to an understanding of her own. I nodded approvingly. That's Tsunade's greatest fault in her own style. All you had to do to beat her was dance around her hits. If you focus on speed and quick strikes, it might work out better for you. Especially because she lacked Tsunade's monstrous natural strength. Do whatever you feel is right, it is just a suggestion. Rin nodded, though she didn't look particularly convinced. Yawn asterisk. I yawned and made my way over to a tree, so I could perch myself on it and watch my favorite kohai for a while. Life was boring, but not for long. There would be more stuff to do soon. The Hiraishin was pretty interesting as far as teleportation went. The user would make a network restricted to their chakra frequency and bounce around the network using seals that mark their landing location. There was a limit to how many seals the network had, but not to how far away the seals were from each other. To use the Hiraishin effectively in combat, you need to specialize in a specific fighting style, have a specific kind of knowledge on seals, a good amount of chakra and control, and amazing agility and reflexes along with a good sensing range. I had most of those and could probably use it, but not as effectively as Minato did. Minato trained for a good part of his life to be able to use it as he did, and I wasn't willing to put in the time to do the same. I only wanted to get to the moon, so my use of the technique could be unrefined and slower. Though it did make me wonder why the third in Jiraiya or even Orochimaru didn't make use of the technique. They theoretically had what it took to use the technique, but didn't learn it. The third was the biggest disappointment as he was considered legendary due to his skill and knowledge but couldn't use the Hiraishin. It makes me wonder if there was a lot of propaganda about the third and if his skills were greatly exaggerated. If even one person learned how to do it at a fraction of the proficiency that Minato did, it would be priceless. Both in war and during peacetimes. Save that guy for pure transportation purposes and move squads across the continent instantly and in a nearly untraceable manner. I turned to my clone, who seemed equally as disappointed by the Hiraishin's lack of use. Maybe Hiruzen just didn't want to adapt it to his style, that I'm sure he's perfected at this point? My clone shrugged. Maybe he wasn't as knowledgeable about Fuinjutsu, just ninjutsu, and Jinjutsu? Kishimoto was vague with his backstory. You could interpret it any way you wanted, depending on what you need. Maybe there's nobody who has the right qualities to use it in combat like Minato or even Tobirama. I added, including myself in the nobody category. Still, having someone capable of using it at all would be invaluable. If they took a jonin and said, listen up, the rest of your life is learning this and being a pack mule, it would be worth it. And even if he took years to accomplish one teleportation every 5 minutes, that would be more valuable than whatever else he would be doing. Minato isn't even the inventor of the technique, which is weird. I had been under the impression that Minato made the technique. The fact that Minato just learned it but didn't invent it made him less badass in my opinion. I rubbed my forehead, feeling more tired than usual. The Hiraishin is both interesting and disappointing. My clone nodded in agreement, tossing a scroll at me. I caught it and unfurled it, finding the clone's notes on the technique. So, I just need to adjust it to my size and chakra. I eyed the part that warned about accounting for growth. If I got taller and teleported with an old seal, I could behead myself. I turned my eyes to the clone, wondering how I'd figured that out. The clone looked away, seemingly embarrassed. Fuck. Both because of the penitential beheading, and because the Hiraishin was severely underused. For most of the story, the Flying Thunder God is Minato's signature technique, catapulting him to fame as a one-man war machine and eventually fourth Hokage. It begs the question of why the village didn't go out of its way to make sure more people knew it. Might as well chalk it up to Hiruzen being an idiot. I turned eyes towards the wall, breaking the mental connection the clone made. Do you think Naruto would be able to use the Hiraishin? I ran the idea through my mind and found myself liking it. Naruto would have similar chakra to that of his father, he might be able to use the seal without any changes. Probably. The clone nodded, likely reaching the same conclusion. We can give it to him and see what happens. I smiled, liking the chaotic idea. We'll see. My clone nodded and went back to staring at Minato's kunai. I threw my hands behind my head and leaned back into my chair. The clone would do the hard work and adjust the Hiraishin to our current body type. I would bumble through life like I usually did. Thud asterisk. I need you to go buy another apartment building. With a puff of smoke, a stack of papers was unsealed and dropped onto the table with a satisfying thud. Mom stared at me, Asano stared at me, and Isami, who was for some reason having breakfast with my mother, also stared at me. Why can't you do it? Mom pushed the papers closer to me, looking slightly annoyed. I didn't want to have all my wealth under my name in case I got kicked out of the village. I didn't want them to take everything if I was forced to flee. Having everything under my name is bad for tax purposes. I nodded sagely. Mom blew out a frustrated breath and dragged the papers closer to herself. That's not in a good part of Konoha. She flipped through the stack of papers, while Isami and Asano silently watched our exchange from the side. The threat of death can make that a good part of Konoha. I smiled toothily, causing Isami and Asano to flinch and Mom to roll her eyes. The filth there have connections to ninja, they won't take too kindly if you mess up the fragile peace that the gangs have. It was my turn to roll my eyes. Weeding out some gangs would be good for Konoha. I'll find somewhere better then. I wasn't too interested in cleaning up the gangs though. It wasn't my job to keep Konoha gang free. It was likely that they were monitored and controlled. Interfering would earn unwanted attention, which I didn't need due to my already shady activities. What brings you to my humble abode? I directed my focus to Isami, who had been watching silently. Not that I don't enjoy your company or anything. Isami blinked at me and looked away. Someone put in a mission request for Guy. She turned back to me, meeting my eyes. Guy sent me to collect you, so we can have a youthful adventure. The word youthful just wasn't the same when people other than Guy and Dewey used it. Sure, where are we going and when do we meet up? Isami gestured towards the south. We're transferring highly classified documents. We meet tomorrow at 8. She continued gesturing to the south gate. Pack lightly. Classified documents. That didn't sound fun. I'll see you tomorrow then. Isami nodded. I shrugged and headed towards the basement. I had to power up the clone and make another flesh clone. I needed to get started on mutating the Byakugan and other assorted Hyuga genes. I might as well optimize my bloodline as best as I could. I had free time now that I wasn't creating super children anyways. Guy did his nice guy pose, a thumbs up, wink, and a winning smile. I joined him in a pose of my own, blinding Isami with the sun that reflected off my teeth. The gate guards stared at us, unsure of what to make of the situation. All right, now that we're sufficiently youthful, it's time to set off. I rolled my shoulders and passed through the gate. Isami and Guy joined me a moment later, and the three of us walked side by side. So where are we headed? I knew we were lugging some classified documents south. But that was the extent of what I knew about the mission. We are heading to Keishi to deliver some documents to the daimyo. Isami shrugged as she spoke. That didn't sound all that fun. Neat. I held back the yawn that threatened to spill from my mouth. Guy might be attracting attention, the daimyo might be interested in meeting one of Konoha's upcoming ninja. Or so I'd like to think. In reality, the daimyo was a waste of a human and not very smart according to rumors. It might just be a simple whim to request Guy for the mission. Is there anything we need to look out for? Guy quickly shook his head. We must be sure to maintain our youthfulness during our travels. I nodded seriously. Indeed. Isami shook her head and sped up, breaking into a run. Apparently, the talking part of the mission was over, now it was time to get down to business. Guy and I started running as well, easily keeping pace with Isami. Hopefully, the mission wouldn't be too bad. I'd get to see the capital if nothing else. Chapter 79. After an aimless mission to Keishi, nothing much happened. It was nearing mid-August and I was never more aware of how close the Nine-Tails attack was. Obito still hadn't turned up, even though Rin was very much alive and I was starting to worry more than usual. Oh, Shiro! Kushina was very pregnant and it showed when she could barely hug me. I gave her an awkward one-armed hug and got straight to the point, not wanting to delay this conversation. Minato is trying to make me deliver your baby. There was no way I was doing that. Tell him to stop bothering me. Kushina looked embarrassed and angry in equal measures. What is that idiot thinking? Kushina muttered under her breath. I nodded in agreement. Who asks a 12-year-old to participate in a birth? Minato was mad if he thought that was a good idea. Tsunade is not around, so he wants me to do it. I shook my head, trying to shake the messy image of birth out of my mind. I've only delivered one baby before, I'm not exactly experienced. He wanted me there for my medical knowledge, probably to keep Kushina safe. But I was in no way interested in participating. So, unless you want to make eye contact with me while you push a human out of you. Kushina grimaced at the mental picture. Don't let Minato order me to birth your kid. Kushina nodded. I'll knock some sense into him. She shook her fist angrily. I'll smack those silly ideas right out of his head. I smirked at the chaos that would have ensued had Kushina not been housebound. Well, it's been fun, but I'm supposed to be somewhere. I gave Kushina a slightly apologetic nod and shined away to avoid the customary goodbye. My house was full of clones and our expenses were slightly up, due to having to feed 4 extra flesh clones. The clones were more than making up for the increased expenses with many new mutations and overwrites that had been done to them. I now had a lot of options to choose from. Most of the improvements had been done to the Hyuga bloodline and the Kaguya bloodline. There were some minor improvements to the genes I got from the now Raikage, but they weren't worth thinking about. A minor increase in height and muscle mass wasn't too big of a deal. Bloodlines were more interesting, especially as there was lots of room for improvement in said bloodlines. But the most important improvement was the newly increased range that the clones could use their chakra at. Now the clones could make a forest of bones if that tickled their fancy. Though it was more likely that I would stick to what works, and keep stabbing people with various pointy bones. The 20 overridden children were doing well, but not as well as I expected. Only one of them had truly excelled, and she only excelled in ninjutsu. The rest of them had remained average, only having a noteworthy boost in chakra. It wasn't too much of a problem, they still had years to reach their full potential. But it was disappointing, I had expected more from them. Minato says our wheat crops are being swarmed with pests. My Demijinjuriki clone tossed me a scroll. I unfurled it, briefly skimming the contents. That's not good. Is what I eventually settled for. We were probably going to experience famine or at the very least an increase in food prices. Beetles were taking over our wheat fields and the usual pesticides and insecticides didn't seem to work. Send 3 of the clones out, have them try to solve the problem. Though I didn't have much faith in that happening, I wasn't knowledgeable about farming practices. Contact the Aburame and see if they can do something about the beetles. The Aburame should have been the first ones contacted. They do a lot of pest control and different farming services as far as I knew. Is the override ready? I opted to change the topic. I was going to implement some of the changes that the clones experienced. Passive sensing, increased Byakugan range, and increased range for chakra usage were the things I was the most excited to have. Though being more attractive was also cool, if not as useful. No. My clone dashed my rising hopes. I need 2 more weeks, our first overwrite contained too many changes. I shrugged, while mentally debating whether or not I wanted to hear whatever story that involved. Did you kill one of the clones? I took a shot in the dark. The clone nodded, proving my thoughts correct. Almost. The clone made a SOSO gesture. His eyes did experience an epic genetic breakdown. I took a moment to ponder what an epic genetic breakdown was, but realized I was going to get the clone's memory soon and would figure it out then. Alright, is there anything else? I rubbed my eyes. My clone just shook his head. I waved him off, not needing anything else. My clones were becoming my link to the outside world. I barely went outside anymore. I wasn't sure if it was because of my antisocialness or pre-teen angst, but I was becoming more of a hermit with every passing day. I shook my head and tried to put it out of my mind. I had other things to do with my time. The clone's magnet release wasn't something he or I cared about. It was useful, as the clone used it to supplement its sensing, but also chakra heavy to use. It might be because the bloodline was not native to the body, or because the bloodline didn't integrate properly, but it was chakra heavy and not useful unless one had massive reserves. Which my clone didn't have, as he had to ration his spiritual energy and ensure he survived the week. I, on the other hand, had pretty big reserves. Said reserves could be expanded to tail beast level. Still, the worry of attracting too much attention and being hunted down stopped me from acquiring too many bloodlines. I had things and people I like now, so I had to be a little cautious. Or at least appear to not overstep any boundaries. Should I expand my reserves or should I wait until after the overwrite? I flagged the oldest clone down, eager for a second opinion. Even though we were the same person and would probably have the same opinion. After. The clone said, sounding pretty annoyed. Ask someone else next time. The clone spun on his heel and left, leaving me staring at him dumbly. Grumpy clone. I shook my head and looked out over the lab, which had descended into a sort of chaos, with 5 people all trying to use the equipment meant for one person. I might need to upgrade to a better lab or kill off some of the clones. Whatever. I shook my head and went about gathering what I needed for an overwrite. Time to get started. One of the clones broke off from its tasks and started to help me gather the required materials. I gave him a thankful nod and got back to work. The Hiraishin wasn't usable, but it was close. I just needed to adjust it to my height and ever-changing chakra, and then it'd be good to go. After that, I'd need a way to launch something with a Hiraishin seal up to the moon, and the Tensigen would be mine. Or at least, I'd be closer to getting the Tensigen. So, this is all I need to do to reverse summon myself? I eyed the summoning seal uneasily. It was eerily similar to the Hiraishin, and that for some reason made me nervous. Nearly nervous enough to not go through with my half-assed plan to summon myself. Yeah, it's not that hard. Children sometimes reverse summon themselves when they're eager to prove themselves. What was left unsaid was that most of those same children died. Hopefully, I wouldn't share the same fate. Well, hopefully, this goes well. I saluted Minato and sliced my finger with a bone knife before running through 4 hand signs and slamming my hand on the ground. Black markings spread out from my palm, and my vision was promptly clouded by smoke as I was whisked away to meet my future friends. After a summoning-induced bout of nausea, I stood and stared out at my new surroundings. I was surrounded by lakes, interspersed with small islands in the middle of them. I spun around, scanning my surroundings. I didn't feel anything, but that didn't mean anything. Summons could hide pretty well, so I had to be cautious. Honk asterisk. I turned and met eyes with the animal I had an affinity for. Its beady soulless eyes met mine, and we had a brief stare-off before the thing let out another honk. Honk asterisk. Summoner. The thing screeched, brought its wings up. Summoner. We stared at each other for a moment, before our staring was interrupted by the sound of wing beats and honks. Honk asterisk, honk asterisk, honk asterisk, honk asterisk, honk asterisk, honk asterisk, honk asterisk. A swarm of geese descended. I stood still, as a 6-foot pure white goose landed and approached me. Thankfully its beady eyes weren't as soulless as the smaller goose I had first met. A summoner after so long. It shook its feathers, hissing at a smaller goose who had gotten too close. Finally the mighty goose will be free to terrorize the elemental nations once again. I pursed my lips, feeling faintly regretful that I hadn't taken Minato's offer. Do you want me to pass a trial of some kind? I waved the big white goose down. It was strutting and doing what seemed like a dance. No, summoner. It shook its beak. You just need to be taught the goose ways. Then we shall terrorize your allies and enemies alike. I nodded, trying to count the different types of geese that surrounded me. I had gotten to 15 before the big white goose spoke, distracting me. This way, summoner. The goose waddled away, apparently mindful of my lack of flight. I shook my head and followed after the thing. This was getting weird. The geese were evil given bird form. I was slightly ashamed that I had an affinity for the birds. They were undoubtedly the evilest thing I had ever laid my eyes on. Most of their techniques consisted of pecking weak points with their chakra-enhanced beaks and beating things with their chakra-enhanced wings. Watching 2 young geese beat each other half to death was especially brutal. You could tell they reveled in suffering. So, do the geese have senjutsu? After the white goose and I were somewhat comfortable, I decided to be blunt and asked about my main purpose in coming here. Yes, we use it to make our feathers hard like metal. It's nice to charge straight at an enemy and devour his eyes while they ineffectively hit you. The goose opened its mouth and wiggled its tongue. I shivered in disgust. That tongue was awful to look at. Will you teach me? The goose nodded but shook his head soon after. I raised an eyebrow, and thankfully the goose understood the motion and spoke. I'm not good enough to teach, so you would have to learn under one of the elders. He waved a wing, pointing at a small island in the middle of one of the lakes. They're old and frail, but no senjutsu like no other goose. The goose shivered when he said frail like it was a terrible thing. How long does it take to learn senjutsu? It took Naruto a week or so if I remember correctly. But I doubted it would be as easy for me. It takes an average goose about 6 months to learn senjutsu, but it takes much longer to master it. The goose handed me a bowl full of roots and grass with its wing. A slow goose might take 3 years to learn it. It depends on who their parents were usually. I nodded and placed some roots and grass in my mouth, chewing slowly. I'll sign the contract and come back later to learn from the elders. If senjutsu had some basis in genetics, then that was good for me. If not, then I might be out of luck. I do have to return soon though, so I'd like to sign the contract soon. The goose nodded. The great goose is sleeping. We must wait until he wakes. He flapped his wings in agitation, meaning disturbing the great goose was a bad idea. Eat! After we will start you on goose taijutsu, we will work on it until the great goose wakes. I threw a few more roots and bits of grass into my mouth, enjoying the temporary silence. I knew it wouldn't last, as the white goose was loud and annoying when he wasn't eating. Goose-style taijutsu was definitely not meant for human use, but if it made the geese happy, I wouldn't refuse to learn it. Most of the style was enhancing yourself with chakra and attacking the eyes, genitals, and various other weak points. It overlapped with the gentle fist, and that made learning pretty painless. Past experience combined with liberal memory enhancement made learning it fast. I impressed the white goose with my fast learning, and he was quite proud to be my sensei and was happily bragging to his fellow large geese friends. When is the great goose going to wake? I felt stupid even thinking of the name. But if that's what made the geese happy, I would endure. Anytime now, he never sleeps longer than a week. I blinked at the goose, who met my stare with his own beady eyes. That meant he had started his little nap the day I arrived. Which was extremely annoying, but not awful. I could handle the wait. All right. I shrugged, instead opting to ask about something I had been wondering about. Why are the young geese so violent? Part of my training had me watching and interacting with the young geese. They were the evilest and most vile creatures I had ever seen. A complete lack of empathy and extremely sadistic torture of their weaker fellows was the norm in goose culture. Though the old geese didn't seem to do the same. Ah, they're young and don't know any better. The goose shrugged, for lack of a better term. They don't think very much when they are that young. I motioned the goose to continue and he did. Geese don't start thinking until they are older. The best we can do for the young ones is to minimize fighting and make sure they don't attack something stronger than themselves, he said with another goose shrug. I just hummed in slight understanding, though I wasn't sure I truly understood. Young geese seemed like mini dinosaurs, they just wanted to eat and kill. It was probably the norm for animals, but it bothered me for some reason. All right. I shook my head and put it out of my mind. I'm going to get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. The goose nodded and waved a wing at me. Good night, Shiro. I nodded and waved back. Good night. I turned and started towards the shelter I had built. The great goose was huge, but not as big as I remembered the more impressive summons being. The great goose was gray and frail-looking. It was nearing the end of its life. The fact it could barely keep its eyes open said as much. The chamber where it sat was quiet, save for the sound of its labored breaths. The white goose had left us alone, despite any potential risk I might pose to the great goose. So young, yet so strong. The goose gazed languidly at me. I am Gacho, known as the Great Goose. What do they call you? Shiro Hyuga. I bowed, deeply, earning an approving hum from the goose. I've been called the butcher last I heard. Gacho nodded slowly. A fine name, simple and to the point. He shifted, leaning his neck against the wall behind him. I've been told you're a fitting summoner, and who am I to argue? He opened his beak, and a summoning scroll was wrapped within his tongue. It flicked the scroll at me with its tongue and I caught the slimy thing. Write your name, as those before you had. I nodded, seeing the bloody name and fingerprints on the scroll. Use the hand you wish to summon us with and be careful about leading your blood around as it can be used to summon us without you. I nodded and went about writing my name with a bloody finger. What do you expect me to do for you in exchange? I covered the fingers on my right hand in blood and placed them under my name. Protect us when we need it and we shall do the same. Gacho held out a wing and I placed the scroll on it. Treat my clan as your own, and we shall do the same. Gacho placed the scroll in his mouth and swallowed it. Consider our enemies your enemies and we shall do the same. Now, go choose one of the older geese as your personal summon and leave. I nodded and bowed in thanks. Spread your name, and ours too shall spread. Gacho reclined and closed his eyes, seemingly sleeping before I had even left. I shook my head and started towards the exit. I already knew who was going to be my summon, I just had to hunt him down. Chapter 80. This is it forever. I've been tossing the idea of rewriting the story around, but I just don't have the same love for it that I once did. So a rewrite or continuation is not likely to happen. I had and still have lots of plans on how the story would continue, but I just don't like writing this story anymore. Anyway, it's been a neat learning experience. I now understand why fics are dropped and why more people don't write. It was impossible to get any good tips on how to improve my writing. It mostly came down to just writing and learning things for myself. Making mistakes, having people shit in my mouth, and not making the same mistake again. If you have an original idea, I do wish you would contribute to the collective mass of fanfiction. That was what I tried to do. And I am always happy to see originality. This is the last finished chapter. I have 2 more that aren't finished and they will probably remain that way. Also, fuck web novel. What a piece of dog shit. It used to be so much better when it wasn't popular. Fanfiction is generally low quality, but web novel fanfiction is probably my least favorite. Their user base is full of human garbage, and the fix there are garbage. There are a few gems, though those seem to come out of the same 12 or so people. Fuck that site, fuck their shitty coin system, fuck their garbage writing system. Man, do I hate that site. So, final question before I never look at this FIC again. What was good about my styles, of writing? My style grew and changed by the week. Looking back on the earliest, I can only feel disgusted. My writing did improve, at least somewhat. Let me know what you liked, what you didn't like. I'll read the reviews, get upset, and then try to figure out how to improve. I'm a sensitive sausage, it'll take me a while. Anyways. Stay safe, much love. So, why don't you have a name? I asked the white goose, who is now my personal summon. He just shrugged, cracking his neck as he did so. Names are granted by the elders once one becomes particularly skilled or well-known. I blinked and motioned for him to continue. Any goose who slays many foes or completes a worthy feat receives a name. I pursed my lips, feeling particularly amused. The idea of warrior geese tickled me, as that wasn't the impression I had gotten from them. Well, let's slay many foes and get you a name. Though most of those foes would be Jin in level. We should also work on making some unique moves for you. Because pecking and goosefoo weren't going to cut it. A good idea, summoner. Imagine how jealous the others will be when I reveal I can spit fire or call upon the wind. He tapped both his feet, excitement at the thought. I chuckled under my breath, enjoying his enthusiasm. Cool moves probably wouldn't be enough to make him strong, but it was enough. I might have to start looking into the goose summon's genetics and start on making a super goose. I couldn't have my summon remaining small and weak after all. Slaying enemies, creating new moves, and making a super goose. I would have more stuff to do in the foreseeable future. Choso's memories had been instrumental in the improvement of my Kaguya bloodline. And his memories held a few different strategies or techniques the Akimichi used to strengthen or train their ability to quickly and effectively use their techniques. Some of them overlapped with how I used my bloodline, allowing me to be a little quicker or precise in its use, but beyond that, I didn't get much from Choso. It was disappointing, as I had been thinking about it for a long time. But not everything I acquired would be useful. The variety of techniques I knew but didn't use was ever expanding. Ah, I'm so bored. My goose pal nodded in agreement. We made eye contact for a moment, each waiting for the other to make a suggestion. We can go fishing? I silently chuckled at the suggestion but shook my head in the negative. There was no way I was going swimming in a murky pond with a 6-foot goose. How about I take you to meet my friends? You can beat them up a little, and show them that you mean business. The goose shook excitedly, clearly happy to be causing chaos. Yes, that sounds excellent. He stood, and ran to the door. We shall show them the might of the goose. I chuckled silently. Just wait a bit, it's too early. The goose wilted and returned to the couch sullenly. No one will apricot getting attacked this early in the morning. The goose remained silent and was likely pouting. Though I had no idea how a goose pouted. He shook his head at me and settled back onto the couch, picking at his feathers and grooming himself silently. I shrugged and went back to staring blankly at the wall, waiting for everyone to wake so I could wander around the house freely without annoying them. Goose DNA was going to take some time to index. Orochimaru hadn't done much research into bird DNA, and I would have to make headway myself. Which meant lots of gruesome bird experiments if I wanted to get it done fast. Which I did. Luckily, Almi was getting slightly proficient in DNA editing, so I might be able to push the project off to her. Almi could design my super goose and use that experience in future projects. Chakra and chakra density are the most important, everything else will follow with sufficient chakra. There were exceptions, and your physique did matter, just not as much as your chakra did. Just get everything roughly indexed and I'll show you through the experiment process for the harder stuff. Almi nodded with pursed lips. That shouldn't take too long. I smirked at her, causing her to blink in askance. She probably didn't realize how annoying it was to index stuff without gruesome experiments. I'd let her do it the hard way, then I'd show her how Orochimaru did it and let her choose between them. Maybe she wouldn't take the easy route. Ah, since we are already talking, let's get this out of the way. I took a deep breath. Don't use your body to mess around with animal DNA. Aomi stared with a questioning look. If you mix non-human DNA with your own, you will become unable to have children without extensive measures. Orochimaru was a prime example, or at least that was the impression I had. After mixing animal DNA with human DNA, said human would become a hybrid. Hybrids in most cases will not be able to have children. So, I shouldn't be using anything other than human DNA on myself? Aomi asked, stating the obvious. I just nodded. Yes. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Unless you don't care for children, if that's the case, then go for it. There was still a small chance of bearing children even with animal DNA, but it was so small that it was near non-existent. Don't worry about it too much. Most animal traits you might want to incorporate have jutsu equivalents. I threw my arms up and leaned to the side, stretching my back. Even if you can't find said jutsu, there are other ways to acquire whatever trait you're interested in. Enough about that, I'll leave you to it. I rolled my neck, stretching it as I walked towards the door. CYA. Bye. Aomi waved me off, though she seemed unsure or confused. I ignored it with a shrug and disappeared in a shunshin. Mom had gotten another apartment building, though this one was much more expensive and in a better part of town. Now with 2 apartment buildings, we could hopefully keep using the income to reinvest in the buildings and eventually pay them off. From there it would be smooth sailing. All money that didn't go towards the utilities would go directly into our pockets. The harassment is done. I raised an eyebrow and accepted the bone-throwing knife that a clone handed me. You of course need training to use it. Your body has to adapt to the method of travel. I flipped the thin bone knife over, admiring the script all around it. It didn't look as cool as Minato's kunai did, but that was fine. I didn't intend on making it my signature technique. So, I just have to train with it then? The clone nodded immediately. I shrugged to myself, activating the Fuinjutsu and trying to sense the network of seals connected to it. I had some minor success with my passive sensing, but still had to focus on sensing to pick a specific one out of the bunch. Yes, just get good enough to not vomit after a few jumps. Anything more than that we can work on later. I just nodded. Now comes the hard part. I rubbed my face, holding back a yawn. We need a way to get a Harassment seal on the moon. There were a lot of ways to go about it, though the easiest was to launch something with a seal on it to the moon. Seals are probably the way to go. The clone hummed, tapping his chin with a finger. I just nodded, as it was exactly what I was thinking. I could go for the more interesting approach of trying to fly to the moon, but that was far too time-consuming for my taste. Not to mention useless, as I probably wouldn't be needing to use it again afterward. Well, at least things are coming along nicely, I said, probably jinxing myself. With the birth of Naruto fast approaching, I was rushing to finish up some of my projects. Most of them wouldn't be overly helpful, but every little bit counted. We need to get some Fuinjutsu done in the apartments as well. I exhaled heavily at the sudden thought. The Ninetales wrecking the apartments was pretty likely. So, I had to do some damage prevention of some kind. Whatever. I shook my head and turned to the clone, who was patiently waiting. Thanks. Now are we all connected to the same network of seals? Yes. The clone nodded plainly. Though we can make multiple networks, we can't just jump between seal networks without a seal from that network. It took me a moment to get what the clone meant, but I got the gist of it. I had to have one seal from each network on my person, or I wouldn't be able to access the network and jump between seals. Well done, me! I put my fist out and received a hesitant fist bump from the confused clone. He stared at me, visibly disturbed, but eventually shook his head and wandered off, deciding not to bother. I shrugged to myself, deciding to see what Mom was up to on this fine day. She hadn't been hovering like she used to, so I didn't get to talk with her as often. Might as well see how she was doing. In a flash of feathery wings, I saw me was beaten back. She probably hadn't expected the feathery appendages to carry such force and was paying for it. She appeared behind the goose with a shunshin and nearly took a wing to the side for her trouble. She punched the goose in the chest, earning an unimpressed look from it. She opted to change her style and jumped toward the goose, kunai in hand. The kunai proved ineffective and glanced off a wing. 2 more slashes to the chest and neck did little better than the first, only seeming to offend the goose. With a wind chakra enhanced peck, the kunai was thrown from Isami's hand, leaving her weaponless. Isami shifted, dodging a chakra enhanced swing to the forehead and narrowly avoiding a second wing. She kicked up towards its head, causing the white goose to hop back and retreat slightly to get its bearing. Suddenly, with a flap of its wings, the goose was propelled forward, beak first towards Isami. Isami dodged but found herself pursued by the goose now that he had taken to the air. The scene quickly turned comical. Isami was fleeing, weaving in and out of trees, and the goose was getting visibly irritated. With an angry hiss, the goose spun like a drill and pierced the tree Isami had tried to hide behind. Isami dodged, causing the attack to do little more than cut down the tree. I was starting to worry slightly. The goose seemed to take Isami's continued survival personally. I watched the duo dart in and out of the trees for a moment longer before deciding to call the whole thing off. "Alright. That's good enough." The goose didn't seem to think so and leaped at Isami's throat. "Enough!" I barked. Isami backhanded the goose's head, shifting its aim and causing its beak to pass her by. I grumbled under my breath and shunshined in front of Isami, stopping the fight from continuing. The goose and I locked eyes, having a brief stare-off. He grunted and hissed at Isami before walking away angrily. I watched him waddle back to the clearing, shifting between amused and angry. Seeing a 6-foot goose waddling angrily was comical, though the circumstances that led to it weren't. "You alright?" I turned to Isami, catching a nod in response. I nodded back, hoping this wasn't going to be an issue in the future. I didn't need my friend fighting with my animal minion. "Your goose doesn't seem to know how to fight, shinobi." Isami waved at the goose, who had turned to stick its tongue out at her. He was too straightforward and predictable. I nodded, as I had already had similar thoughts before the fight got serious. An animal-on-animal fight was probably straightforward and relied less on trickery and planning. He's only fought other geese and coyotes as far as I know, though he claims to have fought a bear once. The last one sounded like a tall tale. I wasn't sure I wanted to fight a giant bear and couldn't imagine my goose buddy doing so. Though it did open my mind to the possibility of one day fighting a house-sized bear, not something I had ever even considered before. "You said you wanted us to spar with each other, but I'm not sure I want to." Isami nudged me with her elbow, and I nudged her back. "I don't want to know how it feels to have my eyes pecked out. It's probably for the best that I find someone else then." We both eyed the goose, who was staring Isami down with its black beady eyes. "I'll endeavor to make sure you keep your eyes." The goose gave Isami one final stare before waddling towards the creek. I watched him go mutely and wondered why it disliked Isami when it had been pleasant to everyone else. Though angry goose aside, I'd say things went pretty well. I just needed to let Gang meet the goose and I'd be pretty much done showing my summon off. After a quick search through the mind of the third, who was a little too close for comfort, I found a surprising little nugget of information. Hiruzen and Orochimaru had been fighting as of late, which I had known and wasn't too surprising, but I hadn't known about what they were fighting over. Hiriko, the friend of Orochimaru who had been chased from the village, was chased out by Orochimaru and Jiraiya under the orders of the third. Orochimaru was mad that Hiriko's research was sealed away as it contained lots of information about bloodline assimilation, and that was what Orochimaru was after. Hence the apparent anger at being denied access to said research. "Ah, what do I call you now? That you're no longer a Kage?" I spoke, trying to break the awkward atmosphere that had fallen over us. Standing and staring at someone blankly while plunging their mind was awkward. "Sarutobi will do." I shrugged, trying not to read too deep into it. Though telling someone to address you by your last name implied a lack of friendliness. "Enjoying your free time? Or are you still trying to keep busy?" I kept digging through his memories of Hiriko's research, finding it lacking. Hiruzen's memories were more of a reconstruction of what happened and less of an actual recording. It made most of the memories of him reading the research useless. I try to keep busy. Having so much free time is nice, but I find myself bored and wishing for something to do. He trailed off, rubbing his chin as he drifted off into thought. Though being bored is fine, at least now I have lots of time to spend with my family. I nodded, sympathetic to his boredom. You always have too much time or too little time, there never seems to be a happy medium. I trailed off, unsure if I was interested in continuing this conversation without the incentive of juicy bloodline research. Indeed. He nodded and started walking away, breaking the connection I had with his mind. Though I don't know if I'd be any happier even if I found that happy medium. I watched him go, sending him a little wave as he wandered out of the Kaguya Tower. He sent one back over his shoulder, not looking back but still somehow seeing my wave. I shrugged to myself and made my way up the stairs, sending silent nods to those I passed. After a moment I arrived at the Hokage's office and peeked inside. Seeing no one but Minato, I shrugged and made my way in, unbothered by the stares of the Umbu. Yo! I wiggled my fingers at Minato, eyeing the vase on his desk and making mental plans to steal it. I've got more magic seeds that need to be tested and planted. I pulled a scroll from my sleeve and tossed it onto his desk. It landed on the paper he was writing on, earing me an unamused look from Minato. But seeds weren't the only thing I came for on this fine day. I continued ignoring Minato's unimpressed look as he set the scroll containing the seeds to the side. I came to ask if I could get my hands on whatever research Hiriko left laying around when he went missing. Yes, you can look it over. I smiled brightly. But you can't be conducting the same experiments he was. My smile faded slightly, but I was still overjoyed at the unexpected success. Don't worry about that, what need would I have for bloodlines anyway? Minato nodded and returned to his work, causing me to smile. I'm very busy right now, I'll grant you access to the research later tonight. He shooed me away with his hand and I nodded, mentally making plans to visit tomorrow while nonchalantly swiping Minato's vase. Alright, thanks! Minato nodded, and I made my way out, not bothering to hide the vase nor my smile. If you don't ask, you don't get. I hummed to myself, wondering if Minato would ask for the vase back. He hadn't cared about the bowl, so maybe nothing would come of my stealing the vase. At least I had something to decorate my lab, I guess. That's the end of this story. Like the video if enjoyed. Join us by subscribing down below and check out my other stories here. And as always, have a safe rest of your day, and with that being said, peace.